Daytona International Speedway, it's known around the world. Today, it's home to the triathlon. Men and women challenging the water there in Lake Lloyd, as well as the track here at the World Center of Racing.
We are underway here in Daytona.
The athletes that are here will not disappoint. Oh, Sara's gone down.
Oh, no.
Lucy Hall coming up on 1 lap to go. A last lap pass. Jackie Herring goes by Lucy Hall, takes the lead here at Daytona.
Mate, did you guys see that
Yes,
surge? My
yes.
goodness.
It's Daytona International Speedway, a facility built for stock car racing back in the late 50s. But today, nearly 50 of the world's greatest triathletes will take on 3 disciplines here, all encompassed inside of this racetrack. One of those, the best, Vincent Luis. He will be out there, and right now, the top ranked triathlete of this group. Jason West, the American, will be going after him, as well as Canadian Jackson Laundry, all fighting to have a great finish to their 2022 season. On the women's side, Jackie Herring comes back to defend her title from a year ago. It took a last lap pass, as we just heard, to get that win. Will Julie Derron be the top contender for her today? Or could it be Sara Perez Sala, who started the season off with that horrific bike accident in Miami? Rach McBride also on a great season. She will try to continue and cap it all off today. It's Clash Endurance Daytona from Daytona Beach, Florida. And what a picture-perfect day it is for a competition. Hello, everyone. Rick Allen alongside 15-time long-distance champ Belinda Granger, as well as our newcomer, Brent McMahon, is with us. And Brent, an Olympian, you are a World Cup champion, but also you're pretty darn good at transition. We saw that a year ago when you had a great transition, earned you a couple extra bucks.
Yeah, you know, it was great to be down there on that red carpet racing last year and picking up $1,000 that I put in the bank, being a banker's son, you know. So, but it's awesome to be up here right now, watching it from the booth and seeing what's going to happen out there. One
of the big changes is the distance of this course, and it's a little bit shorter this year, Belinda. What will that mean for these athletes?
Look, honestly, it's going to completely change the dynamic. We know that we've got just as many short course superstars here today as we do long distance athletes. It's really going to change the overall dynamic, and that's what I'm most excited to see. All right, so I mentioned Olympic, you've done full distance, you've done both disciplines. How will these athletes attack this track?
Well, I think, you know, for the long course guys, you know, they're just going to have to be patient. Those short course guys, they're used to combative racing, and they're all going to get out together. So they may cause a problem for themselves, and those long course guys, if they just are patient and ride well, I think they're going to do.
Okay, so we keep mentioning short course versus long course. Belinda, tell us a little bit about some of the short course athletes we should watch.
Well, one that I think we have to watch out for today, number 3, wearing bib number 3, Julie Derron from Switzerland. So strong over all 3 disciplines, and she has quite a bit of experience over the longer distance, but also a lot of natural speed from short course racing. Valerie Barthelemy from Belgium, very, very strong swim bike runner. And what I love most about Valerie is she is aggressive, and she will be aggressive from the gun. In the men's, well, Vincent Luis, I mean, say no more. He is an absolute superstar and coming into this race really fit and healthy.
And the long course, you know, Jackie Herring, returning champion. She just set PRs, personal records, in 5K and half marathon just recently. So she's running super fast. So you got to watch her. And, you know, on the men's side, Jason West. But then there's the 2 Canadians. And, you know, obviously I'm a Canadian, so I gotta pick one of those guys. They're doing really well, and it's fun to watch them.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about what is in front of these athletes by looking at the track map of what they have to accomplish today.
Of course, they start today 2 laps in Lake Lloyd. Athletes have to exit the water at the end of lap 1, also known as an Aussie exit. They'll then dive back in to complete lap 2 and making their way into transition.
Out of T1, 15 laps on the track. It's flat and very fast, so there's no hiding on this. You stop pedaling, you stop moving.
And then onto the run, 3 laps here today. Hardest thing about this run is there is absolutely no shade. So as it starts to heat up, so does that track, and that can make it difficult for the athletes.
Well, let's get out there in the elements. And Alicia Kay, one of the first triathletes to compete here at Daytona, is with us.
Yeah, I'm down here at the swim start. I've got some very nervous professional women behind me. What I'm really excited to see today is who is going to excel. Will we see a long course woman or a short course woman cross the line first today? This distance is so unique. It doesn't suit anyone. This is anyone's race, and I'm really excited to see how the race dynamics play out and who we're going to see on top of that podium today. Over to you, Shannon.
I'm gonna turn on my mic here. Alicia, I'm so excited to be part of this team right now. I do not have the credentials that you guys have in the world of triathlon, but I've covered thousands of laps here at the Daytona International Speedway. Today, I'm gonna see something that I've never seen before. I'm gonna see some of the best in the world of triathlon, swim and bike and run here at this amazing course. And the athletes that I spoke with this week, they actually told me that this is one of the very first races that they sign up for when the schedule is released for so many different reasons. Right? The atmosphere. It doesn't get much cooler than this here at Daytona International Speedway. The logistics, everything is so self-contained. It takes one more element out of their race day. And then, of course, some of them, like Andrew Starkowitz, just huge NASCAR fans. So it's a beautiful day here in Daytona. It's going to be mid-70s. The water temp is 70 degrees, so it is a non-wetsuit event. But, Rick, something we're going to watch as the day progresses, up to 21-mile-per-hour gusts. And you know that on that backstretch, you can really feel some of those gusts, so they'll feel it on the bike today.
Well, the good thing is that they can go to the other side of the track and they'll get a little tailwind. So that's the one good thing that is having this at a racetrack, which is Daytona International Speedway. As the women getting ready, she mentioned the water temperature warm enough that it's a non-wetsuit event. Well, we've said it before, short course versus long course athletes. Let's hear from the athletes themselves as to what they think this distance will be like.
In between the 70.3 and Olympic distance, it's our iconic course here on the Daytona circuit.
I think also it's not that long time-wise, so it's really, I think it sort of skews more towards short course racing.
Yeah, time-wise it's about, I think, 2 hours 30, so it will be much more likely like an Olympic distance race than a half Ironman or Ironman.
Definitely more suited to the shorter course athletes. I think it's close enough that, personally, I'm going to race it like it's an Olympic distance race, and it's just a tiny bit longer. I mean, the bike course is long, but it's also really fast.
Flat is fast, so hopefully that plays into our favor.
I think I have one tactic, and it lies mostly in the swim and mostly in the run, so there's going to be no holding back on either one of those.
I'm pretty confident we can run with those guys even after 60 Ks on the bike, and it's a fast course, so the 60 Ks are gonna be what, 1 hour 15, 1 hour 20 top, which is basically what we race on Olympic distance. We race for 55 minutes, 1 hour maybe.
It's only 60 Ks, but if you're not really comfortable on that time trial bike, it's going to be really hard to put out power for the whole ride and then actually have legs to run. So I think some of us that are ready to go a little bit longer on the TT bike will probably benefit us quite a bit.
Having done long course for so long and feeling like I was pretty comfortable in aero position, but to be holding such high power in the exact same position for so long and then having to get off, that's what I'm really banking on for the strength against these short course athletes. I'm they don't know how to stay in the aero position. They don't know what they're getting into, particularly at this track, at this race.
I really think the last half of the bike is where who's feeling strong is really going to show, and they're probably going to be able to hold that through the bike and hopefully the run.
Yeah, you've got to have some speed in your legs. I think the long distance guys will try to just make us tired on the bike. And yeah, we just have 2 different tactics. We will try to swim as hard as possible and not let them come back on the bike and just do what we were used to do on the run fast.
You don't want to get off the bike behind guys who can run sub 30 minutes for 10K in a 13K run. Yeah, the chances are you want to be ahead to start the run ideally.
Anything can happen in such a long race. There's a lot that can happen on the bike, even in the end stages of the run. That's where the races are won and lost. So I mean, don't give up until that final 100 meters, and you can pass or make up so much ground in the last 5-10 minutes of that race.
But the other thing is you can make a plan 1,000 times and then it never plays out that way in a race. It's always, there's surprises, people riding faster than you think, slower, and you know, same with the swim. So you just got to be ready for anything.
What an event, and I love hearing from the athletes and how they're already thinking of the strategies, but it seemed to me like it was us versus them, the short course versus the long course athletes.
Oh, look, there's absolutely no doubt about it. You know, we've got our short course superstars. They are going to be aggressive from the gun. Our long course athletes, you know, they're used to pacing and not taking their time so much, but just biding their time. And I'm afraid if they do that here today, they're going to be out the back. What do you think? I mean, honestly, you've raced both. I've only ever been a long distance athlete. So, you know, but for me, this distance suits the short course superstars.
I have to agree, but I think the problem here is those short course guys, they're used to combative racing, battling the entire way. And I think in this format, that could create a problem for them. And so if those long course guys just stay steady and stick to their plan, they're going to reel some of those guys in. Those guys are going to go too hard.
How about the other variable? It's non-drafting. Does that affect one versus the other?
Yeah, look, definitely. 20-meter rule here today. Most of our short course athletes, they come from draft legal races. They're used to riding in packs, swapping off turns. They're not going to be able to do that today. And I mean, you know yourself, that's a huge difference.
Yeah, and adjusting to just pushing the pedals all by yourself for the entire way. These short course guys, they're used to taking little breaks every now and then. And so this flat course, there's no breaks, like literally none.
Big thing for me is a lot of these short course athletes have only been on a time trial frame for a few months. I've seen them out on track. Their positions, you know, compared to our long distance athletes, Rach McBride said it best herself.
Yeah.
She's used to being down in those error bars. They're used to being down on those error bars. And for long periods of time, our short course athletes are not used to this. So will that be a problem when it comes to the run?
Short versus long. All right, Alicia, you're down there with the athletes.
I'm down here at the race swim start, lots of nervous energy. There's a lot of favorites here, but I cannot miss Sara Perez Sala. She's absolutely one of our favorites today. She had some bad luck here in Daytona last year with the DNF, just very low energy at the end of a very long season. And then earlier this year in Miami had a horrific bike crash where she crashed into a cone and got some terrible road rash in the process. But we're here with her today. It's a brand new day. Sara, how are you feeling about the race?
I'm excited and I hope to do a great race, enjoy and enjoy you with me. So I try to do as fast as possible.
Will we see you go to the front on the swim today?
I don't know because there are a lot of swimmers and maybe they want the bonus, and I prefer doing a good race, swim, bike and run than only one segment.
Well, best of luck today. Over to you, Shannon.
Yeah, Alicia, 1 year ago, it was Jackie Herring who made a strong surge coming to that finish line. It was an incredible move and one that earned Herring that top spot for the pro women. Jackie here with me right now, probably my favorite interview that I'm going to do all day, just hanging out here on the ground. You told me that when we spoke this week that you made a deal with yourself with 2 laps to go in that run. What was that deal?
Yeah, I was hearing the gap coming down, and I kind of decided if there was 3 minutes at 2 laps to go and then 90 seconds at 1 lap to go that I was going to go for it. And sure enough, on the last lap, there was 90 seconds. So I'm like, all right, I guess we're doing this. So, yeah.
You made the move. You got it done. It is a shorter distance, however, this season. How, if at all, does that affect things going into this race for you?
Yeah, I think that just means that I will really have to try to minimize the gap out of the swim and just bike super duper hard because it's shorter. So hope it goes well. We'll see.
She's a mom of 2, Hunter and Skylar at home watching you on TV. You want to say hi?
Hi, kids. They might not be watching. They're in school, but hi, babies.
They'll watch it on replay, Rick.
Yeah.
Well, they'll definitely be watching Mom and cheering her on. All right, so we saw earlier Léo Bergère in that piece, but he actually had to withdraw from illness. So I want to take a look at the top 10 on the men's side, and they will start at 1 o'clock Eastern time. And here is the list of our top 10.
And look, we can't go past Vincent Luis from France. He's back healthy, fit, and injury-free. 3-time Olympian, 2-time world champion. Just won his first WTS race in Bermuda since the year 2000. We know that he is here and he is hungry to win.
We got 6 Olympians in the men's field here. So a lot of short course talent here, but the long course guys, great resumes here. Jackson Laundry, you know, it's going to be a great race to see, and you got, you know, Andrew Starkowitz there.
The race disruptor. We love him. We love him for it.
Crazy biker, so I can't wait to see him get on track because he is going at that.
We saw the women getting ready. They'll be first in the water in just a moment. Let's take a look at their top 10.
And look, Jackie Herring, our defending champion, we know that she will always give it her all and she will bring it home hard in that run. But for me personally, we can't go past Julie Derron from Switzerland. She is used to racing over this distance. She's done quite a bit. In fact, of our short course athletes, she is the most experienced over the longer distances.
Yep, and then you got Haley Chura. You know, she is a great swimmer. She's going to be up there with those short course swimmers. Strong cyclist, and then she's a really good runner as well. So, you know, again, long course athletes are still going to be in it all the way.
I think the swim could be one of the best parts of this women's event. And I look at a name like Valerie Barthelemy there, a great swimmer. You've got a lot of established swimmers that are going to be really, I guess we call it argy-bargy in the water when this thing gets underway. Let's get the introduction of these athletes. We go to Kevin McKinnon now to introduce our top 10.
Our pro athletes here at Clash Endurance Daytona. Wearing race number 1, your women's defending champion from the United States, Jackie Herring. Wearing race number 3 from Switzerland, the Gerardmer XL champion this year, Julie Derron. Wearing race number 4 from Spain, the Challenge Championship winner in 2022, Sara Perez Sala. From Belgium, wearing race number 5, 10th at the Tokyo Olympics last year, Valerie Barthelemy. From Canada, the winner of Ironman 70.3 Boulder this year, Rach McBride wears race number 6. Wearing race number 7 from the United States, the 2022 Ironman Mont Tremblant champion, Haley Chura. Wearing race number 8 from the United States, 3rd at Clash Watkins Glen this year, Lesley Smith. From Canada, wearing race number 9, a 2-time Commonwealth Games competitor, Dominika Jamnicky. Wearing race number 11 from the United States, 5th at the 2022 Clash Miami event, Sonja Catano. And wearing race number 13 from the United States, winner of the 2022 Ironman 70.3 Augusta event, Grace Alexander. And now we welcome the rest of our professional women to head into the water for their starts.
All the athletes getting into the water that will start in the water. As Belinda mentioned earlier, the Aussie exit. They'll come out of the water in between laps and head right back in again. Let's get some picks before we hear the cannon, and we'll start with Alicia.
Yeah, Rick, this is such a tough one to call. My money is on Sara Perez Sala. I really feel like she's ready to put together a stunning performance at a Clash Endurance race. So Sara is definitely my pick for the win.
45 seconds.
Alicia, I'm up. My pick all the way, Jackie Herring. But don't be surprised if she's not one of the first out of the water. In fact, when I talked to Herring this week, she told me she thinks Sara Perez, Julie Derron, and Haley Chura will be the leaders. Behind that, she thinks that there's going to be a bigger main group, and that's where she believes that she will be. But remember, all of you guys, she just recently PR'd in a 5K and in her half marathon, so she is going to be the one to beat today, Rick.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Belinda, Brent, what do you guys think?
I'm not sure I agree with Jackie Herring. I think there's going to be a bigger front group up there with Hanne DeVet, Angie Olmo.
You know, it's going to be a great race. I'm picking some long course gals.
Long course. All right. Before they get too far out there, I'm going to say I think it's Val Barthelemy. It was a toss-up between Val and Rach. I think Rach with the strong bike could be a contender in this one. It really all comes down to what we're seeing right here. This is going to be interesting because we heard it from one of the athletes earlier. Sara actually brought it up. The bonus or the preems. There's actually a preem for this first lap. The first person to get out of the water is going to win $1,000 thanks to Aquasphere. So they're thinking about that, or some athletes are thinking about that as far as a bonus that could be out there for the first to get out of the water.
And look, if you look on screen already, Rick, this is exactly as we thought it would be. On the left there in the red cap, we've got Valerie Barthelemy. On the right in the pink cap, we've got Sara Perez Sala. So two of the strongest swimmers here today. Interesting that they've taken their own line. They're not together. I won't be surprised, Brent, you can let me know if you agree, that Sara will actually start to come across and sit on feet or vice versa.
Yeah, you know, I think Sara's got the long course experience that she's going to want to save some energy. And you know, like she said, she wants to pace this whole race. She's not going after bonuses. So if she's smart, she's going to move on to those feet and let Valerie do the work.
And Val has a background in swimming. She swam at the University of Michigan. She's an Olympian for Belgium. She was 10th in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. Just a superstar athlete. But again, she's more of that short distance athlete, and we were wondering how aggressive they would be early in this race.
And look, you can see already she's leading, and you've got Sara Perez Sala that's now slipped in behind her and is on her feet. In the green cap, we've got Julie Derron of Switzerland. So we've got those three, the three that we knew would be up there from the start. I saw the yellow cap of Hayley Chura also up there, but look at this now. Sara Perez Sala has indeed slipped right in on Valerie's feet, just as expected.
And there's actually just a small little gap there between those front two. So if that continues to open, it's really hard to bridge that back. So this is a really pivotal moment as we head out to that first turn. Like, there it is, it's opening up.
So incredible that that split has already occurred. Valerie said it, she's been saying it all week, that she was going to be extremely aggressive with this swim, and she's doing exactly what she said. Also, the light blue cap there, Sif Madsen. So the youngest of our females racing today at 21 years of age. She's, of course, the partner of Magnus Ditlev. We know that she is also very, very strong, particularly over these flat courses.
Athletes out strong here to start, and differing techniques. We saw Sara Perez Sala, she's tucked in behind Val, and I'm wondering, is she trying to let Val do a lot of the work right now? She doesn't have to sight as much. Val has to do all that work out in front of this field.
Yeah, there's just such a significant benefit to being back in the swim behind somebody. It's a huge savings of energy. And so if Sara is an equal swimmer, she is going much easier right now. And so that may come into play in the second lap. You know, she might go into the lead in the second lap. But I think for now, she's just going to be patient and let Val do the work.
Green cap here. Believe that's Julie Derron.
So I think the pressure's on Julie right now. There's that gap, and if she doesn't want that to go away too far, she has to commit right now towards that first turn.
And it's really not a particularly great position to be in. She's in no man's land, as we like to call it. And it's a factor of, yeah, she either makes that split decision and tries to jump on the back of Sara Perez Sala's feet. You can see that's exactly what she's trying to do, but I'm surprised. I really thought that we would have a bigger group of lead females with the likes of Angie Olmo, Sif Madsen, Hanne DeVet. I thought this group would be together. We knew Val was going to take it out hard, but the girls know this. The other women know this. So I'm surprised to see that we've got these splits happening so early on in the swim.
Like with running, we'll see an athlete go out and really bust it for a while and then get into a rhythm. Are we seeing that out of these two, where they decided, you know what, we're going to take this out really strong and then maybe settle back into a little bit faster pace than the rest?
Really good question, Rick. And I think we'll see these ladies stay on pace, keeping it hard right till the end of the first lap. Once they get out, and you can see now Julie Derron is desperately trying to get on the back of Sara Perez Sala's feet. She really is, the turnover is really quick. She's really trying. Hayley Chura in fourth place, another one of our really strong swimmers, long course swimmers. But I think they'll wait till the end of that first lap. Having the Aussie exit gives them the opportunity to take a quick look back and to see where the rest of the field is. You don't normally get that in long distance racing. But here, having that second lap, you get that opportunity.
Here we go. Julie Derron used that turn to get back on. She picked up her rating. She saw the feet just up ahead. And every time you go through a turn, the pace does slow a little bit. So she was on her own, so she didn't get bogged down with anybody else.
Right now, we're seeing them, you know, about a length between each other. How close will you get? I mean, will you be actually almost grabbing ankles and hitting feet?
You want to be touching feet. I mean, and the thing is, with our short course athletes, they are used to argy-bargy. This is actually paradise for them right now. They've got usually got 40, 50, 60 women on the start line. So for them, this is a leisurely sort of swim. But yes, they will be. The idea is to get as close up to the hip, or in this case, up to the feet as possible, and definitely will be touching.
So again, Valerie Barthelemy out in front and close behind Perez, Sala. And then it's Julie Derron.
Still just that tiny bit off those feet, but Perez, Sala, she's a magnificent swimmer. We know that she's been to the Olympics for swimming. She was a breaststroker. She's also a very accomplished cyclist, rode in a pro cycling team for quite a few years, and now back into the sport of triathlon. But you can see, Julie, I really feel for her, because it looks like that gap has just started to string out, back out to what it was before that turn. Really difficult position. She's got a very nice group forming behind her. We saw Angie Olmo, Sif Madsen, Hanne DeVet, Haley Chura, they were all in that group. So this is hard for her. What does she do? Where she is right now, it's hurting her. She's working hard.
And as you can see, they're starting to swim into the chop. The wind is out there. So now again, there is a bit more draft if you're behind that person breaking that chop. So we can see Julie, she's right there.
And look at that stroke rate. I mean, her stroke weight rate is double of the two women in front of her. She really is desperately trying to get on the feet.
And then again, you know, you look just a little bit further back, there's Haley. Again, just trying to minimize the loss or try and bridge it back up. And again, the Aussie exit, it's a perfect time for everybody to get out of the water, see where they are, and see what they have to do on that next lap.
And Brent, obviously our leaders here, they are going to get that opportunity. And once they see that they have a gap, I mean, it's only going to invigorate them to go even faster.
Yeah, Belinda, you mentioned that Aussie exit, right? So I was down here at the start when they were doing their warm-up swims, and you saw a lot of them diving in off that mat, just practicing that re-entry once they get out and make that turn and run around. I spoke with several of the athletes, and I feel like it's two ways, right? Some of them really like it because it gives you an opportunity to get out of the water, kind of get your bearings, see who's in front of you, the distance that you have to make up on that second lap. Some of them, however, if they are rhythm and they get stronger as they go, they say it takes them out of that rhythm. They also said they got to be careful not to trip, not to slip over anything. See, that's what I would do in the Aussie exit, so I totally understand.
Well, that's another thing that these athletes, because of the start in the water, they didn't run and jump in. So that will be something that after now swimming 800 meters, half a mile, they'll get out of the water and have their legs underneath them, but they'll have to jump back in. Does that also affect the goggles and such as far as you diving in? You don't want to get water in your goggles?
No, definitely. But let's be honest, our short course athletes, they do this on a daily basis. Most of our short course athletes here, World Triathlon, Super League, they are used to getting in and out of the water on several occasions. So it's going to be nothing new for them. Where this is going to be harder is for our long distance athletes. They are not used to doing this. They are used to, as Shannon said, getting in the water, getting into that rhythm and just holding it for as long as possible. Our short course swimmers are used to getting up, getting out. It's all about getting that blood from the arms back down to the legs, back up to the arms again. And that's difficult. I know I can't do it. It kills me. But for our short course athletes, it's not going to be a problem.
No, for sure. They have practice doing it. But every race is unique. And this race, the Aussie exit, the entry is very steep. Like you kind of have to jump off halfway down the ramp, because if you go down to the bottom, you're almost going to fall in. So even for those short course athletes, they had to figure out, well, how do I do this best? And then long course athletes, they were there practicing it a couple of times, 3 times, over and over to make sure they nailed it. Because when you dive back in the water there, you want to get right back to swimming. You don't want to be fixing your goggles as you're trying to bridge up that group, as we're seeing these gaps open up.
Again, Val out front, Val Barthelemy. And Val on social media has self-described her as fearless, driven, and compassionate. But I want to know, will it be discouraging when she gets out of the water after it looks like she's putting an incredible performance together, but she gets out of the water and sees Sara Perez Sala right on her heels? Will that be discouraging at all because Sara has been able to stay with her?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Valerie would know that Sara Perez Sala is an extremely accomplished swimmer, having swum in the Olympics. Valerie herself, 10th in Tokyo. So both of these athletes, very, very accomplished athletes. If anything, I think she'll be happy to have a little bit of company instead of being out there on her own. So, no, I don't think it'll affect her at all. And honestly, these women, if they can work together, so often you'll see that Valerie takes the first lap, maybe on the second lap, Sara will come through and take a little bit of that workload off Valerie. But you can see still, Julie Derron still trying desperately to get on the feet.
They're getting close to the Aussie exit, and down there now is Shannon.
Yeah, that's right, Rick. As you see, I told you before this event started that there was going to be a group of 3. Now, Jackie Herring did tell me she thought Haley Chura would be part of that, and she is in 4th right now. But here they come out of the water. You've got Sara Perez Sala, Valerie Barthelemy, and Julie Derron. This is a good opportunity, and Belinda, I'd love for you to maybe comment on this. Do you take this run a little bit fast when you see this gap, knowing that maybe you can make up a little bit of time on your feet?
Absolutely, particularly those athletes coming from behind, Shannon. I mean, someone like Julie Derron, she very, very strong runner. She will be going as hard as she can, diving in and getting as much distance in that water that she can. She wants to get on the feet. As we see Haley Chura and the youngest in the field at 21 years of age, Sif Madsen, making their way back into lap 2.
And then to get back in that rhythm as we see more of the athletes coming out now.
It's Angie Olmo in the orange cap also now. Look, taking a good look. You can see Angie there seeing just how far ahead her competition is. But you can see that's really steep, just like you said, really steep ramp, and you've got to really make sure that you take that dive early.
More of the women coming out of the water now. Shannon.
Well, I'm wondering if you guys could tell me, do you run the risk of maybe losing your breath a little bit if you jump out of this water and maybe take this run a little bit fast when you're trying to get back in? How long does it take you to get back in a rhythm?
You know, I think it's what you've practiced, and you know, the blood's in your legs, and so when you get back in, you just have to think about getting your arms going and just picking up that turnover so that the blood gets back there. You know, we're seeing them, you know, that front group there, they're back in their rhythm, but those back players, they're trying to get that rhythm going right now, and they're sighting, you know, they really just need to get their head down and focus and get moving again.
And
looking back here, that's Jackie Herring.
It is. Just about to say, really great swim for her, Rick. I mean, Jackie's not renowned for her swimming strength. We know that she's renowned for her bike run strength, but this is a great swim for Jackie, and she's putting herself in a really good position.
She really just needs to stay on those feet. She just needs to focus on that. That's all. She doesn't even need to think about where she's going. She just needs to follow those feet and just breathe and stay on it. And it looks like, you know, she's got a slower turnover, so hopefully she gets that going a bit.
We heard her tell, I believe it was Alicia earlier, that she was, actually it was Shannon, she was talking with Shannon about maybe not having as big a gap when she gets out of the water, because this is a shorter distance. Where she made up a lot of her ground was on the run at the end of this race, and she wanted to make sure that she wasn't as far back. So maybe putting a little more energy into this swim so she doesn't have that deficit that she'll have to make up either on the bike or the run.
Yeah, you know, being a long course athlete, the swim is actually benefiting her right now. You know, like this shorter distance, this newer distance that we're doing here in Daytona, it's actually going to be beneficial to her because she's going to lose less time. And so she's a strong cyclist, so she'll stay in touch, but we know she's running really fast.
And while the women are on their second lap of the swim, Alicia, I believe you have one of the men's competitors that's watching on.
I do. I'm standing here with Andrew Starkowitz, who's men's race in just a few hours. What did you think? We watched the pro women come by. What are you noticing that you're picking up on that you might take into consideration for when you get out there in a few hours?
The wind is different than it's been the last few days. Last few days it's been up and down the lake, and it's been, you know, a tail turn on the way out and the way back. But today, a bit of an angle, and it's going to create probably a little bit of a slower swim since we're sheltered on that side of the pond when we're on our way out, and then we're going to have these the coming at a slight angle on. So it's definitely going to be a different swim than what we've practiced.
What you saw here, how long still in contention. Need actor on the bike.
I mean, that's a $1 million question. We got a lot of really fast young guys that are almost half my age. Yeah, I'm gonna have to swim really hard and then get on the bike and go really hard, and then I'm still gonna have to run really hard, and it's gonna be a hard day.
Well, enjoy so this is fantastic program. Best of luck out there today.
Hey, thanks.
Alicia, Starkey knows it better than anyone. This is a very difficult event. So when he says it's going to be a hard day, he's done so many of these, and he's experienced so many things in his career that this is probably a walk in the park for him. The recoveries that he have had to make. Again, Valerie Barthelemy out in front. And we know that right behind her, Perez Sala within a couple seconds. One of the short course athletes is Val out front going up against the long course athlete in Perez Sala. Great swimmer in Sara. She normally, and this might be a little out of place for her, normally she's first out of the water. Most competitions that she competes in, she is on her own, but you see right here, she has someone that is pacing, helping her, so that will help her in her goal to try to perform better than she has in these clash events.
Well, we have seen Sara with company before in the likes of Lucy Charles Barclay, another one of our greatest swimmers in the sport of triathlon. So, as I said, I think Sara will be happy that she's got some company, someone to share the love, so to speak, out on this 1.8 kilometre swim, but a 1.6 kilometre swim, sorry. But this is what we're used to seeing. We know that for our short course athletes, Valerie's doing exactly what she said she was going to do. She's taken it hard from the gun. We've still got Julie Derron desperately trying to get on the feet, but that looks like that gap is starting to open up just a little. And Sif Madsen, the youngest of our competitors, had a lot of injury troubles, unfortunately, over the last couple of years with stress fractures. I do know, I have got good intel from her partner, Magnus Ditlev, that she has been swimming and riding very, very well. Magnus has been the one to set her up on her time trial frame. So it'll be very interesting to see her once she gets onto the bike.
And Brent, do you remember when you made the transition? Because that's what Sif is doing right now. She's transitioning from being a short course athlete to this is a longer distance for her. This is actually her first ever race longer than a short distance course. So do you remember that transition and how difficult it was to get in your mind the proper pacing?
Yeah, you know, you do lots of training in preparation, but it's not the same as getting out there on the course and seeing, okay, all at once, how hard can I go and how hard can I make it last? And so, these newbies here, they're going to be experimenting a little bit. They've got some experience around them, so maybe they'll look to those experienced athletes and go, okay, maybe I'll pace off of them and not try and, go too hard. So hopefully, the young ones make some smart decisions out there, and we're going to see how it develops. But this swim is, I think Sara is playing perfectly to her.
Yep.
You just see her stroke rate. It's just nice and relaxed. And she's getting dragged to the finish, and she wants to do the damage on the bike. So she's going to get on that bike and just go for it because she wants and needs a gap.
And look at those time gaps up on screen right now. So, obviously we've got Barthelemy and Sala out front with Derron just 7 seconds back. But going further down the list, those time gaps are starting to really blow out to, around that 2-minute mark, which is not what you want to see when you're going into T1.
And Belinda, we talked about this earlier with Angie Olmo. After the Tokyo Olympics, it was just such a tough time for her, but she's back and she has a better positive attitude about this event.
Yeah, look, obviously DNF in Tokyo, and I know it absolutely shattered her. She had some issues with her federation, her Italian federation, and she told me she just lost the love for the sport, and it was a really dark time and a dark place for her. But the great thing is when she saw this race, signed up for this race, it gave her a new goal, a new opportunity, pretty much a fresh start, a new start. And what I love about the race for these short course women is the fact that they're doing this for themselves. They're not doing it for their federation. They're not doing it working for other athletes in their team. They're not doing it for Olympic points. They are doing it for themselves to get the best out of themselves.
Alicia.
Guys, I'm just watching these last few women go by. Sara looks like she's thinking about making a change to go into the lead. She's thinking about it, but then she kept dropping back. I'm really impressed with Sif Madsen. We've heard that her bike is just so strong, and I really expect to see her make a move early on the bike. And Sara Perez Sala, I think, is going to also race really aggressively, along with Valerie Barthelemy. The one person I'm wondering is going to go with these athletes who want to have an aggressive race is Haley Chura. So Shannon, I would love to hear your thoughts as we head out onto that bike course.
Yeah, so Alicia, that's where the women are right now. This is where they're going to head. Remember, we have a preem here in T1, sponsored by Captiva Spine, but they're going to head in here. You can see Jackie Herring, #1. She is the one athlete that does not have her helmet actually on her bike. I've noticed everybody else has them set up. It's interesting you mentioned Haley, though, Alicia. Take a look at her bike. Take a look at her helmet. Brent, Rick, just humor Belinda and Alicia and I for a second, because we are women. And this is the coolest helmet that I've had or I've seen. And watch Haley as well. When she competed in Watkins Glen, her nail color was green, the same color as her bike. Today, her nail color is yellow. I know it's women's stuff, just humor us. But I told her she should do the checkered flags because we're here at Daytona. But of course, she's always matching, and certainly one of the coolest ones that you can see in her race kit.
Thank you, Shannon. And I was going to wear red nail color today just to match the background. Let's take a look at the highlights as we get underway here in Clash Endurance Daytona. Sara Perez Sala following Jackie Herring into the water, and it was from the very beginning Val Barthelemy out front.
And she did exactly what she said she was going to do. She took it out hard. She was aggressive from the gun. Sara Perez Sala, of course, on her feet, with Julie Derron just dangling at the back there, trying desperately to get on the feet of Sara Perez.
Top two out of the water, Val Barthelemy, as well as Sara Perez Sala. And those two have stuck together this entire race.
Fantastic to see Jackie Herring having a great swim. You know, she's not renowned for her swimming strength, but she's in such a good position right now.
And Valerie Barthelemy just in front of Sara Perez Sala as they're getting ready to come out and enter T1. Look at this, almost side by side now, as Sara Perez Sala has moved just to the side, and Val, look at this move. Val is going to come out of the water second, it looks like.
Wow. So Sara Perez Sala deciding, you know what, I'm leading this swim out today. I want to be first into T1. Maybe she's going for that T1 transition preem.
Yeah, I think she's committing to this bike. You know, she wants to get there fast, and she wants to get out there before anybody else. She doesn't want anybody right close to her. She's going to set the pace right here. That was quick.
Look, wow.
I like that. I like that T1. She's going for it.
And to think that she's beaten out the short course specialists who are renowned for their fast transition speed.
Shannon.
Guys, she looks so strong as well. You saw Valerie Barthelemy. She was having a little bit of a struggle with that swim skin, and I guess that's what you're risking, right, when you wear those into the water. But Sara Perez, so fast here in T1 as some of the other women are headed in here right now. You got Julie Derron. Haley Chura is here as well, so you can see there. Some of them do have the swim skins on. There's Julie Derron trying to pull hers off right now. Haley looks like she's struggling a little bit with it getting off around her feet. I know you guys have mentioned sometimes they'll cut those. I think maybe just with the wetsuits, the longer wetsuits. But I know personally I have struggled many times with a wetsuit or swim skin, so I feel their pain.
Shoes already on the bikes. They'll jump on. They can mount once they leave T1, but not before. Must have the helmets on.
Yep, helmets must be clipped before they touch their bikes, so they really need to be on and clipped. As we can see, Sif Madsen there making her way out right on the heels of Haley Chura. We saw Julie Derron. She's just about to come out behind. That's Angelica Olmo of Italy. So next out.
It's really interesting to see the differences in transitions. You know, the short course athletes, it's just bang, bang, bang. You know, Sara, though, long course athlete.
Exceptional.
She nailed it, and she didn't have a swim skin that she was wearing. So I'd like to put my money on her for winning the money in the bonus.
That's good, coming from a banker's son.
You can see on screen right now, that is Jackie Herring. Recognize that stroke. She's got such a long, slow stroke rate, particularly when you compare it to our short course athletes. And here she comes, our defending champ from last year. Great swim from Jackie. She's put herself in a really good position.
No, it's great to see her. She stayed in touch as long as she could to that group. So there's only that small little bit. So if she has a fast transition here, she can get back in touch. And, you know, she's going to do her own pace on the bike here. She's a strong cyclist.
Yeah, guys, and remember, she told me that she's recently PR'd in her 5K and her half marathon, so she has a ton of confidence going into that run portion. Even last year when she came off the bike, she said she did not think it was winnable. So you saw her get through transition pretty seamlessly, just trying to struggle with that swim skin just a tiny bit. And I guess that's a big thing. Do you wear one or you don't wear one, Alicia?
Standing here at the, just as right as the women are getting on their bikes and they're getting into their shoes and finding their rhythm, I'm watching Jackie Herring just go by. She looks super strong. I'm also standing next to someone who knows this course and venue very well, Magnus Ditlev. His partner, Sif Madsen, had a blistering transition one. Magnus, what did you think of Sif's swim?
Yeah, I'm really happy with how she swam, and also the first transition was good, so she's currently in 3rd place, which is really nice. She has been injured a lot, and this is her first non-draft race, and it's good to see that she's doing well.
We're going to send it back to the booth. Thanks so much, Magnus.
Thanks, Alicia. And Magnus, an absolute stud when it comes to the bike, a great triathlete, but now that transition taking place for the women, getting on the bike, and they will be taking on Daytona International Speedway for 15 laps, 60.4 kilometers, 37.5 miles.
And you can see on screen already Sara Perez Sala in a position that she is very much used to. I love watching Sara on the bike. She's got a magnificent time trial position. And if you go back to, you could see right behind her, Valerie, she was not quite as aero as Sara Perez Sala.
Rach McBride in the yellow cap coming out of the water now. Lesley Smith in the yellow swim cap coming out of the water as well.
You can see Brittany Higgins also out of the water now. So the last of our professional women making their way. Lesley Smith, renowned for her run speed. So we expect not to see Lesley until the latter stages of the race here today. Very accomplished runner. So Rach McBride,
yes,
strong across all three.
Yeah, and here they are, T1. They're a little flustered. They're trying to, you know, be calm, trying to get their helmet on. You know, ideally, yeah, it's calm and smooth, and they just take it one step at a time, and then you don't bobble anything. And, you know, you just, somebody sitting down, taking their skin off. You know, you do what you got to do, and, you know, you mount flying or you hop over and you get going. Everybody's got their own way, and just hopefully it goes smoothly and, you know, nothing flies off. You know, sometimes a shoe unclips and then you got to go back and get it, but it looks like everybody's getting out and getting onto the course smoothly.
Brent, it's so interesting that you mentioned that, right? Because it's total organized chaos down here. But as you know, like if your alarm clock goes off late and you try to get really fast through something, you end up making so many more mistakes. So you do just have to enter this T1 as calm as you can and try to get through this and get onto your bike. A lot going on in T1 right now.
And this shot of Sara Perez Sala, it's exactly what I've been talking about. She just looks so good on the time trial frame, down on the aero bars. Beautiful to watch, absolutely beautiful. Really, really low at the front end. And on this particular sort of course, on the race course, where we know that they will be down on their aero bars from beginning to end, I mean, the speed advantage that she gets being able to be in this aggressive position, it's huge, particularly if that wind does start to pick up like Starkey was talking about.
Definitely, and as you go through it, you're hitting more wind, and so the more you're hitting that resistance, the more it's going to fatigue you. And we know right behind Sara is Valerie, and she's riding a road bike. So she doesn't have that aerodynamic advantage.
A road bike with a disc.
With a disc, yeah. So, you know, she's chosen to choose a road bike probably because she's way more comfortable on it. That's where her power is. But then she's chosen the wheel option that is fastest, which is the disc wheel. And so she's accepted fit's important to get the power, but how can I maximize my potential here?
As we see Sara Perez Sala, she is out front. Val Barthelemy about 8 seconds back. Again, this is where this is a non-draft event. These athletes will not be able to ride within 20 meters of each other. If they do want to pass, they have to pass to the right, and they have to complete the pass within 45 seconds, or it's a 5-minute penalty. So we've seen that Annie Haug had that penalty a year ago, and it's just devastating for them to have to do that. So that's where they'll have to be aware of that 20-meter rule. This pit entrance, if you're aware of stock car racing here at Daytona International Speedway. So we've seen quite a few cars spin out there trying to slow down to this speed normally, but these athletes want to continue and maintain as much speed as possible.
Now just look at this. Look at this as a perfect shot. How aero Sara Perez is as compared now to Val Barthelemy. You can see nowhere near as low at that front end, and that's when that wind starts to pick up, that's when it's going to be a problem.
Definitely, and you know, and even just the shape of the bike, her drop bars are hanging down below her as well and creating its own resistance. And what's interesting about this pit road, you've got, we actually have a pit stop for these athletes.
We do?
We actually have a wheel stop for them. If they have any mechanical issue, whether it's a flat or their gearing, you know, gets off, they can actually at that point peel off and get help, which is unique from any other race in the world. You cannot get help, but we've decided, you know what, we're on a NASCAR track. Let's do it. Let's do pit stops. Yeah. And, you know, as an athlete, you never want that to happen. But if you know out there, there's a helping hand that can, you know, swap out that wheel for you.
Oh,
it helps you relax a little bit.
Huge difference.
Yeah, this is just great riding here. She's so smooth, so relaxed.
Look how comfortable she looks.
Yeah, like that's the efficiency of a long course athlete. She's not wasting energy here. She's just going to be smooth, and she's going to be able to hold this the entire race.
The entire time. We saw it earlier this year at the championship in Slovakia. She was out front and looked faultless from when the gun went off to when she crossed the finish line in first. And I'm seeing a very similar Sara Perez Sala right now on screen.
Yeah, look at her head. It's not moving out. She's not doing, a lot of time when people get on their time trials bikes, their head's looking down and then looking up and looking down and looking up. So that sort of says that their position isn't quite right. They can't watch where they're going, or they want to try and get more aero, so they duck their head down.
And look at that now. We knew that it was 8 seconds. It's now blown out to 13 seconds. You can see in the background there, Val Barthelemy. So that gap is starting to increase. And I dare say lap after lap after lap, we're going to see that get even further down. We've got Sif Madsen now 48 seconds down. And Julie Derron, I'm surprised, 107 down. I thought Derron would be a little closer to the front.
Yeah, you know, I think Sif was also committed to this bike. She charged out a transition onto the bike, and as we know, she's a strong cyclist, and she's putting that to work. She's actually gaining some time on Sara. So I think we've got two really good cyclists out there right now, right near the front of the race, and I think we're going to see them at some point probably come together, and that's when it's going to get really exciting, because it's like, who's going to take the lead? Is Sif going to come around and just charge out front, or is Sara going to be like, hey, no, this was my plan. I want to set the pace here.
Well, right now she's doing just that. Out front, looking comfortable. Again, it's Sara Perez Sala out in front, and Val Barthelemy is right there in that second position. And congratulations to Val Barthelemy. We saw it in the swim. She was first out of the water on lap number 1, so she will win $1,000 thanks to Aquasphere. Again, it was a tight battle, though, because she had right on her hip Sara Perez Sala. But again, that was the end of lap 1, and so Aquasphere goes to Val. But then as they came out and T1, and you mentioned it as it was happening, Brent, so strong and fast for Sara Perez Sala, she wins the Captiva Spine bonus for T1 transition, the fastest in and out of that transition.
Yeah, just look how smooth she was. She was so relaxed. She didn't have to do the swim skin. She committed to just the suit in the swim all the way through, and so she just didn't have that rushed feel about her. And usually, if you're calm, you're fast.
Well, she was definitely calm. She looks calm now as well, and is still fast. Out in front of Barthelemy by about 23 seconds. But Barthelemy can definitely see Sara Perez Sala. I mentioned Sif Madsen, and a strong cyclist. Right now in that third position, about 50 seconds behind. Julie Derron, a very strong competitor from Switzerland. Just over 70 seconds back from Sara.
something that's neat about the bonuses is we actually find out about them while we're out on the course.
Oh, so you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I was wondering that. So you get told.
We get told, and so you know. Hopefully Sara finds out that she's got $1,000 in her pocket, you know. So if she gets to the finish, she's got a little bonus there, and it's just one of those things. Like as you're racing, sometimes you got to find little moments or little things to motivate you. And so even if you know maybe you end up having a rough day and you're just like, oh, this is just not clicking, you know. But then you go, well, I got $1,000 in the pocket if I get to the finish. Yep. So okay, let's just stick to it and let's commit, and you know. If it's just that one little item that keeps you going, then hey.
That's all you need just to keep you going. And it'll be interesting. We know we've got another bonus, the fastest first lap, presented by Clash Endurance. And I would say that Sara Perez is a strong contender to take that along with Sif Madsen.
Definitely. And it's interesting because Sif did gain some time, and now she's actually letting some time out.
So maybe Sif was going for that fastest first lap.
Yeah, so it's going to be fun to see.
Well, we know Sara is, in the back of her mind, she has the difficulties that she has had when she has come to the Clash events. Here's what she had to say about what she wants out of this year.
First of all, I love NASCAR races. I love Clash. I feel here like home. And I would like to do a great race because I had bad luck in the past in Clash Daytona and Clash Miami, and it motivates to me for coming back here to do a great race.
At Daytona, it was fatigue. Didn't feel well. That took her out of the Daytona race. And then we saw at the beginning of 2022, it was in a situation very much like this, where she was out in front at Miami and was looking down, and when she looked back up, hadn't realized that she had drifted a little bit to the left, ran into a cone that sent her into a scoring box, and she flew off of the bike and wasn't able to complete that. So those two memories in her head, she wants to erase those with a great performance here today.
Yeah, she's had a little bit of an up and down year, obviously with that win in Samarin, but she's had some really nasty stomach issues that it's taken a long time and a couple of trips to hospital for her to overcome, and to finally get on a plan where she can get through a race without having these issues rear their ugly head. And I would love nothing more than to see the Sara Perez that we saw earlier in the year in May here today. And right now that's what we're seeing. She's an incredible athlete. I mean, she competed at the Olympic Games as a 16-year-old back in Athens, breaststroker, so very, very accomplished athlete.
We referenced that incident that took place at Miami to start off 2022, and here's another look back at it. Look away if you don't like to see. This is very painful. She was out front when that happened and just got off track. As a matter of fact, when she was checked out at the Infield Care Center, she actually referenced she wanted to get back in the race. No, it's okay. You're fine to be out here and recovering. But that's the image that she wants to erase from her memory.
And honestly, she is absolutely flying out on course right now. 41 kilometers per hour. And you can see she's already overtaking or lapping athletes that came out of the water behind her. And you talk about that. How does that happen? How does someone run into the cones? But, you know, when you're leading a race, when you're in the box seat, when you're controlling the race, but sometimes, you know, it only takes that split second lack of concentration, and before you know it, you're doing something silly. And that's all it takes. But I think Sara Perez, she's learned a lesson. We're not going to see a repeat of that happening here today.
So again, it's Sara Perez Sala, and about 34 seconds back, here's Val Barthelemy. And again, the short course athlete that is moving up here in distance. Olympian for Belgium for the Tokyo Olympics. Said she wants to take baby steps, and this is a first baby step up to long distance. No idea what to expect. Again, a road bike, as you guys mentioned, the disc.
I'm right next to Valerie Barthelemy, and she looks amazing. That is a pretty slick time trial position to be on a road bike. She is losing time to Sara, Perez, Sala, but it's not massive. It's a few seconds per checkpoint, and what is notable to me is that Sif Madsen is riding in 3rd place behind her and not closing. If anything, Valerie's putting just a second or two in at every checkpoint. So Valerie is riding beautifully for the equipment she's riding on. She's having a stunning performance. So these top 3 women are riding away from the rest of the field right now.
Why wouldn't Val have a time trial bike here?
You know, I think she's been specializing in short course, and she's trying to qualify for the Paris Olympics. So that's where she's putting all her effort and all her training. You know, people think, oh, it's just another bike, you know, 2 wheels and cranks and pedal, you know, but they are, you know, we're talking about position here, and to get into an aerodynamic position takes practice, it takes flexibility, and most importantly, it takes time. You just have to spend time riding in that position. And so she's just not taking that time because her focus is the Olympics. But she wants to come do this race to test it out and see how she can do. And so she's made the best of her position, put some bars on her road bike, and, you know, get the fast wheels on there and see what happens.
And we have seen this before. Nicholas Spirig, even Julie Derron, when she first started doing some longer distance racing, decided to stay on a road bike with the clip-on aero bars. So it's not like we haven't seen this before.
No.
And I think it's worth mentioning too that when you are in that extreme position, like Sara, Perez, Sala, different muscle groups. And if you're not used to using those muscle groups, when you get onto the run, all of a sudden you'll see glutes start to tighten up, adductors start to cramp, and we've seen it before. Valerie's doing the right thing here. She knew she didn't have the time to put into getting into that position and doing some really good sessions in that aero position on a time trial frame. And so, as you said, using the disc wheel, it's the best of what she's got to work with right now.
Yeah, and also she may lose time on the bike because of it, but she may run really fast as a result. And so those short course athletes that maybe are, oh, I've only ridden my TT bike for 2 weeks. Well, they might gain some time, they might go a bit faster, but then they're going to get off on the run, and they may not be able to run even close to what they expected because they're cramping up. And so yeah, you might give up a minute or maybe even 2 minutes over this bike course. But if you give up 5 or 10 minutes on the run because you're cramping up or you're having to walk or stop and stretch, so really it's about the whole entire race, and as long course athletes, that's what it's about, the whole thing. So that it's
crossing that finish line in first.
Yeah, and so Valerie is making that kind of wise decision.
They'll be in this TT position for almost an hour and a half, so that is difficult for these athletes. Shannon.
Rick, so I just wanted to, you know, one of the things that most of the athletes told me, the reason that they love these Clash Endurance events so much is because their families and friends can watch them. Take a look right over here. I was just walking with a group of spectators. They are not here for any of the specific athletes that are out there right now. They're actually all racing this weekend because, as we know, it's not just the pros that are racing here, but we've got everybody. We've got all different types of races. But you see everyone making their way through the Daytona infield. We're right next to the media center, making their way over to pit road. Lots of fans coming over from T1 to T2. This event is so cool, you guys. This is awesome.
Well, and that's what Bill Christie has touted that he wants Clash Endurance events to be, is family. Family-oriented, where kids can get their start. They can go out and do fun runs. They can do endurance events. There'll be relays. There's just so many things that are available for families. Yeah.
Speaking of relays, I do believe that you are participating in one yourself.
A year ago, I was getting out of a wetsuit after the swim and handing off to my good friend Bill Christie, so he got on the bike. This year, Bill's going to do the swim, and I'm going to take care of the bike. Lisa Roberts will do the run for us. But yeah, it's such a great event and an atmosphere that is so welcoming for all athletes. Back and forth. This is Angie Olmo, and we talked about a very fast lap. There is another bonus that is available for these athletes, and early on we're being told that it's going to be Angie Olmo that gets the fastest lap, first lap. And so a $1,000 bonus going to her.
A little bit.
Thanks to Clash Endurance.
You know,
Brent, you put yours in the bank, right?
Well,
Again,
well, yeah, of course.
$1,000.
You know, as we said, I'm a banker's son, so
I'm not
it's
sure I
earning
would've done the
interest.
same.
When Angie learns that she won that $1,000, again, you talked about it, it almost gives them a little bit of motivation. Alicia.
Angelica Olmo is really looking beautiful on a time trial bike, considering this is her, I believe, first long course non-draft event. She looks absolutely incredible. She's the fastest mover out there. I'm watching her slowly but surely tick away at the lead splits. She came out of T1 about 130 back, or sorry, 138 back, and she's hovering right around 130. So we'll see if she maybe burnt a bit of a match on that first lap. She certainly went for it, and let's see if she can hold on to this blistering pace.
It just depends on how many matches she has in that book of matches. If she did burn the match, we hope that she has more. But that's one of the biggest things that we watch, especially when they get on lap 14, lap 15 of this bike, because what's going to happen is they're going to have to stretch a little bit and get ready to get into a different position and then start relying on those legs and the lungs to get them through the run.
And it's interesting you bring that up, particularly as we look at Angie Olmo here on screen. She's very, if you look at the position on the bike, she's very forward. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on her glutes. And for someone that is used to riding a road bike, where you get that nice mix of using glutes, hamstrings, and quads, this is very glute oriented. And it's going to be interesting to see when she gets off the bike and starts that run, because Angelica, very strong and accomplished runner as well. But I'm surprised to see her in such a forward position, to be honest.
Yeah, it's quite aggressive, and you know you can also see she's so far forward that she's weaving a little bit, because you know, as you see Sara here, she's just so well balanced on that bike. There's her front wheel, her front end is not moving at all, and so that wind is just hitting her and slicing through. You know, so, and then in the background we've got Rach. She's again a really strong cyclist as well, and she's got somebody to pace off of now.
Yeah, we'll see if Rach makes the move and tries to get by Sara, because she is a lap behind as far as coming out of the water. There's Rach in screen. Rach McBride, she's 44 years old and probably having their best year. Yes, I did say there. Rach became the first professional triathlete to come out as gender non-binary, which means Rach does not identify as male or female. They said as a kid, Rach was always asked if they were a boy or a girl, which would be confusing, obviously, for a kid growing up. When Rach publicly announced just a few years back that she was gender non-binary, it was as if a clarity came into their life. When not competing in triathlons, Rach also competes in gravel racing, which is racing bikes on gravel roads. Yeah, I thought that was a little crazier than triathlons also. In those races, there are now 3 categories that athletes can sign up for: men, women, and non-binary. And Rach is at the forefront of the change happening with this added inclusion.
Rach having a great season this year with a recent win at Los Cabos, also a win in Boulder a little earlier. But Rach on fire, and I know they would love to have a fantastic end to the season.
And as we watch Rach, we're seeing the bike move a little bit more than what we see out of Sara, which I would think that they'd want to stay in that straight line, and as an established cyclist, a little uncharacteristic that we're seeing this out of Rach.
Well, yeah, and some athletes, they kind of muscle the bike more than just cruise the bike, and Rach is one of those athletes. They're strong, they have the power, they do a lot of weights, so they are working the bike as opposed to pedaling the bike.
And if you look at Rach on screen, slow cadence, pushing a big gear. The bigger gear you push, the more chance of that weaving. When I used to race, I pushed a massive gear, and there was always quite a bit of movement. Whereas you look at the likes of Sara and some of our short course athletes who are using that beautiful on screen right now of Sara, much faster cadence, and you can see much less movement of the bike. This is a great shot right now. Where you see Sala stealth-like. And in the background, Rach McBride weaving all over. Much bigger gear. Cadence is a lot lower, but nothing's right or wrong here. I'd say Sara Perez Sala definitely a better way to ride. She's using a lot less energy, which that's what you want to do. It's all about getting off the bike, getting into 2-2, having wasted as little energy as possible, saving it for the run.
Yeah, just look at that efficient pedal stroke. It's up and down, up and down, up and down. Just so smooth.
And no brakes.
No brakes because you slow down.
Yeah, she never gets out of this cadence that we're seeing here. And already coming up on 50 minutes into this race, she has about a 1 minute lead right now over Val Barthelemy.
Hey, Brent and Belinda, I'm wondering, you guys were talking about the power and these women trying to hit a power target. How much can you kind of lay back and relax a little bit when you have other women around you who are hitting the same target that you're hoping to? Use them as a carrot rather than constantly having to think and look down at your equipment.
Yeah, definitely. 20 meters back, you're not getting a draft, but you're able to just focus on a wheel ahead of you and let them do the pacing. And so that just relieves some of the stress, and you're not kind of looking down at your power meter going, oh, okay, am I going too hard or too fast? If you're comfortable, you're just going by feel, and you're just like, okay, this is where I want to be. And so Rach is looking ahead and going, okay, I know this is the front of the race, so for now, I'm gonna stay here and be comfortable and try and be aero.
Another interesting thing we just saw there, she grabbed the water and took a drink. Is that different for the short course athletes versus long course athletes, where they're thinking about nutrition, water, and everything, because it is a little bit longer than these short course athletes are used to?
And obviously with our long distance athletes, they rely on nutrition, on hydration, and getting those calories in. Our short course athletes, not so much. Particularly if you look at Super League, which is really, really short, no nutrition and very little hydration. When you look at Olympic distance, I think most of our Olympic distance athletes will take a gel on the run, and of course hydration during the bike and run, but our long distance athletes have got this nailed. And we know that this track can heat up. We know as the sun starts to get high in the sky, the track really can start to heat up. We saw it at Clash Endurance Miami earlier this year, where we had some of our women dropping because it was just so hot and humid on that track. Sara Perez is making sure that she's getting her hydration in early. She doesn't want those issues to occur. And it will be interesting, Brent, later on, obviously towards the latter stages of the run, to see the difference there between our long distance athletes and our short distance athletes who have taken care of themselves and who have maybe messed that up a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And I think towards the end of the bike, you're even going to see that. That's where cramping comes in, especially for the short course athletes riding these different bikes. If they're not hydrating, then that cramping is going to come in sooner, not just because of the position, but because they're just lacking sodium or lacking hydration.
Belinda, it's really interesting you brought up that Miami race, because when I spoke with Haley Chura, she said she went back and kind of re-watched that, and she said that she has a healthy fear of the heat coming into this race. We know that she just did Kona. We know it's much hotter at Kona, but something was on her mind was the heat in this race. Told me during that run she will be hitting every single aid station. And down here in T2, I'm just kind of glancing around every single one of these athletes, multiple gel packs down here, multiple for that run, because the weather, it is hot down here with the sun sort of beating on you right now. And as you know, there's absolutely zero coverage out on this racetrack.
And Shannon, you've just nailed it. That's the thing. There is no coverage. In most race courses that we're used to, there will be periods of time on the bike and the run where you're in the shade, where there's tree cover. But here, there is nothing. And the difference as well, being on the racetrack, is that racetrack really does start to heat up when the sun starts to come out. And as the day goes on, we are going to see that happen. It's what we saw in Miami, and it's great. Haley's a smart athlete. She knows that this could be an issue. She recently raced in Kona. We know that is extremely hot and humid, one of the most hot and humid races that you can do. So I have no doubt that she's got it under control, but great that she's already thinking about it.
When we heard from Haley Chura earlier this week, the 37-year-old said these Clash events are reinvigorating her.
I was feeling pretty down, honestly, on the sport, and just thinking that there was nothing new for me. And then Watkins Glen came on the radar, and I was like, okay, maybe there is something to this. And it's just a chance to go visit a new part of the country and try a different kind of racing. And I had the best time. It was just, I didn't necessarily, my swim and my bike were, not maybe my best performances ever. And then I got on that track and I was like, what is this? I'm like, this is incredible. Like, it helped remind me that what I love about triathlon is The racing, yes. I love getting the most out of myself. I love the competition, but I also love traveling to new destinations and being part of this like healthy, really positive community. And so it did. It really reinvigorated me. I will say that was like a springboard to the second part of my season, which I then won a race and finished the highest I've ever finished at a world championship. And so it gave me, I don't know, it was just that new perspective after having been a pro for nearly a decade, that there are still parts of this sport that I do have unfinished business, or I do have new goals, and there are new experiences that I can still have. And I think I really, really needed that.
Haley is riding so well. I don't think any of us predicted that we would see Haley Chura making a move on the bike. She is slowly but surely closing on Julie Derron. She has her in her sights. Don't let Haley's sweet interview and her demeanor make you not think that this woman is not afraid to rip someone's legs off on the bike. She is riding so aggressively, and I expect to see her make a move on Julie within the next lap.
And we know Haley Chura, second at Watkins Glen. She was the winner at Puerto Varas, and she was 13th in Kona. So really, really strong season for Haley Chura. Very, very accomplished athlete. She's got so much experience.
Well, it's interesting. She competed in the U.S. Olympic trials 3 times. 2 of those times were for swimming, and the most recent was marathon. So you think about that. Haley Chura, a very established athlete, talks about loving to travel, see different places. And by the way, yes, the track at Watkins Glen is breathtaking. Beautiful within the trees there in New York. As we continue to watch race leader Sara Perez Sala so comfortably out front, looking so strong, trying to increase the gap as we see Sif Madsen has made the pass on Barthelemy and has taken that second spot away from Barthelemy. Then it's back to Angie Olmo in 4th and Derron in 5th right now. Haley Chura back there in 6th, but we just heard Haley Chura on the move right now, trying to get by Derron.
Great to see Grace Alexander up there as well. Another one of our very strong contenders here today. Herring in that top 10 position. So losing time, 3:22 back now, but we know that Jackie Herring's strength is her run, but good to see her up in the top 10.
How big of a gap does Sara Perez Sala have to have on someone like Jackie Herring when they get off the bike so that she could potentially win this event?
And you know, Rick, that's exactly what Sara Perez Sala is doing. Sara, she can run. When she's in form, she's a very good runner. I wouldn't say it's her strength, but she definitely can run. But she would know that she's got some very, very speedy short course athletes behind her in the likes of Olmo and Barthelemy and Derron. And then, of course, with Jackie Herring. And seeing what Jackie Herring did last year, I remember being here in the booth thinking there's no way in the world that she's going to catch Lucy Hall, but she did. So Jackie Herring, I think a couple of minutes, give or take, between 1:30, 2 minutes.
Okay.
If Jackie's having one of her great run days, we know that she's running well. We know that she's just set a couple of PBs. So Sara needs a lead off the bike, there's no doubt.
The prize money for this event on both the men's and women's side is $100,000. It will be split evenly, $50,000 for the women and $50,000 for the men, and it's divided up over the top 8. So the top 8 athletes will all get a portion of that $100,000 that is out there for them. So as we see right now, you look at down to 8, Jackie Herring's outside the top 8 right now. And so those athletes that are fighting for a part of that paycheck, obviously it's great to come out and compete, but this is a sport where you've got to make money to do it.
Absolutely.
And so they're in it to get a piece of that pie.
Take home a paycheck. That's always the way you want to take home a paycheck at the end of the day.
There's Sif Madsen in the 2nd position.
Yep.
Olmo has made it up to 3rd and passed Barthelemy. Val had a great swim. Is that taking its toll early in this bike ride?
You know, I think, as we were discussing earlier, I think she's chosen a bike that that's maybe not quite as fast, but she's also choosing a plan that's fast for her. And, you know, all these short course women can run really fast. And so I think she's focusing on that. It's like, how much can I hold on the bike and then run really fast?
And she did mention that in an interview that we had, the piece we had on earlier. She said she is going to really go for it on that swim and on the run. And so I think with our long distance athletes, they know that their strength is the bike. It's what they're going to make their gains on. Whereas our short course athletes are really going to make the gains on the swim and then at the end on the run. Someone like Sif Madsen, she's a little bit in between. We know that she's a very strong cyclist for a short course athlete. Magnus Ditlev has told me that they've spent a lot of time on her position on the time trial frame. She is used to riding this frame, whereas someone like Valerie Barthelemy in the background there, not so used to being in that time trial frame. I think Valerie's mindset right now is just hold on, try and keep the deficit to a minimum, and then once I get into T2 and onto that run, unleash that run power that I've got.
Sif Madsen is just holding such a beautiful aero position. Magnus was not lying. He worked really hard to assist her with some aero gains here. Her arms are pretty much touching. I don't know how she's managing to hold this position, but she looks really strong. She's slowly closing on Sara Perez Sala. The last time gap I saw was 57 seconds. And so between her and Angelica, they are definitely some of our fastest moving cyclists. And interestingly, they both come from a short course background, but they were both our wild cards. They were our 24th and 25th ranked athlete because they've raced so little in the last few years. So Sif is looking very strong on the bike here.
And at just 21 years old, learning lessons from a veteran of Sara Perez Sala. Take a look at this gap. Sara just about to go out of screen, and almost on the same straightaway is Sif Madsen. So Sif Madsen making up ground here.
And let me tell you, there is nothing more satisfying for someone in Sif Madsen's position than being able to look up the road and see first place. And it's only going to drive her on. It's only going to make her more hungry to get to the front.
Will her team be telling her too how far back she is and giving her kind of that information?
Oh, definitely. Magnus Ditlev, her partner, will be down on ground telling her the splits. She will be knowing that that gap is coming down, but also being able to, there's a difference between someone telling you that the gap's coming down and you actually physically being able to see it. It's such a great feeling.
And that's what's so amazing about racing on this track. It's enormous. You know, I've never been in one of these, and you know, when I came last year, it was just like, holy cow, this is huge. And it's 4 kilometers around, and those straight stretches, that's a long way. So when we see that shot, it actually looks like they're quite close, but it's stretched out. It's hard to tell how enormous this is. And so the beauty is you've got those straight stretches and you can see all the way down.
Yeah, the front stretch is 3,500 feet and the back stretch is 3,000 feet. So yes, you are looking a long ways in front and behind you when you get on the straightaways. And the banking here, we won't see anyone go up on the banking, but the banking here, 32 degrees, which if you were to try to stand on that, you have to lean into the banking, otherwise you'd fall down this racetrack. But of course they're on the apron here, and another little drink there for Sara Perez Sala as she's out front looking very comfortable. But I wonder if she'll be getting the info that Sif Madsen is starting to gain ground on her.
Yeah, look, it's still at 52 seconds. So even though Sif is gaining, it's minimal gains. And I have to say, I'm just so impressed with the way Sara Perez Sala is racing right now. She looks so cool, relaxed in the shoulders. She's continuing to hydrate exactly when she needs to do so. And just her position on the bike, knees nice and close to the frame. She's absolute perfection. And just having a really, really great day. And, you know, as I said, she's had a bit of an up and down year, health issues that she's had. She had COVID only a couple of weeks ago, so we were a little unsure when she came in how she was going to perform. But I think she's telling us without a doubt that she is on form and she really wants to win.
Here comes Sif Madsen, and again we talked about Magnus Ditlev, partner to Sif Madsen, and she will be getting splits from Magnus. As a matter of fact, Shannon is right next to him.
Yeah, how about that for race support, right? You got one of the top triathletes in the world as your boyfriend. He's standing down here on pit road. He's actually telling her who is in front of her and who is behind her. You can see him with the whiteboard, but he is getting cues as to when she's coming down pit road. You see her right now. Yep, giving a little bit of a thumbs up right there. But of course, she is the youngest, 21 years old out here in this field. But Magnus did tell us that she's been dealing with some stress fractures, some injuries. So that's something they're going to be watching for during the run. He says because it's not an all-out sprint, he thinks that she will be okay, rely a little bit more on strength than pure speed. But that's certainly something they'll be keeping their eye on, guys.
You guys aren't as familiar with racing, but I'm telling you, this just took me back about 30 years when on pit road they would show the race car drivers the signs of where they were back or if they needed to pit. That's spectacular.
And see, we just don't have it in the sport of triathlon, or it's not usual in the sport of triathlon. So, and this close-up shot right now, he's obviously, Olmo is the threat. So, Magnus is making sure that Sif knows exactly how far Olmo is. Behind her now.
Getting a little shorter now.
Getting down under that 50-second mark. So, and interesting to see. We talk about this course here at the track being fast and furious. We know it's deadpan flat. Both Perez, Sala and Madsen, two of the most aero on course on their bikes, both on time trial frames, both disc wheel, both really, really quite aggressive aero positions, and both women riding the fastest on course.
Yeah, it's no wonder. They've definitely, you can see, they've spent the time to do that. Sid's riding really smoothly. You're not seeing a lot of upper body movement. Her head is staying in exactly the same position. So when you see that consistency from one athlete to the next and they're both riding fast, it's for a reason.
Sif's last lap was the fastest lap that has been turned today. So wow. She is really starting to turn it on as she's past the halfway point of this ride. That's
impressive. And we can see the flags out here, and the wind is picking up. It's a little bit different direction than it has been. So these athletes were out the last 2 days riding on this course and, getting a feel for that wind and how to ride it. And that's racing it. You never know what you're going to get. And so, maybe Sif is just a little better at sensing what she needs to do and when she needs to put more pressure on the pedals. And so she's actually riding, even though this course is dead flat, she's riding it in different ways and a little bit harder, so almost like hills, doing little intervals, and she's finding speed somewhere.
And Angie Olmo in third place now. She's really moving up through the field as well. 1 minute 17 back. So Perez Sala leading as she's done from the very, very beginning. Madsen 48 seconds down, and Olmo 1:17.
A little move further back in the field for the 5th position, and this is Julie Derron that is going to take over that spot. Haley Chura.
Yeah, she's riding really well. She had a really good swim. She put herself in the race, and now she's being really consistent on the bike, and just look at her, just nice and smooth and ticking it off. She's moving her way up, and she's one of those long course athletes, yes. And she's going to be at the front, and she can run well.
Again, that's Haley Chura getting by Julie Derron for the 5th spot. And she'll be setting her sights now on Val Barthelemy. Val about 50 seconds in front of her, almost a minute.
This is a great shot of the curve. Yes, you get that straight ahead shot, when you're behind somebody, but then, on this bend, you're almost looking across at them, and that doesn't really happen when you're behind and chasing. You don't get to look over and say, okay, that's where I need to be. And this course is so unique that way to find, like I was saying earlier, with the ways to be motivated. Well, you can see your competition all throughout this course and just look over and be like, okay, I'm gaining. And you can put little marks up there yourself and go, okay, I'm closer than I was on that previous lap.
Then that puts the bullseye right on Sara Perez Sala. And how difficult is that to be out there and in command of the race, which she's really done from the beginning. Her and Val went out at the very beginning, had a great swim. Now she has dominated the cycling part. So how difficult is it for her to lead this race without somebody there to try to get after?
I think it's a position that Sara Perez Sala is well and truly used to and likes to be in that position. We know when we talk to the likes of Lucy Charles Barclay, it's how she likes to race. Get out in front, hold it as long as possible and be the carrot that the rest have to chase. If you want me, you're going to have to come to me. And I know Sara Perez Sala also likes to race that way. She likes to race out front. She has control. She dictates the race, and she makes the athletes come to her.
Still hasn't come into screen yet. Sif Madsen in the all-white top with the white helmet, and still waiting for, she's in second. There she is, now coming into screen. So again, about 48 seconds back from Sara here on lap 9 that they're underway with of the 15 laps.
And we know with Sif Madsen had a lot of injury problems, a lot of stress fractures. We know that her swim biking, as we can see right now, really, really strong, but there is a little bit of a question mark over her run. So it'll be interesting once we get into T2 to see how Sif is able to run. She hasn't been able to do the sort of run training or speed training, interval training that will be needed for this run today. We know it's going to be a fast run. We've got some incredible runners out on course right at the moment, but let's see. I hope she can have a great run.
There's 5th and 6th. Again, we mentioned how Haley Chura was able to take the spot away from Julie Derron.
You know, and yeah, you see Julie Derron right here. She got past, but she's trying to stay in touch. She's trying to use that as motivation to keep her moving forward, not let Haley just blow by. Just go, okay, I'm getting past, but how can I be more efficient? How can I draw this out and draw me forward even? And you know, she's not going to let that gap, you know, go. And you know, she's staying outside of the 20 meters, so there's no draft there. So they're both having to work just as hard. And so Julie is just having to go, okay, how long can I stay here? How long can I stay here?
Again, about 50 seconds in front of Haley Chura is Val Barthelemy.
Great shot there of Haley Chura. She likes to be all matchy-matchy. Shannon brought it up before, and I must admit, back when I raced, I like to be matchy-matchy, right down to even my hair tie. So we know that Haley Chura has her nails painted in yellow as we look at last year's winner, our defending champ, Jackie Herring.
Currently 9th and 3 minutes 38 seconds behind Sala.
And I think she's riding really well. Like she's only losing, you know, seconds at a time. She's not losing
big
chunks of, you know, 15, 20, 30 seconds at a time. It's just slowly drawing out. So Jackie's she's pacing her ride. She's like, okay, I'm in this to the end, and she knows she has the run.
Yeah, we've talked about the strength, the training sessions that she's done on the run, and know that she's in great condition. But the question is, how far back can she be and still be able to reel in who's ever leading this race?
So we did get Torsten onto the case for that, and he says on paper, he's guessing that Jackie can have around 3 minutes 30 on Sara Perez. So she could be 3:30 down on Sara Perez and still potentially run her down.
And we're looking at it, and she's sitting right at that 3:30, you know, 3:39. So she's at that window. And so does she go harder? You know, does she try and press it? You know, does she know that she's 3:30 down, 3:40 down? And, you know, is she going to get anxious and go, okay, I got to try and pick it up and throw her pacing off? Or is she going to say, I'm going to stay on my race? And Mary Sara is going to falter a little bit. She went out hard. Who knows?
That's the big question now. Sara Perez Sala, can she finish at this pace? Can she take on that third discipline, the run here? 3 laps around this track, which turns into 8.2 miles or 13.2 kilometers for that run. That's still in front of them as they have 7 laps to go here in the cycle.
Yeah, this is an interesting shot too when you get the view from behind and how much of the head you can see. You know, if the tail of the helmet is like the only thing you can see, that's a little indicator of how low they are, how aerodynamic they are, if their head is actually leading the way for their body. And, you know, as we can see here, if we were going to be behind Sara, you'd probably just see the tiniest little bit of her helmet, and she just is cutting through the wind.
Just behind Julie Derron is Kaidi Kivioja.
Not bad, Rick. Not bad at all.
Kivioja, it just rolls off the tongue, right?
It does.
Took some practice.
We've been practicing all week long. Let's be honest.
Grace Alexander behind behind her in 7th and 8th position. There's Heidi.
Here's a good example of the head up and down. So
A lot of movement.
She's trying to stay aero. She's trying to, but then she's like, okay, I got to look. I got to see where I am. You know, so is that a position adjustment she needs to make? You know, moving forward. Okay, so I can just hold my head still, because really, aerodynamically, that's your biggest loss. Is anytime you move significantly and that head going up and down. Each time you do that, you're just losing little seconds here and there.
And this is just telling us that Kaidi hasn't spent a great deal of time in the aero position, particularly in a race simulation. It's one thing to get down on your time trial bike out in training, cruising along, but to do it at race pace for a set duration of time, that's when you'll see the differences. And I think we're seeing that right now with Kaidi, is it's just not comfortable.
Yeah, and again, you can see those flags in the background. It's kind of coming across their body, and so, you know, it's hitting their right shoulder. And, you know, the beauty is you're on a track, so eventually it's going to be right shoulder, then it's going to be right side on, and then it's going to be behind them, pushing them down. And so how do you ride that? How do you get the benefit of the wind, and then how do you be efficient?
It's Derron Kivioja, as well as Alexander and Jackie Herring on screen there.
Yeah, see, there's Jackie. She's trying to stay in touch with these guys. She's just trying to be relaxed. You know, now she's got this, you know, motivation in front of her for her pacing. Again, she's not getting a draft back there. 20 meters back, everybody's facing the wind, and so now I think she's just going to try and settle in and be like, okay, I gotta stay with these two ahead of me.
What I love about Jackie Herring too, self-coached, so doesn't have a coach, coaches herself. 2 kids, Skylar and Hunter. And of all of the professional women in the long course field, probably trains less than anyone. I think under 20 or around that 20 hours a week mark, which for a long distance athlete is minimal. So just so impressed with Jackie Herring. Takes it all on, no complaints, gets it done. Everything is around family, so training is done around family, around her kids. They come first and foremost. And to think of the results that this young woman has been able to achieve on such a small amount of training, it just shows she really is all class.
Yeah, I think she's going to be comfortable with this position. You know, I don't think she's worrying. I don't think she's stressing. Definitely not at this point. It's like we said, it's within her range, you know, the 330, 340. But that 330, 340 is if Sara runs really well. So that's like ideal. Both of them are running ideal. So at the end of the day, when you're racing, you don't know what's going to happen. So you have to stay in it, and you have to stay positive, because Sara might end up walking.
Right.
And there goes a minute just like that. So I think she's happy where she is. I think she's going to have come out of the water going, I had a good swim. I'm near the front, and so now I'm racing my race, and I'm going to be smooth. I'm going to hydrate. I'm going to eat, and I'm in it.
Hey guys, you were talking about Jackie Herring being that mom. You know, I'm a mom of 2 as well, so certainly when you're trying to manage it all, work, this sport, and being a mom as well. When I spoke to Jackie on the phone, she was actually getting ready to head here to Daytona. She came in a little bit late. She said her husband's been traveling a lot for work, so she had to have her mother, who lives in this area, come up to take care of her kids who are still at home up there in Wisconsin. But she did tell me one of the cool things about racing here at Daytona is that she grew up watching NASCAR with her dad. She said they had it on every single Sunday. So when they first announced this race a few years ago, she said it was so cool, something she absolutely had to sign up for. But yes, she does it all. She is definitely the woman who does it all out here.
Okay.
So Jackie Herring, I'm sure, would love nothing more than to finish the season on a high. She's had a huge season this year.
You see the numbers tattooed on her knees. She has the number 1 there as the top-ranked athlete. A lot of times we'll see bibs with bib numbers, but we don't see that this year, and we're not going to see that this year, are we, Belinda?
We are not. Normally, we've done away in many of the races now with bibs, number bibs on the bike, but normally we will need them on the run. But we will not see bib numbers at all in the race here today. Of course, going back to the infamous bib gate back in Miami, where Jody Stimpson lost her race number on the track and then found it again, thankfully. got out of a penalty, but yes, it's great to see. Moving forward, no bibs, and hence why we see those tattoos on the forearms and also on the legs of our athletes here.
A year ago, we talk about the gap that Jackie Hering had to overcome. She passed Lucy Hall on the very last lap. Well, she was 5 minutes back from race leader when they got off of the bike in T2. And so a little bit closer here for Jackie Hering, still right around hovering in that 3-minute 40-second gap that she is behind Sara.
Difference being it's shorter this year.
Right.
So she's going to have less time to make up that gap. But again, Lucy Hall last year was also a phenomenal runner. You know, so the question is, you know, maybe on paper it's 3:30, but maybe it's actually 4 minutes for Sara.
We keep talking about Sara and Jackie, but what we are forgetting is these short course women in between. Olmo, Barthelemy, Derron, these three are three of the fastest runners in triathlon, in short course triathlon. Very, very accomplished runners. So it's not like it's going to be just Sara and Jackie. We've got at least 3 or 4 athletes in between these women right now that are also going to come into T2, and they are going to mean business. And we know that Val Barthelemy said she is going to really give it absolutely everything on that run. Used to running 10 kilometers. This is a little longer,
right,
but not that much. Not that much to make a difference. And I am probably what I am most excited about here is once they do finish this bike ride, when they start that run, to see just how fast these short course women take off for that first lap of 3.
Definitely. And, you know, Angie Olmo, she's actually holding really well. She's at a minute 12 back. You know, Sif is kind of getting a few seconds, going back a few seconds. She has closed on Sara, but Angie is, we know she's a great runner. So if she's only, you know, a minute or a minute 30, or even if that opens up a bit. But again, this is her first time on a TT bike. So it's going well now, but we still have a lot of riding to do. So Angie is strong in this front half, but as we were talking earlier, it's a long race, and it's longer for these short course athletes.
Here comes Jackie, by the way. This is Jackie
coming through. Oh, look at that great, the plane coming into the background. Of course, we've got the Daytona International Airport really, really close, basically next door to the track. But Jackie Hering continuing to ride her own race and do very, very well. But for Madsen, Olmo and Barthelemy, our 2nd, 3rd and 4th, first time doing a non-drafting race over that Olympic distance. So that Olympic distance of 1.5, 40 and 10. But great shot, overhead shot here of Jackie Hering.
And that's a good example of she just stayed patient, you know. They were ahead of her, and she's like, I'm just going to keep doing my thing. And then sure enough, she's hitting her pace, and now she's moving back ahead.
But wouldn't you say that is probably Jackie Hering's greatest strength? Along with her run, I would say her 2nd greatest strength as an athlete is her patience, is her ability to block out the noise and concentrate on herself and do what she needs to do. She knows her body better than anyone else, and every time I watch Jackie race, I never see her stress, I never see her get flustered. She just gets on with business.
When you have 2 kids, I think you get good at blocking stuff out.
It's a natural,
6 and 4.
As a kid, I know my mom blocked me out a lot.
6 and 4-year-olds, Hunter 6, Skylar 4 for Jackie Hering. Are we seeing Sara Perez Sala maybe not be able to keep up the pace, and now we're starting to see these gaps close a little bit with Sif Madsen, Angie Olmo? They have closed the gap. It's 34 seconds now back to Madsen, and only a little over a minute back to Olmo.
Yeah, look, I think Perez Sala's just doing, she's still in control, she still looks good. Normally towards the latter stages of the bike, you can always tell if an athlete's gone out a little hard because you start to get a lot more movement in the upper body, the head starts to wobble. But yeah, the closest battle right now, as you can see, Hayley Chura and Julie Derron. Great to see Derron is really doing exactly what you said, Brent. She's trying to minimize, she's using Hayley Chura as much as she can. She doesn't want that gap to open up or that elastic band to break, so she's doing everything in her power to stay with Hayley. Hayley riding very, very well today.
We are at the short course distance now.
Ooh.
So we're 10 laps in, and so that's 40 kilometers. So that's what the short course athletes are. This is what they're used to racing. Now we're going into long course territory. So I think in these next few laps, we might start seeing some of the short course athletes feeling some fatigue, and we might see some movement. And, you know, Haley Chura, this is getting closer to her wheelhouse now.
Just behind Haley Chura is Julie Derron, the European champion, Valencia 2021. She says Olympic aspirations are what the big goals are for her. Here's what she had to say about her goal for this event.
I think racing Daytona, the immediate goal is to have a good end to the season, to have some fun, make me a stronger athlete, challenge me to see what I can do on this distance, and it's pretty close to Olympic distance. So to have something maybe a bit harder, even doing everything by yourself, will make me stronger.
And she's got to be strong growing up with two sisters that were also triathletes.
Very good triathletes.
Yeah, followed in kind of the footsteps there. So much success out of that family.
And did you hear what she said then? She said she's doing this race, even though it might be harder because she's doing it on her own. And of course, these short course athletes are used to having federations around them and teams around them. The longer distance, it's all about individual sport. Very rarely do they have big teams or help, but she's doing it because it's going to make her stronger. And Léo Bergère mentioned that before, because he's obviously done a longer distance race. He said that he couldn't believe the difference after racing Lanzarote and winning it, which was a half distance race, and then going into Yokohama, which was an Olympic distance race. The strength that he felt he had from doing that longer distance race, he said he got to the end of 10 kilometres, he felt like he could have gone again. So I think we're seeing quite a few of our short course athletes start to dabble in this longer distance racing because it is helping their short distance racing. It's making them stronger, more durable, less injury, and that's what it's all about. So we've seen it more and more again. The Norwegians obviously have been doing it for a while now, but it's great to see more and more of our short course specialists coming across and really using these longer distance races as a training platform for their short distance racing.
Definitely, and getting, you know, if you ride that bike in an Olympic distance race more strongly, you're going to run faster. You know, so putting all your eggs into the I'm going to, you know, run real fast basket, if you're too tired from the ride, then you're not going to be able to use it. So doing these longer distances where you got to go and ride on your own, you got to build those leg muscles to push big power on the bike. It's going to help them for even the shorter, faster stuff.
Julie Derron told us that it was 6 years old when she did her first triathlon. And of course, Clash Endurance is a family sport event. There'll be age groupers here that will be aspiring to one day be a professional at this level.
But Julie Derron, probably of our short course specialists, has the most experience over longer distances. Incorporates longer distance racing, has even raced a full distance event in Italy, where she finished second, coached by Brett Sutton. He's always been a big believer in his short course athletes racing over the longer distance to get that strength and that durability in their bodies. So.
And she did that one on a road bike. So she did too. She did the full distance on a road bike. So again, it's what works and what makes you fast and strong and able to do the whole distance.
Alicia.
Watching Haley and Julie, I have to comment on this, Belinda, especially as you have experience with working with the same coach as Julie. Look at that difference in cadence. It is remarkable. There's got to be at least 20 RPMs difference. Haley looks like she's riding at least 85. Julie, 60, 65. And it's just fascinating to see that two athletes moving the same speed are moving that power in a very different way. So we'll see how that pays off on the run.
Very nice pickup, Alicia, and you are correct. I think I used to race at about 55 to 60. Every time I raced, and I loved it. It certainly didn't affect my run. It's what you're used to training. That's the sort of training that we did day in, day out, is just push a big gear, over gearing pretty much every session down in the error bars. And you can see the difference right now on screen. Haley Chura with a much, much faster cadence than Derron behind.
And I think that's something that long course athletes sometimes it works for them. Sometimes they need to adapt it a bit. You know, Haley here, she's run some really fast marathons, and so sometimes if you get bogged down into a really heavy power cadence, it's hard to get that efficiency to then run well for, you know, a full marathon. So I think she's adapted herself to find that efficiency and be smooth on the bike, so she's not carrying too much muscle fatigue. And, you know, whereas at the shorter distance, if you're pushing that bigger gear, you're pushing that power, well, they're running faster, and there's more power with speed.
And take a look at this. That's Jackie Herring.
Nice.
3:42 back from Sara Perez Sala. But right there in 8th now as she got by Alexander.
So now in the money.
In the money.
In the money right now.
I'd mentioned earlier Julie Derron did her first triathlon when she was 6 years old. They're actually in the age groupers. There's a 6-year-old that's going to be doing a triathlon. There's also an 87-year-old that will be doing a triathlon here this weekend. So again, all ages able to come out and enjoy here at Daytona.
When we look at our female field alone, our youngest, Sif Madsen at 21, our oldest, Rach McBride at 44. Incredible.
That's right.
Good age spread there. And this is a good example here. You got Jackie and Kaidi right ahead of her, and so this is the long course chasing down the short course. We're like I said,
stages.
We're in that zone now. She's just picking off those short course one at a time, and then, you know, it's, you know, people are like, oh well, there's only 1 or 2 laps to go. Well, this is a big track.
That's right.
1 or 2
They're
laps.
Big track. Yeah, big laps.
Still a lot of distance, and so there's still lots of time for Jackie to keep moving forward and picking up. And this is, again, the time where those short course athletes are going to start tightening up and start shortening their pedal stroke and start feeling that fatigue. And it could happen really quickly, and they could slow down a lot.
Multicolored outfit there in Lesley Smith.
And that's Rachel Mensch that she's just overtaken. So Lesley Smith also starting to move through the field, which is a good position for Lesley to be in. We know her strength is the run.
We saw Lesley make that pass. Shannon.
Yeah, as far as Lesley, she told me this week coming into this race, it's all about no drama for her. She actually had some struggles at the Worlds in St. George. She said during the bike portion, she started, it was super cold, 35 degrees. She started to lose her vision and couldn't steer straight on that bike. So she wasn't able to finish DNF'd that race. She wanted to come in here because she could not have her season end on a high note. Because I want you to just take a look, T2, right? We're very familiar with this. When I started doing triathlons, the #1 piece of advice that I got was don't do anything new on race day, so you know that this is super planned out. It's interesting, Lesley Smith does have a cooling mechanism down here as it starts to get hotter. You can notice some of the female athletes have their socks already placed into their shoes, ready to go. Sara Perez, she won that preem for T1, so she's going to go sockless because she did not put socks on in T1, so this is how she's looking. She does not have any of the gels down here. She does have that liquid, which of course, guys, as you know, probably has all of her nutrition right in there. Because it is hot down here, these athletes will have to rely on the nutrition on the run portion.
Saw pass for 4th just moments ago. Haley Chura able to take the spot away.
Yeah, you know, as you're getting past, again, you got to try and here we go. We see Val sitting up. She's starting to stretch out. You know, she's taking that opportunity where she gets past and she has to fall back. That's the rule. As soon as the passer comes by you and gets any bike part ahead of you, you have to start moving backwards. And so she had to slow down. So she made a good decision there. Well, if I got to slow down, I might as well sit up and stretch out my back. And now she's settled into her position. And again, she's going to hopefully keep her eyes ahead on Haley and go, okay, how do I let her just go away ever so slightly?
And something we haven't spoken about, and we're seeing right here now, these short course women, they are used to having, you know, 10, 15, 20 or more athletes around them at any given time, particularly on the bike. This is a whole different ball game for them, being out there on their own. And so while, you know, they don't want athletes to obviously overtake them, it's not something they're not used to. And I like the fact that she took that opportunity to get up out of the aero bars, stretch her back a little bit. There's nothing she can do about it. Haley's overtaken her. But then as soon as she's done that, straight back down on the aero bars. But I'd love to know exactly what our short course women are thinking, because this race is spread out. There's no groups. You know, they're all spread out, they're all doing their own thing, and it's not something that our short course ladies are used to.
This is a, you know, really tough position when you're passing and there's multiple athletes that you're trying to pass, because you only have 45 seconds to get by each one. And so when there's a few women in a row like this and you're at the back, you got to commit to that pass, because you got to go all the way to the front. You can't, if they're all equally spaced, you can't stop part way and slide in. And so that's why you're seeing Kaidi here she's going to have to put in a big effort to get all the way to the front. And if there's not a gap for her to move in here, she's going to have to try and even take over Haley.
She has 45 seconds per pass. So that's the one thing that is in her favor. But what you just mentioned is that's a lot of energy she's going to have to expel to try to get by multiple bikes at one time.
And 45 seconds goes by quickly, especially it's timing as well, because depending on where you choose to pass on this course, you could be pulling out into a stronger headwind. And so, you know, or if you're with a tailwind and everybody, that's probably the worst time to try and pass is with a tailwind, because everybody is moving really fast. And so you just have to ride that many more kilometers an hour. But it looks like she's gotten past them, and she's now hopefully going to be able to settle in. But again, you can, oh, there you go. See, she's had to go all the way to the front. She's now ahead of Haley. So she's actually unpassed herself, because Haley came around early. So we're seeing a little battle here. You know, this is short course, long course going head to head, overtaking each other. This is fantastic.
Kaidi just made an extremely assertive move that has splintered the group behind her a little bit. She could have slotted in on Haley. She had the space to do it. She didn't do it, which tells me she feels good. She wants to put her nose in the wind and get to the front of this group. Julie Derron does look to be suffering a little bit. The gap definitely opened up a little bit more than it was. So this is a really pivotal moment on the bike, in my opinion, for athletes like Jackie Herring, who is now at the back and no longer riding with Kaidi, and for Julie Derron as well. So really, really assertive riding coming out of Kaidi and Haley Chura right now.
Yeah, this is pivotal right now. This gap to Julie is opening, and you know, this sort of group here of three. This is where, you know, we're in the final stages of the bike. So are they going to be able to hold it, or are we seeing possibly a big gap open up?
But what I love, who is that at the back of this group that's just come together now? It is no other than Jackie Herring. What an incredible, technically brilliant race that this woman has had here today. She's just bided her time. You can see now that the biggest mover in the wrong direction for me is obviously Val Barthelemy. You can see her on screen. You've got Julie Derron on screen right now, but right behind. And she is the only one moving backwards. So she is starting to feel the effects of the slightly longer bike ride that we've got here today over the Olympic distance. But Jackie Herring looking very ominous in the background there.
Magnificent, and her time is at 3:45. We're at that time split where she is a threat right to the front, you know. And so exactly, she has picked her pacing. And again, I think we still have 2 laps left, you know, so some more time can be taken. We might see Jackie make a pass here. It's exciting.
And she came out of the water 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind Sara Perez Sala. So now she has dropped back a bit, but as you guys are mentioning, she hasn't dropped so far back that she's not attainable. So she is running I guess as far as strategy-wise, a perfect race for her.
And we know that her bike splits for each lap, so 15 laps, have all been within 10 seconds of each other. That is a perfectly executed ride.
And that's what you have to do over the long distance. You have to be consistent. You can't go hard for, you know, 60K and then, you know, go easy for 40K and then go hard for another 20K. You just have to hit that pace, tick it over. So again, long course efficiency and pacing, we're going to see it now. They may stay together on the bike, but it's going to who paid the dividends for the run is the pacing, who has the legs left. And, you know, Jackie's just being really smooth and smart.
Cadence right now for Barthelemy, quite a bit different than she's got such an incredible pace right now as we're under 2 laps to go here on the bike. when the athletes came out of the water and headed to T1, it was Sara Perez Sala who decided that she wanted that bonus. A very quick transition for her.
Of course, Jackie Herring had a great swim for Jackie. I was really, really surprised how close she was to that lead group.
Sara just leading. She took the lead right away, and she wanted to dominate this race, and she's stayed there. She's committed.
That was Val Barthelemy that was back there. Angie Olmo was the fastest first lap, and so she received the bonus thanks to Clash Endurance. And then Sif Madsen made the push and all the way up to second place on the bike. And you see Magnus Ditlev, the thumbs up saying, you're gaining, you are gaining.
And then we have Haley Chura. Again, just playing a smart move, swam well, riding really smoothly and efficiently. So she's in a great spot.
Great shot over there of that plane landing as Jackie Herring making her way through the field.
And here we are. They're all together. They're all close. This is going to be a barn burner on the run.
This is exactly what we wanted, though, wasn't it, Brent? We wanted to see the short course women, the long course women coming to get hit. But this lady, Sara Perez Sala, she's led from the swim and has not looked back.
So smooth, so good.
And now coming up on the final lap for Sara Perez Sala. Again, just a 37-second gap over Madsen. Olmo back there, a minute 21. We saw Kaidi Kivioja. She was able to move up to fourth.
Ah, perfect. Look at this.
Look at this, Jackie.
She's made the move. She's like, you short coursers, get out of the way. Get out of the way. I want to move up. And there we have it. You know, two long course athletes right beside each other.
I have friends back home in Australia who are up watching purely for Jackie.
And watch what Jackie Herring is able to do here. Go from 8th to 6th. You guys mentioned it earlier. You've got to complete these passes. Well, Jackie has decided under 2 laps to go on the bike. She is going to make those passes. She goes up to 7th and then to 6th. And right now that's where she's riding.
Oh, Rick, I think she's going to continue to move through the field. She has just timed this to absolute perfection as she goes past Julie Derron. And look at the difference in speed. I mean, this is incredible. I think Jackie's actually getting faster. As expected, as this race goes on, she is getting into her groove and she's actually picking up the pace. But this is incredible racing from her right now.
Jackie is still hovering around that 350 mark. I know Torsten gave us the data of 330 being a really critical amount of time. Jackie will absolutely close this gap on the run. How much time does she need? That's the question. We know she's not afraid. I think Lucy Hall, it was almost 6 minutes, if I'm remembering correctly, last year, so she's not afraid of a time gap. We'll see what she's going to need today to come away with the win, but she's executing a flawless performance.
And we know one thing out of Jackie Herring, and she put this on social media earlier. I'm ready to use whatever is left in the tank and have a fun day out there doing what I love. And that's exactly what she's shown us, is she will give everything. And we saw a last lap pass a year ago at this race, as the last lap is now underway for Sara Perez Sala.
But you've nailed it, Rick. I think the greatest thing about this race here in Daytona, it is the last race of the year for all of the athletes out today, our females and our males. As look at this, Jackie Herring going past Haley, Chura. She is on a roll and she is not going to stop. I think she wants to try and tick off as many of the athletes as she can before she enters T2, and she knows once she gets onto that run, well then she's in her world then, and it's going to be quite exciting to see just if she's able to catch Sara Perez Sala out front.
Well, and you know, at this stage of the race, every person you take off your list ahead of you, it just gives you a little boost. And she's just passed 3 extraordinarily strong women, and each time she's just like, okay, I'm doing it, I'm moving forward.
Do we think that Jackie Herring is the strongest runner in the field, though? Will she have competition that will be chasing her down as well?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know with these short course athletes, they are. They're class runners. They really are. However, we don't know how much this bike, these last 2 laps, I think these last 2 laps on the bike have been pivotal in this race.
Absolutely.
And I think if we were to get close-up shots of both Hayley Chura on screen right now and Jackie Herring, they would have a nice relaxed face. Their breathing would be nice and controlled. On the flip side, I think if we looked at Derron and Julie Derron and a couple of the other short course ladies, I think there would be more stress on their faces. I think these last couple of laps have taken a lot more out of them than what it would have with our longer distance athletes.
Kivioja right here in front of Jackie Derron. You see her looking up quite often at 4th place, so she sees 4th. Does she want to take it before T2? That's the question that right now probably is going through Jackie Herring's mind. Do I try to overtake her, expel that energy that it would take to get past 4th before we get up to the transition?
Again, I think she's just being very strategic. She's not choosing to do it by putting in a big surge and hurting her legs. She knows she's in the latter stages of this bike, so putting in a hard surge is not going to help her run. So she's picking one off and then settling into her rhythm, and then she's seeing her pacing and assessing. And I think, you know, we're in the last lap, so is it going to be worth it for her to put in one last little effort to get around, or just stay smooth, pick the cadence up, and get the run legs ready?
And did you see the difference then on screen? You've got Jackie Herring, hardly any upper body movement, whereas Kaidi, head is constantly going up and down. You mentioned it before, Rick. She's looking up, she's looking down. And that's just a sign, that really is a sign of getting tired, getting irritable, not feeling comfortable. If you're able to sit down low, and you can see in the background now, it looks like Julie Derron has overtaken Hayley Chura, so Nina, keep saying Nina, her sister. You've got Julie Derron also now moving her way back up through the field.
And you saw, though, the path didn't happen easily.
No.
She was actually, she was taking that 45 seconds, you know, so she's having to work for it, and we're heading to the run.
Well, as you mentioned, we are headed to the run. As a matter of fact, Sara Perez Sala in the final turns here at Daytona. So she'll be making her way through 3 and 4, the big banking here, and she will then head back onto pit road to T2, transition 2.
Getting some last hydration in before. That's the thing. Trying to do something when you're first heading out onto the run, your body's just trying to figure out how to get those legs going. You know, you've just been on the bike for an hour and a half. So right now is a great time to get some hydration in, get your last little bit of fuel in, because you want to get onto the run, get in a rhythm right away.
Those legs have been pumping for, as you mentioned, almost an hour and a half now. Sib Madsen back in 2nd. She's 35 seconds back from Sara. The 21-year-old, the youngest competitor in this pro field. That's the gap, 35 seconds from 1st to 2nd.
Yeah, and on this last turn, they come around back onto the finishing stretch, and there's a lot of kind of flags and cones and stuff going on, and so you're tired. You know, again, you got to keep your head up. You got to make sure you don't turn in too early, because we have that pit stop. We also have the finish chute, so things can get a little bit confusing when you're tired and you've just been pushing, and so, you know, we want to see all these gals just have a good finish to this bike and get into transition and get out quickly. And with all that stuff in the way, you may not actually see the bike ahead of you go in. So where they have been the rest of the course, able to see way up the road, it gets a little more congested down this pit lane. So get in, get out.
It has been a clean bike. There have been no penalties, no drafting penalties that anyone will have to serve up to this point. And so Sara will now be focusing on this transition. As you see her now start to get the feet out of the shoes, stretch a little bit, knowing that she'll be hard on the brakes to pop off of the bike and make that transition again. She was the fastest in T1. We'll see what she's able to do in T2. Right foot coming out of the shoe, left foot coming out of the shoe. And Sara Perez Sala now on the brakes. They head to the Captiva Spine transition 2, and Shannon's there.
Yeah, guys, as you can see, she's just pulling her feet out for her sneakers right there as they stay clipped on, hitting that dismount part. You can see her, yeah, you can definitely tell that she's making some faces that tell the story of how hard she pushed it on that bike. We mentioned before she does have the nutrition in her drink bottle. No socks for Sara Perez as she puts those sneakers on. She's already got those tied up there, the little clips, removing her helmet, grabbing her watch. And guys, she did win that first preen, remember. She's looking pretty good right here. But I'd love to know, Belinda, how long does it take, for Brent as well, for you to get your legs underneath you when you've just been grinding for as long as they have, as we have another athlete headed towards T2 right now. This is Sif Madsen right now, taking her little stroll down pit road. All these ladies look so strong, you guys, even though they just came off, essentially not taking a break for the entire time that they were out on that racetrack. I'll hand it off to you guys. I'd love to know what I asked you, how long it takes you to get your legs underneath you.
And interesting to see, Shannon, Sif has gone with socks, Sara went without, and we'll see that throughout this race. You'll have some of the women putting socks on, others deciding, nope, I'm going sans socks. But yeah, it's never a nice feeling. It's something you need to train. But you can see straight away the cadence on Sif, really impressed with that. Nice fast cadence out of transition, whereas Sara Perez Sala was that little bit slower. As you can see, Olmo also coming in now. So Angie Olmo, she's had a great ride. Looking very, very strong.
She will have a fast transition. This is a short course athlete that knows what they're doing. She's going to rack. I'm thinking she doesn't have socks. So, yeah, she's going to be in and out.
Yeah, these ladies looking super strong. No socks, you are right, for Angelica Olma. We are waiting for that 4th through 8 group to make their way down to pit road, but you've got those top 3. They are off. Let me give you a little update on the weather conditions down here. It has increasingly gotten warmer and warmer as the sun has been beating down on us. We haven't been standing under any coverage while we've been watching the ladies, and you can really feel it. And remember, both of you guys can talk about this with that wind down the backstretch. It might be deceivingly not as hot as it really is, so it'll be really important for them to maintain that nutrition.
And Angie Olmo, how fantastic does she look out of transition? She is absolutely flying. We know Angie's had a pretty tough time of it in the last year or so, hasn't raced much at all, admitted that she lost the love for the sport, but that this race has brought back that passion, and so great to see her out there and running very, very well. And to our leader, Sara Perez Sala, not looking as comfortable as I'm sure we would like to see her. You can see that look on the face, and definitely not looking as fast as Angie.
Sif Madsen also behind her. And again, you're seeing Sara Perez Sala. That's the infield part of the road course here that leaves the track. So you're going to see them turn into this road course area that you're seeing here on the screen. They'll be doing 3 laps. It's 8.2 miles, 13.2 kilometers. But Sara already on that. You see Sif there in the background. She is making the turn also. So they were on this road course portion of the track. And we'll also see Angie Olmo. I really thought, just visually, she was fastest through T2. We'll see if someone else is going to be shooting for that preem, but Angie Olmo looked really strong, very quick, getting from off the bike and out onto the run course.
No, she did. She looked terrific. Of course, partner Léo Bergère was unable to race, so I'll be interested to know if Léo is down on ground cheering her on.
That's the first time right there we saw. That is where Sara looked back at her competition.
Just
she
to see where she
glanced
is.
back at where Sif was. Here we're seeing other athletes making their way into T2.
This is that group, that chase group.
Jackie Herring back there.
So yeah, it does look like they actually did come back together and stayed as a group of 4. There was some separation. There's a little bit back there to Julie and Haley, but you know, this is all close. So this is going to be a crazy run race between these 4.
Shannon.
Yeah, I guess the question is, how far back is too far back for these ladies? I mean, we're talking about just over 4 minutes going into the run. We know how strong Jackie Herring is on the run. We know that she certainly had some PRs recently. Oh, guys, Haley Chura had a little bit of a problem dismounting her bike. She was able to get through. And then, of course, this is like pit road, Rick. We're going through pit stops. Green flag pit stops right here at Daytona. Instead of 4 tires and fuel, they're getting their shoes and their gels and getting ready to hit that run course. Jackie Herring right now putting on that hat, that visor, because of course we know how hot it is out there. Guys, we saw her last year with that incredible run and that incredible pass, so you know she's got tons of confidence.
Tight confines here on T2 as they come in. Some of the athletes, a little bit of contact was made. And Julie Derron, the bike right there got in her way.
You know, but that's racing. That's what happens. It's congested. These short course athletes, there's sometimes 50 of them coming in together.
Right there, another close
call.
call.
See, in and out, in and out. It's, you know, the short course athletes definitely used to this. Long course athletes, usually there's, you know, minutes between each athlete.
And are they thinking about that bonus that was available to them? They're in T2.
I'm sure it's at the back of their mind. I don't think it's the most important thing on their mind, but you know, an extra $1,000 in the pocket. If you're up for a chance, why not?
Yeah, and I think Julie was like she made a very concerted effort to like and getting out, like almost sprinting out of transition as opposed to running out. So I think Julie went in there like, I want this bonus.
It's going to be close. We saw 25 seconds, approximately 25 seconds for Angie Olmo. How about a 20-second for Julie Derron is what we're seeing. So,
And look at her on screen now. She is absolutely motoring. We know that Julie Derron, very, very strong runner. I am expecting to see her make her way right up to the pointy edge of this field. She's running just as well, if not better, than Angie Olmo. Great running from Julie.
Yeah, just went by Kaidi.
First time they're turning right in a long while.
That's right.
All day.
Yeah, and great rhythm right now for Julie Derron. She's really stretching it out, trying to pull away now from Kaidi.
And again, as one of our short course specialists, is used to this distance. This distance will not be an issue for Julie at all.
And this right here is not foreign to the two of them.
No.
Going out hard, battling each other right out onto the run. You know, in the short course distance, it's every second counts on the run, and it's about setting that pace and hanging with, you know, and we're seeing Kaidi here like, okay, I gotta stay with her. I gotta just hold on, and because they can actually pull you away, and when you're running behind somebody, and there's not the draft like there is on the bike, but there's the momentum and the feel, and there's going to be wind on this run course.
Well, and from many years ago when I used to run, I always remember looking at the shoulder blades of a racer in front of you, and it would just help you. It would help you kind of not focus on the pain or what you're doing, but take your mind off of it and let them kind of do the work in front of you, as we see Rach McBride coming out of T2 now.
Great shot here of Hayley Chura, looking like she is just, yep, look at that. Great running from Hayley. She looks really, really good right now.
And, you know, we can see that she had a full top on the bike, and now she's taking it off. And as we were discussing earlier, she does struggle with the heat. And so she didn't want that extra fabric on her. And so she has really been thinking about this race and having her plan. And, you know, and we're going to see her at each aid station being really patient and taking the water.
Shannon.
She has, not only about the aid stations and the heat, you guys, but also about transition. She said that has not been her strong suit, and she was actually going to come into the area and kind of just practice, run through some things. We saw her struggle a little bit with her dismount, and then when she was here in T2, she did take off that jersey, as you just mentioned, Brent, and she had a slower stop. We talked about some of the other athletes were kind of in her way as they were trying to mount that bike. But down here right now, I mean, these women are coming through and heading off. But I do have a question for you guys. Like, in terms of the short course and the long course athletes, this has to be a place where that really kind of comes to light, right? Because the short course folks are used to getting in here and getting out, while the long course maybe take a little bit more time to do what they need to do, because it is a day-long thing, or at least for me it is, not just an all-out sprint.
No, you're right. It's definitely something that it's a lot more foreign to our longer distance athletes. They still know how to do it, but it's not something that they would practice day in, day out, and it's certainly not going to make or break their race. Whereas in a short course triathlon, you have a slow transition. It can be the difference between coming first or coming 10th. As you can see now, we have a change in our women's race. You've got Sif Madsen has now dropped back, and Angie Olmo has overtaken her. Olmo now in second, Madsen in third. And we've got Derron flying through the field now, up in fourth place. So fantastic running from two of our short course athletes.
Alicia.
Angelica Olmo is looking really, really assertive. Can see Sara, Perez, Sala. My intuition is that Angelica will make the pass on Sara by the time they come back by pit road. She looks that good. In just a few short 100 meters, she has put in it looks to be at least 20 seconds back to Sif now. So in my opinion, based off of what I'm seeing so far, Angelica is the best looking runner in the field right now.
And I'm not sure if you've had a chance to, or an opportunity to see quite yet, but Julie Derron also looking very, very similar to Olmo. So both Olmo and Derron right now on the run looking the goods.
This is, again, such a great shot and so unique about this course. You know, they have this huge long stretch that, you know, you think you're close and then you're going to turn the bend and then you're going to actually see from the side what that distance is. And, you know, when the camera drops low and sees them from the right, they almost look like they're right on each other. But then when you zoom out like this, we can see that there's bigger gaps. But, you know, you got those little carrots out there and you just keep picking them off. And, you know, Angie, there's the front of the race with Sara. That's all. I just got to get to there and I'm leading.
48 seconds, that's all there is in it. Lap one of 3. Madsen trying desperately to stay with Olmo, and you can see there she is, Julie Derron, the other female I was talking about, looking just as good, just as comfortable as Olmo.
And you can see Julie has now dropped Kaidi. So Kaidi tried to use that rhythm with her going out, you know, I got to get turnover up, but obviously she either overpaced it or she said that's faster than I want to go, I'm going to settle into my pace.
Yeah, we saw Julie Derron a pace of just over 5.5 minute mile pace, 3:25.
But Sara Perez Sala still leading, although I think those days are numbered. It will not be too long before we see a new leader. 47 seconds, so.
How great is that? We can hear her breathing.
I know.
Well, not only breathing, but I'm also listening to her feet hit the ground, and she's a little heavy right now. It almost seems like it's a little more difficult for her at the start of this run than what we saw out of Julie Herring, Angie Olmo running with a little more pop in their step.
You know, yeah, you can see that she's just not the same efficiency of runner. You know, she's running from strength as opposed to spring and efficiency. And you know, this is a lighter stride. It's just kind of ticking over. And you know, Angie actually reminds me of one of the greats, Nicola Spirig. Just how they run, sort of chest high, you know, shoulders back, head tilted up a little bit. And you know, Nicola, gold medalist. You know, she's one of the most amazing triathletes, you know, in the women's field over the years. And I think Angie is looking to just keep moving forward.
And this has got to be a great feeling for Angie, because we talked about after the situation she had at the Tokyo Olympics where she didn't finish, really took about 14 months and just mentally was trying to get back focused on the love of this sport and what she did. And she knew that she was coming out here competing for herself. There's no country, there's no organization. This is only for Angie Olmo out here. And right now she's in a position where she could take the lead here at Clash Daytona, and she's only about 30 seconds back.
Yeah, I had an opportunity yesterday to talk to Angie, and she said, obviously having this new goal, this new path, all she wanted today was to complete the race with a smile, to get the best out of herself for herself, not for anyone else, but to do it for her. And I don't think she's done that for a very long time in the sport. It's always been for someone else, or for her country, or for the federation. And so to be able to come out here today and execute a race for herself. And I think that's why we're seeing her have such a great race. She's happy, she's racing happy. And when you race happy, you race well. I mean, it's obvious, and that's what we're seeing right now.
We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Obviously, there's quite a bit of racing still to go, as this is just the first lap of the run. And fatigue is going to come into play. Some of these short course athletes that we've talked about going out so hard, it could hit them. Going out a little bit harder and running a little bit further than the distances they're used to.
Well, we saw it on the bike with Val Barthelemy dropping back in those latter stages of the ride. Are we going to see a similar situation in the latter stages of the run?
Yeah, again, she's running really efficiency. She doesn't look at her face. It's just blank. It's relaxed. So I think she is settling into a pace. You know, behind her, I think some of the women are trying to chase her and put in a big effort. You know, Julie, she went out hard, and so the question is, did she go out too hard, or is she settling in now, or is she going to be able to hold that all the way through? You know, and you got Jackie and Haley now. They're actually starting to come together, and so you got those two long course paced athletes. You know, if you put two of those together and they can swap off that pacing, especially when they get into the headwind section, and you're like, okay, you take a turn. You know, and they might do that. You know, they want to both work towards the front, and helping each other may benefit them both, and then it's a drag race.
Like you said on screen, Angie Olmo looking very, very comfortable. Only 25 seconds down now on our leader, Perez Sala. We've got Madsen, who's dropped back slightly. We thought that might be the case. We know that she has not been able to get a lot of specific run training done, having suffered quite a few stress fractures. But Angie Olmo started competing in triathlons at the age of 11. She's won multiple World Cups and under-23 European Championships. Of course, we know, went to the Olympics in Tokyo, didn't have the race that she thought she would have, ending in a DNF. No one ever wants to see a DNF next to their name.
The interesting thing is her age, 26 years old. It's still
very young.
Yeah, very young in this sport. She's been focusing on the short course, that Olympic distance, most recently at Tokyo. Now maybe a little bit out of her comfort zone, but we're seeing her shine here as she's again trying to reel in Sara Perez Sala, who is out front. But you'll see Angie Olmo will come into the screen very quickly because she has closed the gap. It's just 24 seconds now between these top two.
Look at that. There's hardly anything in it. And as I said, this is at a stage now. Angie will be seeing, you know, can see exactly where Sara is. And you grow wings, you really do. But the great thing about the sport of triathlon, Rick, is often you start in the short course triathlon. And then when you're done with that, normally in any other sport, it means you're done. But the greatest thing about our sport is you then cross, and it's almost like you get to do it all again. And so now for Angie, she's done lived the short course career. She's gone to the Olympics. She's now able to move on to a long distance career. And if this is any indication of what's to come, well, she's got a very, very successful future in long distance racing.
Bright career in front of her.
Not a bad way to do your first
one
non-drafting race. You know, move into the lead early on in the run.
So fastest runs on ground so far, Derron, Angie Olmo, 8 seconds down, and Herring 25. So Julie Derron still the fastest on track, but
again, that's so far. And there will be, for the first lap of the run, there is another bonus, another $1,000 bonus that's out there for any athlete that chooses to make that first lap of probably their race. And if it's Julie Derron, she's also coming right into the picture as far as podium finish here, running in the 4th position right now, and very strong still.
Look at Sara Perez. You can see that the look on her face still looks really good. I mean, still nice and controlled. Shoulders are still reasonably relaxed. She's definitely working hard. There's no doubt about it. And she would know that Angie Olmo is gaining on her and is running her down. It's a really tricky situation. I mean, you'd know, Brent, it's a tricky situation to be in. You've been in control of the race since the swim. You led on the bike, you led into T2, you're leading on the run, but you know in the back of your mind, there is a faster runner coming at me. Are you waiting around, or are you doing your own thing? What do you think's going through Sara's mind right now? I mean, I've been in this position before, and I used to hate it. I hated it because it was like, well, the inevitable's about to happen, and I'm going to get caught.
Yeah, you know, it's just you're trying to fight them off, and sometimes it's not fighting. It's just you got to relinquish. You got to find your own efficiency because you want to give up as few spots as possible. So, you know, Sara knows they're coming. So it's like, how can I hold off as many of them as I can and just focus on what they can do?
Of course, look at that on the side. You can see Angie Olmo's coach. And while we know that triathlon is an individual sport, you can see Angie asking, where is Julie? I'm sure that's exactly what she's asking. Where is Julie? How far is Julie behind? But great to see Angie getting a little bit of help out there. Coaches are allowed to give time splits. But really, it's an individual sport, but it is a team effort in the end.
There's the gap once again between first and second. Sara out front, Angie running second.
And on those corners, it's funny. You think they're just turns, but someone like a short course athlete, they often do a lot of 180s in their running, and surprisingly, you can lose seconds each one of those turns. And so, you know, Sara's struggling. Her cadence isn't as good, you know, whereas Angie, she's got that up-tempo rhythm. You know, she's looking into that turn. Okay, I'm going to take the tight turn. You know, I'm going to come out quick. And just without any extra energy, she would have gained a couple of seconds in that turn. And, you know, there's only 2 turns on this run. And, you know, if you get 2-3 seconds each one, well, that's an extra 6 free seconds. So everything counts, especially when we're looking at a tight race like this.
Hey, Belinda, you were just mentioning, you know, the women out here trying to figure out where everybody else is located. I was just on the backstretch. I think this is so cool. There's a timing and scoring monitor on that backstretch right next to the aid station. It has your name, where you're listed, how many laps you have left, and obviously you can see who's in front of you or who's behind you. It's a really cool element to this race, and of course it's perfect because we're at a racetrack, so why not have timing and scoring when you're out there making this run?
Yeah, it's something that we did at Clash Miami. We do it here, and it is great. We don't get this opportunity in other triathlon races around the world, and it gives the athletes the perfect opportunity to see exactly where they are on course. And when you couple that in with coaches on the side or partners on the side, these athletes get to know exactly where they are pretty much every point of the course here. We know that it was that black box, that timing box, that this young woman, Sara Perez Sala, hit in Miami. Threw the timing out for just a second or two. But yeah, really, really great thing that we've got here in this race. And it's special to all of the Clash Endurance events.
10 seconds is the gap now as we see Angie Olmo reeling in Sara Perez Sala. One thing, though, is you don't see the other athletes. Like right now, Sif Madsen has fallen back. I mean, she's a minute 40 back as Angie Olmo closing that gap. But Sara Perez Sala running a pace right now that could keep her potentially on the podium. She could, as they're on their second lap. This is a fairly good run right now for Sara.
And honestly, for someone that knows that she's about to get overtaken, she's not losing her cool. She's keeping it controlled. She's doing what she can do. And at the end of the day, whenever you're racing, when you're an athlete out on track, you control the controllables. She can't control how fast or slow Angie's going or what's going on behind her. All Sara can do now is focus on what's ahead, keep doing what she's doing. Yes, it's inevitable that the pass is about to be made, and then Sara will move into second place. But then all that Sara needs to do then is just, okay, I'm in second. Let's concentrate on holding second. Let's concentrate on keeping Angie in my sights for as long as possible. And we're still not even halfway through this run yet, so anything can happen.
Definitely, you can see she's just doing what she needs to keep her rhythm. You know, she's going to pace it. She's not going to get thrown by somebody passing her. You know, this isn't her first race where she's been out off the front and had people go by her. You know, so she's not going to be shaken by this. She's going to keep on what she's doing, and she still has a really good gap. Like it's a minute 55 back to the next. You know, so she's easily on the podium right now. And so she's just going to be thinking, stay steady, do my nutrition, keep the water going in.
Again, we talk about Sara, and there's so many issues. It was fatigue a year ago here, then the bike incident in Miami. Those negative feelings about, you know, the races that she's run, she wants to eliminate those. And right now, she's having a great race. She's put together a really good swim. She's put together another great bike, and now she's got a great run going as she's going to be passed here by Angie Olmo. But Angie Olmo now leading here in Clash Endurance Daytona.
Look at her lean into it. You know, when you're making a pass, you want to make a pass definitively, and that's what she's done. She came up on Sara and just sat there for just a moment, you know. But now she's just opened that gap. She committed, and because she wants her to know, I'm running faster than you, and I'm taking this win right now.
And looking on screen, like you mentioned before, that could be Nicholas Spurrig. now that you've said it, it's uncanny, the resemblance in their run form. Even facially, this could be Nicholas Berg up on screen. Incredible. As you can see now, just
shaking out
the arms. She knows that she's now in the box seat. She's leading the race. Let's not stuff it up. I'm in the lead. I want to stay here. So now, you know, as we go back to Jackie Herring. Jackie, currently in 5th place.
3:19 back.
3:19 back, running really well. I mean, obviously, that's a lot of real estate to make up on our leader, Olmo.
And Olmo with a great pace right now, too. Jackie Herring, that deficit might be insurmountable if Olmo can continue on the pace that she's running.
But, you know, I think Jackie is, again, she's just pacing it. You know, Haley Chura actually closed the gap on her, and now Jackie has opened it up again. And so that's what we saw on the bike. Jackie let people go, and then she came back. And I think she's doing the same on the run. And I think really we're going to see Jackie that last lap, or even just the last half, just like she did last year. She was like, if I'm in a certain spot, I'm going to go for it. And so I think she's just staying, I think she's pushing the limit a little bit, but not too much right now, because there's still, you know, half the run for her to go. So she's just teetering on that edge of, okay, I got a little bit more, but I'm going to wait just a little bit longer until I really go for it.
We're going to see here if Sara can keep up with Angie Olmo after being passed. The gap there. Olmo again stretching the arms out a little bit.
Yeah.
It worries me just a little bit. I mean, obviously now Olmo in the lead, in the box seat, but still a long way of this, a lot left in this run. So she needs to make sure that she looks after herself, make sure she gets hydration in at the aid station, gets some calories in as well, and not do anything silly. She's got a big gap, as you just said. I mean, obviously Sara, Perez, Sala only 4 seconds back, but behind that, Madsen at now 2 minutes back, Derron at 2:42. That's a big chunk of time. So she's got some time now to just stay calm. Don't do anything silly. Don't do anything irrational if she tries to go too hard, because honestly, Sara Perez Sala, 4 seconds, she is actually, if anything, moving back up towards Angie Olmo. And it's these little telltale signs that you see Angie like shaking out her arms. Why does she need to do that so early in the run? That concerns me, I'll be honest.
Well, and from Sara's perspective, she's seeing that. She's running behind her, and she's seeing these arms being shaken down, and, you know, and she's lifting her shoulders and taking deep breaths. So, you know, the psychology of racing for Sara is, hey, wait a minute, she passed me, but she's hurting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, and I think she might come back. And so for Sara, again, an experienced racer at this distance, she's gonna know there's lots more racing, and she's seeing indicators.
Here's a good look at Sif Madsen and Julie Derron. And Julie has the pace. She right now is one of the faster runners out on course, and 2 minutes 37 seconds behind Olmo. But she looks as though she's about to overtake Sif Madsen now for the 3rd position.
Yeah, great running from Julie Derron. We knew this was going to be the case. She's a very, very strong runner in both short course and the longer distance races that she has done.
When you look at the splits, though, she's only chipping out a little bit of time on Angie Olmo.
Not enough, though.
Yeah, just little bits, you know, kind of 5 seconds, you know. So, you know, at 2:8 or 2:37 back, there's still a lot of terrain to make up there, and as we know, this is a little bit shorter, and so there's just less time to do that.
And at this point in the race, do you think back, oh, we did have 2 laps more before, and there was another lap in the run, so this shorter distance might not be playing into my favor?
Well, yeah, you know, obviously Julie has not done the longer distance. This is her first time, you know, doing this, and you know, so she's going to just be taking it as it comes, and I think she committed to it, as she said. I'm going to go out on that run, and I'm going to go hard, and I think she did at the beginning, but I think now she's still running really smooth. She still looks really good, but I think she's like, okay, I'm starting to feel this.
A little forward lean there for Julie Derron.
Yeah, she's got a good arm rhythm there. You know, she's using her arms to keep the rhythm going, keep her knees going. You know, she's just flowing, I think, right now, and trying to find efficiency. Her head's nice and still as well. You know, when you see an athlete's head start to move back and forth, you know things are starting to come apart. That's just a telltale sign. So she's just finding rhythm right now.
Of course, it's not going to be long now before we see Julie Derron overtake Sif Madsen. Sif, we know that she's had very limited run training, having suffered quite a few stress fractures, as Julie Derron now makes the pass on our youngest in the field, Sif Madsen. Really nice fast arm action from Julie Derron. Two older sisters who she says she has looked up to her entire career, so Michelle and Nina, both very, very accomplished athletes themselves. Nina Derron purely sticking to long distance triathlon these days. Julie, the youngest of the three, following her sisters in the same footpath, but definitely doing an incredible job. Now moved up into third position, but Jackie Herring back in fifth, so our top five almost still leading. Perez, Sala, it's now pushed out to 9 seconds. Derron, Madsen and Herring, our top five. But fantastic racing from our women here today at Clash Endurance Daytona, the last race of the year. And for most of the athletes that I've spoken to, this is like the cherry on the cake. Last race of the year. Most of these athletes will be taking a break once this race is won and done. We've got the temperature on screen right now, 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 degrees C. That is almost perfect race conditions. Wind speed at 7 miles per hour. So wind is blowing, but it's not crazy wind.
No, I think it's calmed down a bit, and on the run course, it is a little bit protected as you're right on the inner side of that apron. And yeah, 22 degrees, that's great temperature. You know, hydration's still going to be important when you're running this hard and you're pushing this hard. Even if it's not hot, your muscles are heating up and you're losing water, so you do have to have it keep going in.
These athletes putting in their all, and we see right there the glance back. Some athletes maybe struggling a little bit more. Hanne here, Hanne DeVet.
So Hanne DeVet, partner of Hayden Wild. Oh, and she's got a cramp, and this is what can happen. So got a stitch. It's forced her to walk, and you can see the look in her face. She's like, what is going on? And it's almost that look of defeat. And she's like, okay, let's try. And this is when you really need to push out all the negative thoughts. But and you look, another athlete cramping. So this is what happens, that bike ride, that being down in those aero bars, the quads, your glutes, your hamstrings, they are absolutely screaming at you. And you can see now her quads are just tightening up, making it almost impossible for her to even move forwards, let alone run, for Rachel Mensch. So this could be because she just didn't get enough hydration in, enough electrolyte. Issue is it isn't that hot out on course, and it can be a little deceiving because it's not that hot. You know, 22 degrees Celsius, that's not that hot. But if you don't look after yourself on the bike, that is what will happen. No such problem here with our leader, Angie Olmo, looking absolutely fantastic. No cramping, no issues for her. But you know, we often as commentators, we talk about the front of the field and, you know, the great things that are happening in a race. But on the flip side, there's the athletes where they're just not having the day that they expected or anticipated, and that's racing. And you know, when you're like Angie Olmo now, where when all the ducks are lined up and everything is going right, you know, mentally you feel fantastic. But when it's the other way, like we just saw with Hanne DeVet and Rachel Mensch, when things are just going so terribly wrong, mentally it is the hardest moment. I've been there so many times where you're just having this constant conversations with yourself. Do I just call it a day? No, let's fight on. You know what, we can race next time. But there is no next time. This is the last race of the year. So it's a really difficult situation to be in. You want to finish, but the body's saying, you know what, I'm out.
There's Jackie Herring, and looks like she's going to go by Sif Madsen.
There we go.
Herring will move up to 4th now. And they're coming up on 1 to go. Is there enough time for Herring or Julie Derron?
And as an athlete, hearing that bell, there's nothing better. You know you're on the last lap. However, here, it's a very long lap. So, you know, when I raced here and I heard the bell, I was like, okay, last lap. But there's still a lot of work to do. You can't just go, okay, let's pick up the cadence and go for it.
And look at that in the background. You've got Sara Perez, Sala's partner, and also not one of the assistant coaches. So that's her partner in the background. They're screaming at Sara, like, come on, do not give up. Keep going. Don't let her go. It's amazing. So love this support on the sidelines that we're seeing here today in Daytona. And it's great. And that's what you get with it when you've got it on the track, when it's in a confined space. You can have partners, coaches, friends, family on the side of the course screaming for their athletes to move forward.
And the gap, it's been close. It hasn't moved much. Sara is holding it now, and Sara knows she can last till the end. Like, she knows she's got the long distance endurance, and so the fact that she has just held this gap now, and she's on that last lap with 4 kilometers to go, she is in a really confident position right now. She's like, you know what? I'm still in this for the win.
I know it's not about money, but first is $15,000, second is $10,000. She can see $5,000 sitting out there right in front of her, like, okay, I'm this close to that first place finish. If I can hang on and potentially outkick Angie here at the end of this race.
Oh, look, it's definitely a factor. I mean, these ladies, they're professional athletes. They do this for a living. And while it's not all about making money, it's still a good chunk of the decisions that you make. But for these ladies, I am just so impressed. I'm so impressed with Sara Perez. I honestly thought when Angie overtook her that would be it, that Sara's mindset would be, you know what, second ain't too bad. I can deal with that. But she really wants to keep pushing, and if first place is doable, then she's going to go for it. As we can see, Julie Derron, another one of our fastest on course, still in third place, looking really good, although, you know, we know that Jackie Herring is starting to move in on Julie Derron as well. So it's, look, there she is in the background, that pink suit, that ominous pink suit of Jackie Herring. No one wants to have Jackie Herring running behind them because she is such a talented runner. But Julie Derron, Jackie Herring, this is incredible.
Yeah, Julie Derron, she's not running scared. She's running wealthy, because she went through T2 and was fastest in T2, and she was the fastest for the first lap. So $2,000 earned just in those 2 bonuses for Derron. And so now her sights set on if she can reel in possibly on this final lap Sara Perez, Sala, or Angie Olmo, as is Jackie Herring there.
That's fantastic. You know, I think this is again where Jackie's she's gonna look inward. She's gonna ask herself that question. Okay, there's the podium. The podium is up the road. Do I go for it? You know, and we saw her do it last year. So, you know, she's basically got 30 seconds to make up in 4 kilometers. So it could be enough time. It just could. And you never know what that last couple of kilometers. So I think she's going to commit to it and go for it.
And she is running fastest out on field right now. Herring, 5:54 per mile. Great shot there. Angie Olmo and Sara Perez Sala. And so you can see she's starting to get that back end tilt. So see that tilt of the head. And that often means they're getting tired, but great opportunity for Angie Olmo to see exactly where Sara Perez Sala is. And at the end of the day, I think Sara is making sure, look at her, that grit that on her face. She really wants to still put herself in contention for first place. Although, you know what, second, third, still amazing. Anywhere on the podium is amazing.
Are you aware, are you well enough aware of your competitors that like right there, we just saw Angie Olmo look back and she could see Sara, so she knows Sara is there. But there was another athlete that was actually a lap down that was back there. Are you aware that that athlete's a lap down, or do you think that that could be, say, a Derron or a Jackie Herring back there that could be reeling them in?
No, I think on this course there's enough spacing and there's enough terrain to see, and she would have, you know, passed her already, and you know, if it's a tighter course with multiple laps and there's just more volume of people, but there is enough space here, you know. And again, I think Sara's looking ahead and she's seeing the body language of Angie and the tilting the head, and you know, and a smart athlete, you know, that they had that little 180 turn. Sara can count that time herself. She can look at the turn and see Angie go by and then go 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3. And she can see that that hasn't changed.
Coming into T2, it was Sara Perez Sala that was fastest in, and then a little bit longer it took her to get through T2. Seth Madsen was second into transition.
Even with that little bobble, she's still got the bonus. So she was just committed to being fast, and you just take whatever happens, whether you bump into somebody or not.
Again, that was Julie Derron right there on screen. Olmo falling back, loses second place. Angie Olmo able to go by Seth Madsen. And then the strength of Angie Olmo getting a little coaching assistance there as the coach runs alongside to give the information.
Julie Derron's going out hard and setting the fastest first lap. She committed and she knew she had to make up time on the run, so she went for it and she's holding it.
And then the pass for Olmo out front of Sara Perez Sala.
Still
the two staying about 13 seconds apart on this final lap as Olmo through what we call here turns 1 and 2 at Daytona. And again, that big arcing curve where you can see all the way back, almost a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile that you can see right here when you're making this turn.
So I just counted that out, and I think she's at about 15 seconds back now. So it's just one or 2 seconds here. You know, Angie's she's looking back a little bit. She's hanging on. She's checking her watch. She's checking her pacing. She may even be looking at her heart rate. You know, as you get closer to the end and your heart starts getting closer to the maximum, but you do know there is a maximum. And if you go over that for too long, then that's when the wheels come off. That's when you cramp or you just slow right down.
But even though we are seeing a little bit of head movement, if you look at the waist down, she still looks terrific. The contact time on the ground is minimal. She's got that nice fast cadence, arms and legs. Breathing is still nice and controlled. So if I was a betting person, you would have to say right now that it's almost becoming impossible for Sara Perez Sala.
Low-hanging fruit right there is what I call that. If I were a betting person and there's only a mile and a half left in the race, really.
If I was a full gambler, I would put it on Sara. I'm just going to throw it out there.
Okay. All right. The wild card. Here's Val Barthelemy. She was very strong coming out of the water. And then on the bike, obviously a different type of bike, a race bike. Here, she fell back, but still trying to stay strong to finish up here as she's currently in the 8th position.
Yeah, and Valerie, you know, we knew that she was going to take it out hard. She's a very aggressive racer. I did expect to see her run a little faster than what we're seeing now, although I had been given a little bit of intel that she may take it out too hard and that it would come back at the end of the day. And I think we're seeing that now, that her run just isn't quite where we would normally expect it to be.
Yeah.
Lesley Smith, about to overtake Rach McBride.
This is a great battle of some of the older women folks in this race. It's, you know, they're both long distance athletes. They've both been doing it for a long time, so they're probably going to work off each other.
And, you know, looking at Lesley Smith, she's a great runner, but she's got that long loping. You can almost see it. Yeah. It's completely different to the likes of Angie Olmo and Julie Derron. It's that long loping stride, but fantastic runner. You can see wearing that cooling system around her head.
So again, those two, McBride and Smith, as the gap staying, it's losing a little bit now. Perez Sala has fallen back about 20 seconds now, so not able to keep up that pace that Angie Olmo has now set and is trying to finish up. You saw her zip up her top, and she's coming up on, this will be the final turns here. 2 hours and 33 minutes they have been competing, and this will be about the final mile for Angie Olmo.
Yeah, this is a long straight stretch in this race. You know, I remember last year it was you come off the bend and then you're like, I got to go all the way down to that far end. You know, and when you're hurting and you just want to get to the finish, it kind of takes forever to get there. But you know, you just got to keep moving forward. And you just got to keep, you know, eating back that tarmac.
The closest competitor to these two is Julie Derron, back 2 minutes behind. So an insurmountable distance now. There's Julie.
But what I'm interested in, Rick, is if you look right behind there, you can see that pink suit of Jackie Herring. This is where I'm interested in. All right, we've got our first two ladies up front, but we've got Julie Derron and Jackie Herring. And look, what is that? 27 seconds in it. So they're the fastest at the moment, Derron and Herring. I think Derron running scared, knowing that Jackie is coming for her, and Herring can see Julie up front and is doing everything she can to run her down. And I mean, this is a podium position we're talking about. This is the last spot on the podium. And I know that Jackie Herring will be giving it absolutely everything to secure that last spot.
You can already see the kick starting for Jackie Herring. She sees that position in front of her.
But you see that the average pace, Julie Derron got back on top on the average pace. And again, these short course athletes, they know how to finish out a race. There's often 3, 4, 5 of them all getting to the finish chute. So the last 100 meters together. And it's all about finishing fast and strong. And yes, they've got, you know, maybe a kilometer or so to go, but she knows to pick up the pace early.
But look at this top 5 on screen right now. We've got Olmo, Perez, Sala, Derron, Herring, Chura. There are more long distance athletes in this top 5 than there are short course athletes. Which I would not have picked. I would not have picked, not for this particular distance. Very interesting.
Surprising, and we'll see if the men have been watching this and potentially learning. See Angie Olmo looking around now as she's in turns 3 and 4 here at Daytona. And these are the final turns before she'll come onto pit road, and she will see the red carpet, the blue flags, the finish area in front of her. And that has to be a welcome sight after the performance we have seen out of Angie Olmo today.
But again, when you look left and you can see the finish, but it's a long left.
Long
left. I think she keeps checking her watch going, I just ran quite a while and I'm not any closer. How is this happening? Come on, I want to finish this thing.
She looks back. There she wanted to take a glance back as Jackie Herring trying to reel in Julie Derron. Julie still running very strong in that 3rd position. Jackie Herring in 4th.
Yeah, this would have been a great battle to see come right down to that final stretch. I don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know if Jackie's going to be able to just close that gap of, you know, 20 plus seconds in the last mile. You can see she's gritting her teeth here and she's giving it, but I don't think she's seeing Julie coming any closer. But she's not going to give up. Jackie is a fighter and she'll keep pushing right to the end.
One here a year ago. It was on a last lap pass, but this one a little bit too far out in front for the win today. But potentially that 3rd place is still within grasp as we move forward to Angie Olmo. Still in the turn here at Daytona. As you mentioned, Brent, how long and difficult this line of sight is at this course.
And she still looks fantastic. I mean, still got a great turnover. Interesting fact about Angie Olmo, I believe she speaks about 5 or 6 different languages fluently. So incredible. Italian, Spanish, French, English, and I think there's 1 or 2 others that I'm forgetting here, but just, you know, at 26 years of age, amazing.
Yeah, and she was one of the wild card athletes into this event. Wild card. So, you know, we didn't know what we were going to get. Well, look at this. We've got an amazing race from someone that may not have been selected to come into it.
That's right, and of course we have got a couple of wild cards, Angie being one of our wild cards on the female side. We have a couple for the men, and all that means is that this was an invitation-only race here in Daytona, and we just picked the top athletes on their rankings, so top rankings on long distance rankings and short distance rankings, and we combined those. But some of these women, due to illness or the fact that they've been out with injury, and Angie is one of those, hasn't raced for quite a long period of time, her ranking wasn't where it needed to be. But I think Alicia Kay, who is in charge of the professional liaison here at Clash Endurance, knew that Angie Olmo was the goods, and so was able to offer her one of the very few wild cards on offer here. But great, I think that was a very, very wise choice.
Yeah, and it's great. That's a great thing about this event, you know, where it is an exclusive event. You do have to essentially qualify to get in and get invited, and, you know, but to be able to take a chance on some of these athletes, you know, since the Olympics, she hasn't raced that much. So, but you can see talent in athletes, and, you know, for Alicia to identify that and go, hey, let's put her in.
She took advantage of the opportunity that was given to her, that wild card opportunity, and now she can see the finish line here at Daytona. She'll start to hear the crowd. Just under 2 hours and 40 minutes she's been competing. She glances over her shoulder, looks at her watch, and there the cheers come. After the disappointment of the Tokyo Olympics, she took an extended break away from the sport, had to get her mind right, get the love, the passion of this sport back again. And she's done it here as she makes her way into the tunnel. The checkered flag is waving. She's getting ready to grab.
Oh, look at the emotion.
The emotion's coming now.
And I had a feeling this was going to be the case.
Amazing.
So incredibly emotional across this finish line.
She grabs the banner, and it's Angie Olmo, the winner of Clash Endurance Daytona.
And you know, for Angie Olmo, this isn't just a win for this particular race. This is a win for triathlon. It's a win for her. She really thought that there was going to be a chance that she was going to walk away from the sport for good. I think this win here today is going to mean so much more. And look at this young woman. Look at this
smile. Huge smile on the face of Sara Perez Sala as she will come home second.
Fantastic. Awesome. She is so happy with that. She is so happy with that. She put it out there. She rode off the front all by herself all day.
Catch me if you can.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And only one caught her. Only one, and it was an Olympian.
And you know, Sara Perez Sala, she hasn't been without her issues this year with COVID. Only a few weeks ago, she's had stomach issues that they just couldn't get on top of. Both of these women here have overcome adversity, and to see them in first and second place, it's truly incredible.
And you can see them here. They're both just frowning with fatigue. And when you're within 10 seconds in a long distance race like this, you just have to put it all out there. You have to squeeze every ounce, and you can see that they're just sitting down because they have no more energy left. You know, they're going to regroup, and they're going to start hashing out, okay, well, how did you play this?
Oh,
Here
look
comes
at this.
Julie Derron.
Yep, Julie Derron has managed to hold off the flying Jackie Herring. So Jackie just running out of real estate.
Well, that's great. You know, her bike didn't come in till last night. She was putting it together last night. She didn't know if it was going to come at all. And, you know, she comes over top and goes, you know what, I'm still going to put it out there. And she gets that last spot on the podium.
Third place for Julie Derron. And she'll join the top two right there on the red carpet, seated. 26-year-old Olmo. 34-year-old Perez Sala.
And here she is.
There's Jackie Herring, last year's winner. She finishes fourth.
And still really happy. It's been a long, long year for Jackie Herring. She's raced so much.
Thank you so much.
That's Bill Christie.
Don't you love that he's always down there on the finish line? And he'll be down there for the entire, till every last woman is across that finish line.
Yeah, oh yeah, not only here at the pros, but also all during the weekend. It's the other thing I love about this group is these athletes, a lot will stick around. We saw it out of Christian Blumenfeld a year ago. He was congratulating age group winners. So many great moments that we see here at Clash Endurance. And Shannon is right down there in the mix.
Angie, we saw you coming through the finish line here, and the guys up in the booth and the gals up in the booth were remarking on the emotions that they saw on your face. Listen, I know you gave it all, so physically worn out, but emotionally and just from a love of this sport aspect, how big was this?
It was big. This year I passed a really big, I'm sorry. I had a really hard time. I had a big depression and I thought I was done. But after some friend of mine got me back, and I did it for myself today, and I think like I can't thank anyone. I don't have anyone anymore that is supporting me because of my burnout, and I just can't thank my coach because he's always been behind me, and my boyfriend Leo, and my family and my friends that got me here, because it was too. It's just when you pass hard times, it's gonna always get better. So I'm really happy for this win today.
Speaking of the pass for the lead, when you're in that position and you know that you have an opportunity to break through and do what you've done today, how much are you thinking about all of the hard work that took to get you to this event?
I was just not thinking about it. If not, I was starting crying. So I just say you just keep focused until the finish line, and it paid. So it was so hard out there. The heat came up really. It was warmer and the wind came up stronger. More we were going, the stronger it was. So after the bike, I said, wow, I don't know if I can still run. And I think I started too fast because after the bike, you always feel good when you start running. And the last loop was hard, was all mental. And I tried to keep focused onto the finish line.
Congratulations, and I love that your earrings are still in place. I was going to comment before you guys got in the swim. Awesome, congratulations on this. All right, Sara, Perez, let's talk about this race for you as I move over here. What's that? You want a second? You still need a second? Oh, let's talk about this race. I mean, my goodness, the swim and the bike. Tell me what happened on that run for you because it was such a dominant day.
Was a tough run because it's my worst sport. So I know that I suffer a lot, and I know Angie, Halle, Jackie, and Julie are better runners than me. So I start carefully because I had cramps, small cramps. So it will be a long day, and I feel good when Angie passed me. So okay, try to go with her, but I couldn't. So. Careful and go to the finish line.
How much of a redemption was this for you in terms of the Clash Endurance event? Because we know you didn't finish this event. We know that the crash, we've seen that video at Miami earlier this year. So how much of a redemption was it for you to get out there and have this finish?
For me, it's what I want because I love Clash. I love NASCAR races. I love racing in USA. So for me, it was a dream to win or to be a podium in one event of Clash.
Congratulations. I'll let you get over there with the rest of the ladies. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks, Shannon. That's what we love about this sport is the emotion, the community. You saw some of the other athletes come up to Angie Olmo, who she just mentioned. She doesn't have anyone that, she has her coach, but she did it for herself today. They're talking about transition and where the passes were made. Short course athlete today.
Short course athlete won.
Angie Olmo. Haley Chura crossing the line.
In 5th place, so another one of our long course athletes. We had a nice mix at the end in the top 5 of short and long course athletes.
Here's Kaidi, and short course athlete coming in. Looks like she put it out there. Tired, leaning over at the end.
Sif Madsen, you see her down on the ground, trying to cool off a little bit. A very difficult run for Sif after a valiant bike.
But the great thing for Sif, she's had a long time out of the sport with stress fractures, injury after injury. So to see her back now, 7th place in this quality field, I mean, once that pain wears off, she'll be very, very happy. But it's this woman No one can deny it. You could see all of those athletes at the end coming up to her. They know how hard this woman has done it over the last 18 months to 2 years, and they all went over. They all congratulated. There was a lot of emotion. It's what I love about this sport, the camaraderie amongst the athletes. I don't think there's another sport like it. I really don't. It's just, and that's Léo Bergère there, her boyfriend, her partner. He was unable to start today. He was sick after Abu Dhabi, after winning the World Championship and taking home that win in the series.
Let's hear. We're listening in a little bit there to Angie Olmo.
Speaking in French, mind you, fluent French as she does.
Well, let's go to Alicia, who is with Julie Derron.
Julie, third place at Clash Daytona. How was it out there today?
Yeah, it was a bit of an up and down. I'm really pleased with to come away with the podium. That was the aim, and to catch up in the run and to hang on was tough, but I'm really happy to,
I believe you won a little extra cash today in addition to third place. I may need the booth to correct me, but I believe you won Transition 2 and the Run Prem as well. So an extra $2,000. That's an extra $2,000. Were you actually going for those, or did that just naturally happen with your racing style?
I think I really wanted to have a fast T2. I knew that might be one of the primes I could get, and then on the run, I tend to start fast. I knew I had a bit of work ahead of me, so I just set off with a pace that was quick, but that I thought I could sustain, and I felt like I was moving well, so to have a good first lap as well, that's nice.
So your bike arrived a little later than you would have liked. Did that have any impact on your performance today?
It sure made me nervous. I was on edge, whether it was coming in time or not. I don't think it had like a big influence on my performance. I think the fact that I haven't ridden my TT bike so much, I think that had a bigger impact, but I look forward to riding more on my BMC, getting used to the position, getting used to just pushing in the bars, and then I hope we can improve and hang on with the faster riders as well.
Well, congratulations on your performance today. We hope you'll come back and join us in Miami.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what the next season brings, but it's a really fun event. The organizers are super nice. Everyone's looking after us so well, so that Clash Daytona is a really nice race. Thank you.
Congratulations again. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alicia. So Angie Olmo out front wins as we take a look at the top 10. And we mentioned at the top of the show, how would it play out with the short course athletes versus the long course athletes? Well, Angie Olmo, a short course athlete that ended up on the top of the podium.
Well, if you look at that top 5, 3 out of the 5 are long distance athletes. And if you look at the top 10, it's a pretty even split, to be honest. So, it surprises me. I thought we would see a few more of our short course athletes at the pointy end of the field. But good to see that our long course athletes, Jackie Herring and Hayley Chura, of course, both from the USA, 4th and 5th place. Great races from them. Sara, Perez, Sala, another of our long course athletes in 2nd. But Angie Olmo, what an incredible win. What an emotional win for her today. I must admit, I had goosebumps on my arms. It was wonderful.
Let's hear from Jackie Herring. She finished 4th today. She's with Shannon.
Rick, this is really one of the best parts of the entire race because you get to hear all the women down here talking about how their day went. Walk me through it. What was the adventure like for you out there today, Jackie?
It was an adventure, as always. First off, Clash, such a cool race. It makes us feel so special coming here, and they do such a great job for us. So it always starts off on a good foot, feeling appreciated. But I got out pretty good on the swim, and I was feeling really happy with how the swim was going. There was obviously a lot of quick swimmers here, having so many short course girls, and of course, just some speedy swimmers in general. So I was just trying to hold my own and not get dropped, and I came out in a good spot. And on the ride, I didn't feel exceptionally good for the first few laps, but I just started chipping away and doing my thing and trying to stay as tucked down and arrow as possible since it was very windy on the back stretch. Yeah, so I was just trying to, I was just thinking, be arrow, tuck in. So doing my best I could there, and then it's never over till it's over. I kept trying to stay in it, even though I was feeling like it might not be my day. I was still trying, and of course it helped coming off the bike with Julie Derron, who just like smoked me out of transition, being the Olympian that she is. She showed me how to do that. But it was fun having her right ahead as a little carrot on the run. She's such a good runner, and that helped me to like stay in it and stay hopeful that we might catch some people. So super good, loved it.
That smile says it all right now. Now you get a chance to watch the men compete, maybe celebrate a little bit with the rest of the women. Congratulations. Alicia?
Chura, you were one of the most assertive racers out there today, making moves all day long from the gun. How was it out there?
Oh, that is such a compliment. I love that. I'm going to put that like in my Instagram bio, assertive racer. It was amazing. It was so hard and so fast, but I felt like I was like a little bit better in the second half of each thing. And even the swim, I was like, it was one of those things where if I was racing a longer race, I probably wouldn't have been that aggressive, but I was like, hey, this is short. I'm going to go after her and try to get out third. But I definitely wish I had worked a little bit more on my transitions. I felt like I was representing for the long course athletes on those, not in a good way, but it was incredible. I did try to take a little moment in each part to like appreciate where I am and how historic this venue is. And I was just like, imagine you're in a car and you're going through this so fast, but from quite a few less hours. So I appreciated, every moment of it.
Congratulations on your performance. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Alicia. And you see, the big smiles and the emotions that come from these athletes being here at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and what performances we were able to see. This is just the first race of the day. The second one is coming up at 1 o'clock, but for the women, 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 11 seconds. And this pass by Angie Olmo to get by Sara Perez Sala, and the emotions of winning here at Clash Endurance Daytona. Angie Olmo, the women's professional winner. We'll be back with the men. performance. Clash Endurance Daytona. Clash Endurance Daytona. It's the men's turn to take on this unique track here at Daytona International Speedway, where they will swim in Lake Lloyd. Then they will hit the bikes and go around the 2.5-mile high banks here of the World Center of Racing as they're warming up, getting ready to get in the water for their event. Rick Allen alongside Belinda Granger, as well as Brent McMahon up here in the booth. Shannon Spake, Alicia Kay will be on the ground, chatting with the athletes right there in the mix.
So welcome once again to Clash Endurance.
Belinda, Brent, we saw the difference between short course and long course athletes on the women's side. We take a look at the top 10 on the men's side here and kind of point out a few of who you think will be either on the short track or short course or long course, the strengths that they bring to this.
Well, undoubtedly our number 1 seed going in, wearing bib number 52, has to be Vincent Luis from France. 3-time Olympian, 2-time world champion. Just recently won his first WTS race back in Bermuda. Since the year 2000, he's in good form. He's coming in fit, healthy, and hungry.
And I think, you know, on the long course side, you've got Jackson Laundry. He's explosive on the bike. He'll be back out of the water, but I think he's going to commit to moving to the front of the race and putting his hat in the ring.
Andrew Starkowitz, Starkey, at earlier this year, a Clash event at Watkins Glen, was able to get a win there. We've flashed back to 2020 where Vincent Luis was out front here at Daytona. And then, because it's a non-draft event, it was shown that he would have to serve a penalty. 5 minutes in the penalty tent after he got all his gear on before he was able to go out and run. That's an experience I'm sure he wants to put behind him. And currently, getting ready for the swim, standing by with him is Shannon.
Yeah, that's right. You know, some of these athletes, this is actually their last triathlon of the season. Not you, buddy. You are in the middle of 3 back-to-back weekends. You were just in Abu Dhabi, and then you head to Bahrain. What do you feel like physically right now as you're getting ready to jump in the water and get this one underway?
Yeah, I do feel okay, actually. I think I just caught up with the jet lag last night, and yeah, now everything is okay. The body feels all right, but yeah, you just know when you're on the course. So I guess in a couple of minutes we will be set on how the body is. But yeah, another race next week. We'll see how it goes, but yeah, hopefully still some petrol in the tank.
How much were you guys able to watch the women's race, kind of see how that went down, and maybe take some tips from that for your event?
I actually watched the whole race. I just wanted to check the highlights, you know, swim start, transitions, and I also wanted to check the wind, if the girls were really fading at the end or not. But yeah, they gave us a good show. Angie Olmo, I'm really happy for her. She's a friend, and the comeback was really great. So yeah, it's just the women's were impressive. So now it's our turn, and hopefully we have a good battle out there.
It is. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Alicia.
Matt, you just had the opportunity to watch our women's race. What did that tell you about your skill set as a long course athlete? How could that play out in this unique format and distance?
Yeah, definitely could tell that the wind had a little bit of an effect on the women's race, and also the heat did. It does, you know, if you look at the phone, it's not looking too bad, but there was a couple people that were not feeling too well in the last half of the run. So yeah, it's just, you know, you have to be a little bit more aggressive than I normally would be, but you know, stay the course and really focus on the last 5K.
Awesome. Best of luck out there today. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Alicia. So smiles on the faces of these athletes. Again, the water temperature warm enough that we won't see any of the wetsuits. So a lot of athletes getting ready, and they'll be heading into the water here momentarily. Is there a favorite other than Vincent Luis, who you called earlier? Who will be the strongest competition for Vincent?
Well, we've got to have a couple of dark horses, and I think for me personally, Thomas Bishop. So Tommy Bishop, I think he's ready to really take control of his long course career. He comes from a short course background, but Tom Bishop for me is the wild card.
Yeah, I think that's fair, but there's definitely some long course guys that could be there. Jason West as well. He always has the fastest run in almost every race he does.
And Matt Hanson, also a strong runner. So as we get ready for the event to get underway, let's hear the top 10 as they're introduced by Kevin McKinnon.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to introduce our pro men's field here at Clash Endurance Daytona. Wearing race number 52 from France, a 3-time Olympian and 2-time world champion, Vincent Luis. Wearing race number 53 from the United States, the 2022 Ironman Des Moines champion, 4th here last year, Hanson. Number 54 from Germany, a Tokyo Olympian, 9th at Clash Miami, Jonas Schomburg. Number 55 from Spain, the 2019 U23 World Champion, 2nd at Challenge Salou this year, Roberto Sanchez. Number 56 from the United States, the 2022 70.3 North American champion, 2nd at Clash Miami and Clash Watkins Glen, Jason West. Number 57 from Canada, the 2022 70.3 Oceanside champion, Jackson Laundry. Number 58 from the United States, the Tokyo Olympic silver medalist in the mixed team relay, 6th in the individual race in Tokyo, Kevin McDowell. Number 59 from the United States, Olympic hopeful competing in his first middle distance non-draft event, Seth Ryder. Number 60 from Portugal, a 2-time Olympian, João Pereira. And number 62 from the United States, the 2022 Clash Watkins Glen champion, Andrew Starkowitz. And now the rest of our pro men's field can enter the water.
Athletes all getting into the water, getting ready for the start here for the men's side. And let's start off with picks. We'll start with you, Shannon.
Yeah, Rick, it's hard not to look at Vincent Luis. We just talked to him, a 3-time Olympian. Yes, he might be a little bit tired from all that travel from Abu Dhabi, and then, of course, he's leaving for Bahrain tomorrow. But I think overall, I'm going to keep my eye on him. As far as the other guy that I'm just interested to watch, it's Andrew Starkowitz. He is coming off that fractured ankle. I've had guys tell me that this is a Starkey showcase as far as the bike is concerned. So I'm interested to see how hard he rides on that bike and if he can finish the run, Alicia.
Is Henry Skuman. He is inspired, he's a new father, and he's ready to put it on the line today.
All right, all the athletes in line as we're getting ready for the cannon.
And
they're underway.
Clash Daytona is off and rolling.
And just to give our viewers a little update on swim cap colors, so bib number 52, Vincent Luis wearing the yellow cap, Matt Hanson in pink, Jonas Schomburg in red, Jason West in blue, Jackson Laundry in green. We've also got Starkowitz wearing a yellow cap as well, Matt Sharp from Canada in orange, and Henry Skuman also in green.
And out front, right now we have Brett Saunders. And interesting enough, with Brett Saunders, I would expect no one other than Brett Saunders to do this in the swim because of the background he has. His mother has, I believe, 9 world records for swimming.
Amazing.
She swam around Lake Ontario. And I'm literally saying she swam around Lake Ontario.
520 miles.
Yes.
More than that.
Yeah, 60 days. She swam for 60 days straight to swim all the way around Lake Ontario. But that, again, is Brett Saunders out front. And his dad, an established cyclist as well. His parents actually are going to be doing the sprint triathlon tomorrow morning here at Clash Daytona. So this is an interesting event here for the whole family.
And it is. And as we said, it's a family event. Great to have. But we did get to catch up with Brett yesterday, and he did say that he was going to take the swim out that hard, and his main intention was to get that swim bonus.
There's a swim bonus. The fastest first lap earns $1,000. And so that might be one thing that is on the mind right now of Brett Saunders out front, trying for that Aquasphere $1,000.
So we can see in the green cap, we've got Henry Schoeman. Henry Schoeman in that green cap, in that yellow cap.
Jackson Laundry.
Jackson Laundry
Yep.
in the green cap. In the yellow cap, we've got Vincent Luis. So
this is.
it is Henry
Yep.
Schoeman.
Yeah, we have Henry on the left side there. We got Vincent, yellow cap on the other side. You know, and then we got the young gun out front. He's just he said he was going to take it out hard, and he did. You know, Henry, he is a phenomenal short course swimmer. So he's going to find his way back up there. Brett, young guy, going out hard. But there's a lot of race to go. So, you know.
You think?
So he's going for that preem, but we're still got a couple of turns to make. You know, Henry is also voiced to me that he wants to go for that preem as well.
So let's talk about Henry Schoeman for a minute from South Africa.
Hold on.
All the athletes.
Here we go.
Here we go. As we say it, of course, as expected, Henry Schoeman.
Right up front.
And it's honestly, Henry Schoeman, probably one of the most talented athletes racing here today. He, personally for me, I would love nothing more than to see this man on the top of the podium at the end of the day. He has had one of the worst times of it of late. You know, it started with an ankle an ankle injury going into the Olympics. It turns out to be a fracture. Took so long to recover from that. Just as he is recovering from that, crashes his bike, flat tire, front tire, comes down hard, breaks his elbow.
But in there, he also had his first child.
Has his first child, of course, Lilia.
A little light in the tunnel, as he said.
It's unbelievable. I read his story, and I follow him on Instagram, of course, so I've seen what he's gone through, and it's horrific. So to see him back here now, fit, healthy, and hungry, and ready to go, as I said, I would love nothing more to see him on the top spot of the podium at the end of the day.
Adding to that, he's also really happy. I had some time with him. He said he's in a great spot. He's actually really grateful to be here. He's grateful to be healthy, strong. He actually had a really solid race last weekend in Abu Dhabi. So he's coming into this in a really great spot. Obviously fast,
yes.
Obviously fit. And I think he's going to have fun with this.
Henry Schoeman in the green cap out in front. Then it's Vincent Luis in the yellow cap just behind him. Two athletes we were expecting to see up front here. That orange cap, Matt Sharp.
Very good swim from Matt Sharp. He's put himself in a very good position so far. Right on the feet of Vincent Luis.
Yeah, Matt was one of my dark horses. I trained with him back in Victoria, and so I know his skill set. And I did talk to him as well over the last few days, and I said, you know, if you want to be in this and you want to get in this race, you've got to stay at or near the front. And he's doing it, you know. I think he really wants this as well. So I think we got a couple guys that are really hungry.
And you two have got something in common, I do believe. Same coach.
We do.
Lance Watson, he is here watching.
Yes, he decided, you know, I'm down here. He's like, oh, well, I'm not going to watch you race, but Matt Sharp is racing, and he said, I'll make the trip down. And, you know, Lance is crashing in the hotel with me, and so we were talking shop talk, and yeah, it's great to have Lance. And so Lance will be one of those coaches out on course throughout the day, you know, giving feedback to Matt.
So much chop we're seeing on the water here that these athletes are having to fight through. And again, Henry Schoeman in the green cap out front, Vincent Luis in the yellow. Trailing there in second, and then Matt Sharp in third. Again, $1,000 for the fastest first lap is on the line. They're already on their way back to finish this first lap. It is a 1 mile swim in total, half a mile per lap. And you see all the fans up there on the patio. Alicia, you hanging out with them?
Watch the men come by. Really impressed with Matt Sharp's swim. I know you guys already hit on that, but what I'm a bit shocked by is how far back Starkowitz and Matt Hanson are. It's quite a significant gap already back to them with daylight in between that main group. So they're going to have to be riding really hard to make time up on a group of men that are going to be riding really strong together. So that was the most surprising thing that I saw. So, Shannon, over to you.
Yeah, Alicia, speaking of Andrew Starkowitz, he's one of the guys that I talked to about this Aussie exit. We saw the women do it a little bit earlier this morning. He told me he does not like it. He says, I'm an old guy. I get into a rhythm and I get stronger as I go, which is one of the reasons why he absolutely loves this bike course, because it is just flat, all out. You just tuck in and go. And he says he does get stronger as that continues. But some of the men in the field that I spoke with, they said they like to get out. They said sighting and getting your bearings is very difficult, especially on the swim in this sport, usually, and this really gives you an opportunity to do it. But Starkey's not one of those guys.
They were told in the athlete briefing, always keep those buoys on your right. You'll make right-hand turns all the way around. And so sighting a little bit different because there wasn't something really that you could pick out as far as sighting as you're swimming here. There's Starkey.
Look how choppy that close-up, look how choppy that water is. We know that we've got a crosswind here at the track, which is probably the worst conditions for the swim, so the direction of the wind, and it really is making it exceptionally choppy, like a washing machine in there for the men. But
yeah, look at how smooth these guys are. The turnover, how high they're sitting in the water. They're actually swimming on top of the water. They're not kind of fighting through it. You know, their stroke rate, again, is high. They're all in a perfect line. So as you get further down, you know, the first guy is obviously breaking the water. The second guy is getting a draft, but then the third guy is getting even more of a draft. And so, you know, we saw a quick move there from Matt Sharp, was just falling off the group a little bit. And the gentleman in fourth, I think we're going to figure out who that is, but he came around and bridged that gap and actually connected it again. So now there's still a pack of four. And so for Matt Sharp, that's fantastic, because he was almost going to pop off that group, but now he's in. Yeah, it looks like his cap, you know, slipping up a little bit. That happens when you dive in, especially right now when he's going to get out the Aussie exit, jump back in. That cap may disappear, or he may be able to pull it on a little bit more as he's running through, but it's such a short run. I think he's just going to be thinking about, I got to stay with this group. I got to stay with this group.
Right.
But you can see now that that head-on shot we've got, they are starting to come together. So while we had splits early, you can see they are starting. It'll be great to see once they start to get out on this Aussie exit just what those gaps are. But we know we've got, obviously, Henry Schoeman and Vincent Luis in front. We've got Matt Sharp having a great swim so far. They'll be able to get out, have a look to see just how far back the rest of that group is, but there is a big group behind them.
This could be Matt Dubrick also.
Hey, Belinda and Brent, I'm wondering, you see that first group right there? I'm standing right by the ramp, and they were wide, right? I'm wondering, how close do you want to be close to those buoys, or are you just going with the pack, and if they go wide, that's okay? Because watching them, they almost had to turn to come in to get closer to the ramp.
And that's interesting you bring that up, but we know that the wind is blowing that way, so you don't think about it, but often when you've got a really strong wind blowing, and we know it's about 11, 12, 13 mile an hour at the moment, it is pushing them across, and if they don't take note, before you know it, you're not just you're 5, 10 meters, 20 meters off those turn cans or the sighting cans. So it does make a difference. And you can see some have taken that straight line as they come back, while the others have done that wide berth. But you can see now coming out of lap one, Henry Schoeman, quick look behind, Vincent Luis, another quick look behind. They see look, this is typical tactics of short course athletes. They want to know exactly who is with them. That was Seth Ryder that was with them. So in the white cap, Seth Ryder, Matt Sharp, so our lead four. And they can see now, they're in the box seat. They have seen that they have got a gap over the rest of the field. As you see, Jonas Schomburg out of the water as well. And this is a big pack of men coming out right now.
Yeah, this is going to be that main group of sort of fast swimmers. That these guys are all talented swimmers. So I think they're going to stay together.
And one fell.
Oh, there we go. Like we said, you can practice it as many times as you want. You know,
Using it as a slippery slide.
He was slowing down, and while he was slowing down, the feet slipped right out from underneath him.
Well, that's the thing, and you mentioned it with the women's race. When you go down that route, you must commit, and you must decide at that time and point you are going to dive. He faltered, he balked a bit, and that's what happened. So, you know, I don't think it's a problem. He's still in the bunch. We can see that Jason West is also in that. Let's have a look at that again and see exactly what happened. But you can see coming now, coming down, dive in. But you see, he balked. See how he stopped himself. He made a boo-boo. And once it happened, there was nothing he could do about it. He just had to slide on down like a...
It almost looked like he enjoyed that. He kind of landed and was like, okay, I'm here. I might as well ride him down to the water.
But if you look at the beginning, he balked. He balked. He got to just at the tip of the red carpet and have a look. He stopped himself. He stopped. And this is where the mistake happened. Whoop. And there he goes.
There we go.
Straight in and straight into it. But, you know, that's part and parcel of racing. He's still in this main group. So it's no big deal at the end of the day. Great to see Jason West up there. He's in that light blue cap. So he's having a really good swim as well. In that chase group behind our lead group of 4. I also saw Tom Bishop was also in that chase group.
So the gap between Schoeman and Luis has not changed, but it looks as though it's getting a little more hectic here with these top 4. Again, Seth Ryder right there, as well as Sharp. This top 4 trying to break away.
And I have to say, quite a big difference from our women's race, where it was a lot more separated and there weren't these groups. This is looking more like a short course triathlon, more like an Olympic distance triathlon. And you saw then Henry Schoeman actually went over onto his back just to have a little look to see, have we got any more that have joined us, or is it just this group of 4? And this is very strategic of Henry.
Vincent Luis now out in front of Henry Schoeman. Shannon.
So yeah, as you saw there, you know, Henry looked back. He took some time. It's clearly showing he's comfortable. He's not redlining. He wanted to say, okay, who's around me? And we saw Vincent then come over. And so, you know, Henry went for the preem. He went out hard. He dragged everybody out. He's kind of like, all right, I got my $1,000.
I've done my bit. You can take over now, Vincent.
Yeah.
It's your turn.
So, you know, and Vincent wants to win this race, so he's going to take the lead and go for it. Let's go to Shannon.
Let's try this again, why don't we? Yes, so it's interesting, Belinda, you mentioned the difference between the men and the women's event. The men were so close together when they came out of that water. Every single one of them in that top group, I saw them turn to look to see who was behind them and where they were in relation to the pack that was further back. I did not witness that in the women's group, but probably one of the reasons that maybe we saw that slip, right? There's just so much going on that you're really not focusing on what's right underneath you.
No, exactly right. And, you know, as I said, the 2 men out in front leading at the moment, Vincent Luis and Henry Schoeman, this is nothing new for them. In fact, you know, they've normally got at least double, triple the amount of men around them. So, but great to see the tactics being used already with Vincent Luis deciding, you know what, we need to keep the pace on here. We don't want to give these strong riders any chance of getting on. You can see Seth Ryder on screen now having a great race. He's in that lead group of 4. But what a fabulous start to this race here today.
Seth Ryder said he's going to give it his all. A very bold racer. When he comes out to compete against the best in the world, he wants to prove that he's a part of the group. And right now he's doing that, running up here in the top 4.
And an interesting, last weekend, there was a breakaway. Who out of this front pack do you think was in there?
Seth Ryder.
I think we know.
Both Seth and Vincent were in that breakaway.
So that's another interesting fact here. You know, these short course athletes, they're used to racing with each other week in, week out. They know each other's strategies and tactics. Whereas with long course racing, we don't do that. It's a different sort of strategy, a different sort of dynamic that we see with the short course athletes. And Matt Sharp, well, he's in a bit of a change. I mean, he comes from a short course background. He's now concentrating more on long distance triathlon, so he's had that change. But I'm pretty sure he still remembers how to race short course.
Well, it wasn't that long ago. He was at the Tokyo Olympics. So,
exactly.
You know, it's been a fairly recent change for him to go up to the longer distance. And he's, you know, he's working with a coach that knows a thing or two, and he's training with a guy that knows a thing or two.
Oh,
so.
really? Alicia.
Watching these guys swim by, and I have to agree that Matt Sharp is really the long course athlete that's having the type of performance he needs to have to really battle with these short course athletes. Next notably for me is Jason West. He was only 30 seconds down after the first lap. And our wildcard athletes had some pretty impressive swims. Brett Saunders and Braxton Bokos and even Mark Dubrick, not our highest ranked athletes, but they really put themselves out there and were in that top 10 out of the water. So really impressive, gutsy racing out of these athletes. But it's certainly shaping up like a short course day for these guys. So we'll see how this looks on the bike here.
And of course, Braxton Bokos, the youngest of our athletes at 18 years of age. Starkey being the oldest at 40.
Vincent Luis out front now. Is this an athlete that could lead from start to finish?
Absolutely, and it's exactly how he likes to do it. He does it in short course racing all the time. Leads the swim, gets out in front on the bike. He's usually got 2 or 3 with him, but he is a very, very aggressive racer. He loves to swim and bike at the front. And let's not forget, he's also an incredible runner. When we've got a fit and healthy Vincent Luis, he is almost unbeatable.
The men getting ready to kick off Clash Endurance Daytona. Vincent Luis, the highest ranked triathlete here, with Matt Hanson getting in the water next. The start underway, and of course, we knew it was going to be a sprint to that first buoy.
Henry just taking it out hard. You know, he wanted to get to the front and he wanted to get that preem.
Vincent Luis in the yellow cap right there in second.
Schumann winning the preem. Vincent Luis right on his feet. Seth Ryder there. And Matt Sharp rounding out that top 4.
Yeah, really, really strong group of 4 athletes out the front there. They're going to stay together. Here it is, the replay. This is setting up to be a great race.
Of course, that Aussie exit diving in to start lap 2. Oh, and there we go. Treating it as a slippery slide instead of dive.
That was actually Jason West just at the back there. So he obviously committed to getting back into that group. So he's really focused.
Again, Vincent Luis takes the top spot away from Henry Schumann. And Luis now trying to put a little distance behind him, but it's not working out as Henry Schumann is right there with him. Ryder and Sharp also in the top 4.
Our lead group of 4, and look at this. You've got Vincent Luis at the front, Henry Schumann in the green cap, Seth Ryder. But just watch the green cap of Henry Schumann here.
So smooth, these guys.
So smooth. Both Henry Schumann and Vincent Luis, 2 of the best swimmers in the sport of triathlon.
That was Henry again, just looking back, just checking where he is. He's obviously really comfortable. He's able to assess the race while he's in the middle of it. So he's comfortable behind Vincent there.
They're not
he's
redlining
happy.
it. They're in a good position right now.
And another bonus coming up as soon as they exit the water and get into T1, transition 1, the fastest through that also can get a bonus of $1,000. So that is coming up right here. About ready to exit the water for the men. Again, Vincent Luis out front. Henry Schumann running in the second spot right now.
So yeah, this lead 4, they're quotes all short course athletes. You know, Matt Sharp, the long distance, you know, in there, but they're all used to really fast transitions. So this is going to be an exciting switch over from swim to bike.
And if you look there, you can see that Vincent Luis and It's started to pick up. Henry Schoeman there started to pick it up. You can see that it's just starting. You can see Matt Sharp is still there, just teetering on the back. What I love about these two athletes as they head into transition, both of these two, Vincent Luis and Henry Schoeman, both coming back from severe injury.
And this is really tricky, getting out of the water. They know they have a short transition, so getting this gear off.
Shannon.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, look at how spread out they are between their transitions. Their bikes are, well, Vincent Luis on one end, Henry Schoeman is on the other end. They have tons of space between each other, not unlike or not like we saw in the women's race where we had women, when they came into T2, really getting on top of each other, and you can see them starting to make their way out now. Rick, it reminds me a lot of like when we cover NASCAR, you know, you pick your stalls around guys that you're not going to come in on a green flag pit stop. That's kind of what it looked like down here.
But not as much room, Shannon, so they
It's
are
true.
definitely right on top of each other there in transition one.
And Shannon, interesting point you made. Now, they don't get to choose where they are in transition. We've done that by rankings. We've taken their long course rankings, short course rankings. As you see, Jonas Schomburg is trying very, very hard. He wants this transition bonus. Look at him, he's absolutely flying. He is going for it. So Jonas Schomburg of Germany, I'm pretty sure he is going to get that bonus. Wow.
I recognize that look.
We saw it a year ago from
just
you.
like you.
Yeah, that was impressive.
But yeah, the long course rankings, short course rankings, equal weight was given. And the reason you've got someone like Henry Schoeman down a little further on the rankings is because he hasn't been able to race, so he doesn't have the points that he would normally have.
Jason West taking his time here in T1.
Yeah, that's one of those things. You know, he was trying to get some nutrition, and it was obviously in like a little bottle or container, and it just popped out. And he made the decision to, I'm not going to leave that behind. I got to take the time to get it. So yeah, maybe he lost a few seconds, but it's worth it to have your nutrition with you.
Henry Schoeman out front, then Seth Ryder, Vincent Luis.
And Matt Sharp, he stands out so much. How tall is he? He's the tallest on course. But do you know how
he's
tall he actually
6'4".
is? 6'4". Monster. Absolute monster. Skinny monster.
This is great. Look at these guys. They're all head down, trying to be as aero as possible. Right now, I think they have a tailwind, so they're flying right here. They're probably, I'd say, over 50 kilometers an hour.
You can see Jackson Laundry also making his way out. Andrew Starkowitz in the yellow cap is now making his way. So Nick Chase was in front, so we've got Nick Chase, Jackson Laundry, and Starkey himself. There he is.
Starkey.
Very popular.
Yeah, very popular here in Daytona, a big race fan. We talk racing all the time. And he'll put the helmet on, and this will be his strength. One at Watkins Glen.
Oh, that's interesting. He needs to have his helmet done up. So he actually took his bike before he'd done up his helmet, which hopefully he's fixed that situation, because you must have your helmet done up before you.
Yeah, I think he realized
that. Transition,
and
stopped.
And then here we have Matt Hanson. Again, probably one of the faster runners in the field, but he's back. He's going to have to make up some time, but he's actually not that far back. So I think he's going to get. Here we go. We have another helmet situation.
Whoop. Now this is showing men that are flustered. They know that they are a deficit. They know that they're quite a ways down, and they're getting flustered and they're getting frustrated and they're making mistakes. And you could see even taking that swim skin off. People get frustrated trying to get it off. It's not easy. When it's wet, it sticks to you like glue, and you struggle with it. And what ends up happening is you end up taking a lot longer than what you need to. Then you forget things like your helmet, doing straps up. But this is where mistakes are made and penalties can be given.
And unfortunately, it's kind of an example of the long course guys. They're being rushed.
Yes, they are. They're not used to that.
They're not used to it, you know. So and Matt saw all those guys probably right there, and Matt was probably like, "Hey, the race is right there. I had the best swim of my life. I got to get there as quickly as possible." And he totally forgot about his helmet. You know, whereas the short course guys that they live on that. That's just automatic.
Stock standard, normal for them. Yep.
A few more athletes coming out of the water. Shannon.
Yeah, didn't we talk about that when we were watching the women's race, about organized chaos down here in T1, how you have to be super methodical. You have to, see, we just dropping goggles. We've seen some elite guys, the top of the top, just making mistakes down here in T1, from dropping nutrition, not being able to put their helmets on time. I know there's a lot going on, but you got to think that these guys have done this a ton of times. So what do you think's leading to this, Brent?
you know, like I said, they're just getting flustered. They're just not used to it. And also, this is a really short transition. There is no time from getting out of the water to getting to your bike. The blood's all in your arms and your legs, and you're just not getting that much to your brain. And so sometimes you just kind of lose control.
We just saw another athlete try and do a Brent McMahon and go for that transition. Taylor Reid, one of our, I think Taylor Reid, there he is on screen right now. 17 seconds it was. Wow.
Wow, that's quick. You know, but then again, he got across the line and then he got on his bike and, you know, then bobbled a little bit, but the time was already stopped by then. So he'll get his shoes in and he'll get rolling real quick.
The great over aerial shot of our professional men out on the bike course. 20-meter rule being implemented here today. 45 seconds to make the pass on each athlete. We know that we have the USAT officials down on ground, making sure that the athletes are abiding by this rule. Looks nice and clean so far.
Again, if they do want to overtake one of the other cyclists, they have 45 seconds to complete the pass. So they have to initiate once they get inside of that 20-meter rule distance. And once they complete the pass, it has to be within 45 seconds. If they don't, if they are penalized, it is a 5-minute penalty at the end of the bike.
Actually, it's a 5-minute penalty in the penalty tent. They can take it whenever they want during the run. So they can take it at the end of the bike. They can do it straight away. But if they prefer to get out onto the run, they're actually allowed to take it as long as they take it before they cross the finish line.
Yeah, I'd ask, hey, I'll just take it after I'm done.
That would be ideal.
Be a good warm down.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting seeing all these short course guys together. As we were talking earlier, are they gonna fight each other? Are they gonna try and keep overtaking? Alternatively, they could also just sit back and go, I'm happy here, and they may actually lose time because they're going to get complacent or they're not going to want to overtake. So this first couple of laps is really going to dictate how these short course guys are going to do this ride, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out.
Again, Seth Ryder out in front.
And can you see right now all the athletes jostling for position? No one wants to get a drafting penalty because it basically means their race is over. And you could see then they're shifting side to side. And it's always like this. Like Shannon said, it's that organised chaos for the first few hundred metres of the ride till they work out where they need to be in that pace line, keeping that 20-metre rule in mind.
That's Nicholas Gilbert there with the yellow helmet. We just saw him momentarily.
But it always takes a little bit of time. And, you know, we've got a few more men. I think we have 27 men in total racing here today. As you can see up on screen right now, that's Kevin McDowell on screen.
Seth Ryder, actually.
Sorry, Seth Ryder. Yep. Excuse me, my eyesight is terrible. Seth Ryder on screen right now. He is our leader. We know with Vincent Luis, there we go, in the white helmet behind. And then Schoeman. Schoeman, of these riders, Schoeman would probably be the weaker of the riders, I would say, over Vincent Luis, Seth Ryder. But doing a really good job now, holding that 20 metres on Luis.
To be fair, Henry was also in that breakaway last weekend.
Was.
So he is used to swimming hard and attacking the bike. So the front three right now, we're all in a breakaway last weekend.
Interesting. That's interesting. Over 40 kilometres.
Yes, this is true.
So this is going to be interesting. And I know I've seen Henry race over the longer distances before. And it is the latter part of the bike where he did start to struggle. I'm not saying it's going to happen today. I hope it doesn't, because for me personally, he's my favourite. I would love to, as I said earlier, I'd love to see him take the win. But Seth Ryder doing a really good job up front right now. We've got our youngest in the field, Bokos, in 5th place at 21 seconds back. So that is in that initial chase group.
Yeah, you can see he's pumping the shoulders a little bit there. He's putting the power down. He's using his body to do it. You know, that might just be for this opening couple of laps, and then he'll settle down a little bit. But you can see he's committing to going out after it for this first lap.
On lap 2 now of the 15 laps scheduled from here at Daytona. So transition after they came out of the water. Henry Schoeman coming out. And you see Ryder getting the shoes on, and he'll take over the lead before they get out onto the track. Vincent Luis also was able to get by Henry Schoeman.
Yeah, that's the only tight little section of the course right there as they get away from the swim and to the track and the oval. And once they get out of there, there's almost no turning when you're on these.
And Brent, looking on screen now, it looks like Matt Sharp, that elastic band is just possibly starting to break a little.
Yeah, you know, I think he's going to key off them. He also doesn't want to get a penalty, so he maybe
just leaving a little bit longer to be on the safe side.
Yeah. And you know, he knows these guys are going to go out hard, so he's picking his own pace. It's not getting too big or too quick, but you know, I think he's going to pay attention, and we'll see what happens in the next lap.
You can see already our leaders, Seth Ryder, quite a bit of movement on the bike, I have to say. He's not stealth-like when we were watching the likes of Sara Sala, who was so beautifully smooth and still. You can see that a lot of movement. He is really pushing the pace on the bike right now.
He is, and he's committing to it, and you know. But you do look at his position; it is a little bit higher in the front. And again, I think that's a wise choice. You know, he's used to riding a road bike all the time, and so he's again, like we were saying, he's taking that option of I'm going to go with a little bit more comfort, with the idea that'll pay dividends later, and my back's not going to get tight, and I'll be able to ride hard the whole entire race.
We saw it with the women, almost an hour and a half out on the bike. In this time trial position, legs pumping constantly.
Well, as we said, this is the sort of course here. You stop pedaling, you stop moving forward. It's basically as simple as that.
I like that look, all black and white, nice and slick.
So again, Seth Ryder is leading the pack here. Vincent Luis running in the second spot. Henry Schoeman back there in third. Matt Sharp was fourth. Bocos in fifth.
We mentioned earlier Bocos, 18 years of age. Definitely our youngest by quite a way.
Coming out of the water at different times puts a few athletes a lap down early. That's where we were seeing some of those athletes that look like they're up front, but they're actually a lap behind. Ryder was going by a few early on his second lap. Now on to lap 3 for this group.
So yeah, it's interesting to see Vincent here. He could probably easily go to the front right now, but he's done enough of these longer races that he's like, if someone's going to take it and push it, I'm going to stay where I am. I'm going to ride within myself. I don't need to lead. He wants to win this race. He doesn't want to just lead it. So I think he's being really smart. He's keeping the gap, you know, so it's not even considered drafting, because he knows he got a penalty the last time here. So he's going to leave 22, 23, 24 meters just to be safe. And you know, so he's racing really smart right now.
He really is. Look, he's the penultimate professional. He's raced for so many years now. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's probably one of the most strategically perfect racers on the circuit. We know he's coming into this race fit, healthy, and hungry after having to have quite a bit of time out with various injuries. He's back, he's racing. He's got a fairly hectic schedule. We know he's just fresh off
Abu Dhabi.
Bermuda first, then Abu Dhabi. Then he's got this, and we know next weekend he's going back over to Bahrain for one more race of the year. So massive schedule for Vincent Luis, but then he hasn't raced for quite some time. So I understand his need to want to get out there. We know that he's a racer. He loves to race, and he races well, and he races from the front. And I think, normal situations, you normally see him dominating the bike. In his short course races, he's up there, he's the one telling them what to do. as they in their draft legal races. But here, I think he's quite content to let Seth Ryder, okay, you're setting a pretty good pace. I'm happy with that. So I'm just going to sit back there out of trouble and let you do the lion's share of the work. And once we get a little bit further into the bike ride, let's see what happens. Alicia.
Kieran Linders is leading this group of 3 with Jason West in behind and Mark Dubrick, but they are not far off of a pack of men that include Bishop, Pereira, Schomburg, McDowell. So I think we're going to see Kieran lead the charge here. And it appears that he's even opening up a gap to Jason. So we could see Kieran just not only catch this group, but move right through them. He looks really strong. He looks really aerodynamic. And he's not a ton of movement on the bike, so he looks great. He's, I think, the one to watch right now for me from this chase group.
Yeah, Alicia, Kieran Linders, he's really having a great season this year. He's the current long distance European champion from Challenge Almeida. He had a fantastic race there. Dare say it was a breakthrough race for Kieran. And he's just really matured. He's not that old, but the last couple of years he's just really matured as a racer, and we're seeing that here today. And he's really worked on his position. When I first met Kieran a couple of years ago, he certainly didn't look anything like this on the bike, but I know he spent a lot of time working on this position, and he looks great.
Yeah, and he's dropping his head a little bit there. I think that's just because he's working hard. He wants to get up with that main group ahead of him. We've got 14 guys all within a minute and a half. This is one tight race.
And you have got a split second, don't you, to make that decision. Am I going to just go for broke and try and bridge up to that next group of men? Or am I just going to sit here and play it steady, play it safely? And I think Kieran's like, nope, I'm going to be on the attack. I'm going to race aggressively. I'm going to try and catch as many as I can up front. Once I'm in a position that I feel comfortable with, then we can settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, and he's got the strength. He just did an Ironman not too long ago, and that recovers and that builds in strength in your legs. So he knows he can go hard now, and he'll be able to take it to the end. How about over to Shannon?
Hey guys, yeah, so turn 4, right? So this is Daytona International Speedway. This is what makes it so cool, is these 31-degree bankings over here in turn 4. By the way, some of the most amazing finishes in racing have taken place right here. You can see we've got the next group of men coming through right now. They're just entering turn 4 right now, and that's what I want to talk about. Some of the athletes I spoke to said it's not a technical track because, of course, they're not turning, they don't have elevation. However, they are in a slight turn for a large portion of this, right? You have the straightaways, but you're spending so much time kind of turning, and while you don't get up onto the banking, you do have to be aware of where it is. You guys might be able to give me a little information. I heard Andrew Starkowitz actually went up onto the banking in one of these races. Is that true? Did he make that move work?
It is true, and he did make it work. I remember he was coming up on a group of riders in front, and he did. He went right up the bank, shot down the other side, and went straight past them. So it definitely did work in that particular situation. I'm not sure anyone's going to try it today. We'll see, but it was quite exciting to watch.
Went on a NASCAR track, why not use it?
Exactly.
Well, take advantage of hanging out with everyone. That's Alicia on the motorcycle, and she's going to wave to Shannon as she goes by.
Hi there. Hey.
What a great team.
Hello.
We're having a great time together, and appreciate this team being put together. As lap 4 now underway. Already a very blistering pace being set by Seth Ryder. Vincent Luis running in that second spot behind him.
So Rick, one of the questions we keep getting asked, or I get asked when I go home, is how on earth do these athletes keep count of the laps? 15 laps in total, and I have to admit, I'm pretty sure I would muck it up. But what they do is the athlete's timing chip activates the lap counter. So the lap counter, and it's displayed on a large digital box on the track. So the little digital box that Sara Perez hit earlier in Miami was that timing box. So hopefully no one is going to hit it here today. I think we've got to protect it so that it's impossible for that to happen. But every time that the athlete goes past it, it does activate that lap counter, and it shows the athletes exactly what lap they are on.
And it also gives a time split. So you can, when you come across it and you look up at it, you can see the time deficit you are behind from the guys ahead. So it is a little bit of information that you can get each time around.
They told the athletes that they would see last lap next to their name when they were on their last lap. So they knew when it said last lap, that's when they go into T2. See fastest bike speeds. Starkey, Andrew Starkowitz, the fastest, and I don't want to give anything away, but I believe he won $1,000 for the fastest lap.
He'll like that.
So.
You know, Starkey, he's very proud of his biking prowess, so for him to get that, he'll be really happy about it. I'd love to see down there the 4th fastest bike on track, Tom Bishop. Of course, just crossing over from short course to long course. For me, he's my dark horse here today. I think that he could definitely work his way up onto the podium. It would be great to see.
Definitely. You know, there's a lot of athletes, you know, overcoming either injuries or, you know, just tough seasons, and that's just part of being an athlete. Is there's ups and downs, and it's really how you handle it and then how you overcome and come back. And you know, as we saw with the winner of the women's race, Angie, you know, she hasn't raced for a long time, and she overcame that, and you know, with the support of her coach and her boyfriend, she was able to get back to a winning form and get this win at this race. And you know, that's why she was, you know, in
so
tears
emotional.
at the finish, because it takes a lot of work and a lot of emotion to do it.
That's the one thing. There's so much training that has to be put in, and that's alone time when you're out there pushing yourself, and mentally, you know, you think, okay, do I need to go that extra mile? Do I need to, you know, get that extra hour on the bike? The early morning swims. Do I want to be putting all this effort in? And it's a mental battle that athletes are under, and so for them to put all of that work in, and for us to, what we saw with Angie Olmo winning on the women's side after, you know, such a difficult situation she had coming off of the Tokyo Olympics, it's refreshing to see the emotion there, knowing
really
that everything she put into it, she got back out.
And I was listening earlier this week to Bob Babbitt's Breakfast with Bob, and Vincent Luis' interview was really fascinating for me, just to listen. You know, I look at Vincent Luis and I think, oh, he's unbeatable. Nothing ever goes wrong, and he's always got everything under control. But he's had a really rough year with injury, and he was saying that there'd be some mornings he would get up and he didn't want to get out of bed. He didn't want to go training. It didn't interest him to get up. But again, you know, this is their profession. It's not a hobby. It's like waking up in the morning and saying, I'm not going to work today. Well, you don't do that, or you rarely do that. And it's the same mindset that these men and women have to have. This is their job, it's their profession, and not every day you're going to feel great. In fact, more days than not, you're going to feel pretty rubbish. But you need to get yourself out of bed, and you need to get yourself to work.
What is your why, right? What is your why, Belinda? I think that's what every single athlete asks. I mean, Rick, you were talking about putting in those extra hours, and you always hear people say that the hardest part of a marathon is that point 2. It's the final finish when you're coming to that finish line, and just doing what you do day in and day out gets you prepared for that. But I did talk to some athletes who said that trainer time, being on the trainer, especially ones that live in the north where it's snowing right now, really kind of helped them for this, right? Because you're digging deep, you're down in those aero bars, you're just grinding it out. You have no reprieve, you have no moments of kind of taking your feet and resting a little bit, and being on the trainer, spending time on that trainer, certainly preparing for this.
Oh, definitely. I think we've known some of the athletes that have come back here year after year, they've said the best training, bike training for this particular course is definitely on the trainer.
Right now, Jonas Schomburg is currently in the 8th position, and it may have been because of the impressive T1. 16 seconds for Jonas Schomburg. He wins the $1,000 in T1 presented by Captiva Spine.
Look at this transition though. It was incredible. It was so fast.
There was about a second that he could have made up if he could have got that clip just a second faster. But pretty impressive. Taylor Reed was a second off. We saw him busting his tail through T1 as well.
So close.
Jonas Schomburg.
Yeah, he's looking pretty controlled. He's got that motivated face on though. You're looking at him, and he's always making an adjustment here. Oh, there you go. He's getting some water. They do have a bottle underneath the seat, so they just reach back and grab it. They also typically have a bottle between the bars or on the frame, so he's obviously either already worked through that, or he's got maybe calories or something else in that back bottle.
And interesting to get some information down on course. We know that for the women, they said that last lap of the run, they could really feel the difference in the temperature. It had really started to heat up, which means the men are starting with that. So I think we're going to see them starting to take on hydration much earlier than what we saw with the women's race, because it's only going to get hotter from here.
Yeah, and they're starting in it, and the start of the bike is going to be more intense, and so they're just putting out more effort here, which is going to heat up the core, and it's hard to get that back down. So these guys, they're going hard, they're revving the engine, and now they got to figure out how to keep it cool for the rest of the way.
Again, Seth Ryder in front of Vincent Luis. Henry Skuman there in third. Matt Sharp is fourth. Already on lap 5, a third of the way into this bike.
So it looks like, our lead 3, and Matt Sharp has fallen, obviously was in that group of 4 to begin with. He is now in a no man's land, a little bit out there on his own. So what would he be thinking right now, Brent? I mean, you've got the 3 up front. He knows that there is a chase group coming from behind, and he's sort of left in between.
Yeah, I think he's probably assessed that he can't go with those front guys, and so he's going to be like, all right, what's my pace? What do I got to do to get to the end? And he may be thinking about holding off those guys that are, you know, another 30 seconds behind him. You know, that's this course. There is no man's land, but there also is, if they're all at 20 meters, there is no draft, so he doesn't have that person to cue off. He will at times because of the long straight stretches here, so he can still use that. But again, the groups behind, sometimes they slow each other up, because if that lead guy isn't at a pace that, you know, some of the back, you know, 2 or 3 guys are going, well, the back guys know they have to go all the way to the front, so they may not go to the front even though they want to go faster, and so then the group actually slows down because of the one lead guy.
Well, right now the lead guy, Seth Ryder, is setting a good enough pace that Vincent Luis has decided not to attempt to get past him. There's Seth Ryder. He'll be coming up on his 6th lap.
Of course, he just had a pretty solid race at the World Champ final in Abu Dhabi, finishing in 16th spot. So, and he was quoted as saying that he was going to attack this race from the start and go for broke, were his exact words. And he is doing exactly that right now.
And he did say, you know, he put it out there. He got on the breakaway because he wanted to go for it. However, he did say on the run he's felt like he maybe overcooked it a little bit. He said, you know, I was really good for, you know, the first 5K of the run, but then he said I really felt that you know, attack on the bike on the second half of the run. So, you know, it'll be interesting to see, does he decide to pace this a little bit better towards the back half of this bike.
On lap 6 now for Seth Ryder. He's another one of those kids that started at age 6, got into triathlon that early, and once he did it, said never looked back. It's been something that's been so enjoyable. An athlete born in '97, so 25-year-old Seth Ryder out in front here, who's been doing this for 19 years and only 25 years old. Shannon, are you investigating different parts of this track?
AKA trying to find some air condition. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. You just mentioned Ryder. So he's like the Kyle Busch of triathlons, been doing it forever and is still very, very young. Take a look. I'm in the pro lounge. So we just are, some of the women were in here a few minutes ago. We see Haley Chura over there. They are starting to make their way out. But come with me for a split second. I want to show you. Once I pull back this curtain here, we've got people signing up for the rest of the races, guys, because we know that this is a huge weekend here at Daytona for Clash Endurance. So you have everyone here, the age groupers getting ready for the weekend, and the races tomorrow on Sunday. So pretty cool. A lot going on.
I was positive we were going to see the Wizard when she pulled the curtain back there.
Yeah, he's not here.
The Wizard of Oz is behind the curtain.
That's you, Rick Allen.
He's up here with us.
Pulling all the strings.
Oh, what a wonderful event, though. As she mentioned, age groupers will be doing triathlons. There are fun runs, jingle jog.
Jingle jog, 5-kilometer jingle jog.
Yes.
It's great. I did that last year and had so much fun.
Huge events, and as we mentioned before, Bill Christie, the chairman, president, CEO of Clash Endurance, wants it to be family-oriented, family events. So you'll see, and we have actually a family, one of the pro athletes, their parents are out here and are going to run in the sprint, or going to do the sprint triathlon. So a lot of fun, a great event. You don't have to be a pro, age groupers, first-timers, relay members, anyone could come out and enjoy this. It was Brett Saunders that we were talking to about his family is going to do the sprint distance tomorrow.
Yeah.
That $1,000 bonus for the fastest first lap on the bike does go to Andrew Starkowicz. So Starkey picks up another $1,000. Now, one of the things about Starkey that a lot of people, some people know the story, some don't, but Starkey was almost killed in a bike accident where a truck ran him over and drug him. The doctor said he would never probably be able to walk again correctly, and he wanted to prove him wrong. And so with hard work, determination, Starkey has fought his way to be one of the most competitive in the world. He won Watkins Glen earlier this year, Clash Watkins Glen. He also actually, while competing in a triathlon, turned his ankle. And he told me, he said, when it happened, I didn't really think about it. I thought, oh, I got away with one. And while he kept running, he kept getting faster and faster, sped up, and finished what was a marathon, and later found out he had broken his ankle. And he continued to run and finish that race with a broken ankle. Well, he spent 6 weeks afterwards in a boot. So his training has not been what he's wanted it to be coming into this, but he did say, you know, this is an event where he can't miss. This is a can't miss event for him. Like we mentioned before, a NASCAR fan, so being able to race at Daytona is a dream come true for Starkey. So we know that the cycle on the bike is going to be great, but when he gets off the bike and goes to run, probably not going to be his strong suit today, at least after still trying to recover from that ankle injury.
Yeah, Rick, his exact quote to me was, quote, lacking in the fitness area. He was in a boot for 6 weeks. Besides coaching soccer for his kids, he had no aerobic activity. He said, I have to be as advantageous as possible on the bike because he's absolutely concerned about that run. No way he's going to miss Daytona. Just a little background information, a huge NASCAR fan. His favorite Daytona 500, the 1988 Daytona 500, because Davey Allison was his driver. I mean, who didn't love Davey Allison growing up? And of course, he finished second in that race. He's now a Brad Keselowski fan. His daughter, who's going to race this weekend, is a Joey Logano fan. And it's absolutely a good season for Joey Logano as that 22 won the championship this year.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, here's Starkey. He's just, and those that have known him for a long time, we call him Starkey. And I've known him and I've raced him for a long time. You know, Starkey being 40 years old and one of the old guys. So last year I was the oldest guy. But so it's awesome to see Starkey riding really well here. He's just mowing through the field. He's just crushing it, and it's going really well. You know, he was back in 20th. He went up to 14th. Now he's up in 13th. He is the fastest rider so far. So he's in his passion right now, and he's loving it.
He's one of the racers that when it was a little bit windier here a couple years back, the wind was blowing from, it would have been from the back stretch to the front stretch, so across the track. Well, Starkey decided, maybe if I run up against the wall, I can have a little bit of assistance from not being in the wind. And he did that, and he said he picked up time. So he would actually go up on the racetrack and go right up against the wall so it would block the wind from him, and then come back down when he was going into turns 3 and 4 here.
I remember when he very first did that, when he was coming around a group of athletes. It was incredible to see the looks on their faces. They didn't know what he was doing. But then they realized how much time he gained on doing that, and they're like, this ain't such a bad idea.
Yeah, one extremely tough triathlete is Andrew Starkowicz.
Well, I was there at the finish line. I obviously was commentating at this race we're talking about where he did roll his ankle. It was at the European Long Distance Championships in Almere, which I may add he came third. So he is third in the world. Doesn't get to be third European because he's obviously American, but he was third across the line. And I remember taking a look at his ankle as he came in to do a post-race interview, and I was mortified. It was the biggest largest ankle I'd ever seen in my life, and I don't know for the life of me how he was able to run 42.2 kilometers on that ankle.
He is one tough guy.
Yes.
Last year at this event, he was, testing out the bike the night before the event, and it was dark, and and
that's right.
He clipped a barrier,
yeah,
and ended up crashing and snapping the fork off his bike. And he took it on the chin, literally.
I was going to say, stitches,
and he was like, well, that happens. And I was like, everything all right? And he's like, I shook it off. It's a little sore, but I'll be out there. And he's like, just not, without a question of a doubt, I'll be there, and I'm going to be pushing the bike.
Yeah, that was Wednesday night before the Friday event, and we put 5 stitches in his
at
lift
dinner time.
at dinner
That's
because where we were at, there was actually a doctor that lived next door, and the person came over and stitched him up. I was absolutely amazed. Seth Ryder continuing to hold on to the lead with Vincent Luis.
Almost at the halfway mark now of the 15-lap bike ride. Nothing has changed up front. Ryder, Luis and Schoeman in the same position that they have been in since lap 1. Sharp losing a little bit more time now at 42 seconds back. But the big mover is obviously Tom Bishop. He's moved to the head of that chase pack, 107 down, along with West, Linders, McDowell and Bockus. Pereira also there, Schomburg. But really solid group of riders chasing down our front 5.
And again, part of that front 5, Vincent Luis, an Olympian, a short course racer that is ready to transition and make the move to the long course. Here's what he had to say about that transition.
I think it's a first step. It's a first step into middle distance, long distance. So after Paris Olympics, I really want to make the switch. I really want to go to longer distances, and you can't just snap your finger and being like the best at long distance. I mean, a few guys do it, Jan Frodeno or Gustav Iden and Christian, they can do it. But I do feel I need to adapt a little, and it's a perfect race. I mean, you got the chance to race on a NASCAR track. Like, it's amazing, and just being here. I like the US, everything's convenient, super easy. So yeah, I like to be here, and I'm a big car enthusiast. So yeah, I just like to be here, and yeah, I think I have kind of a bit of unfinished business here too, and that'll be fun. Got to race my friends, and yeah, just be here with guys that I like, and yeah, just having some fun. Just riding the TT bikes fun, I guess. No, these bikes are good looking.
These bikes are good looking. They are good looking. Coming off an injury, tore his Achilles. Now that is a nasty injury to recover from.
He mentioned racing with his friends. Léo Bergère of France was supposed to be here involved in this event, but pulled out late. As a matter of fact, just a few days ago because of illness, was not feeling well. He tested multiple times and tested negative for COVID, but it was just something that he was under the weather and had to withdraw. But that would have been an incredible dynamic duo from France going for the win here potentially.
And of course, Léo Bergère, it's understandable that he is a little sick at the moment. It looks like it's just some sort of a head cold. He's just come fresh off Abu Dhabi. He didn't just win the grand final there. He won the series, which is absolutely huge. He knew he had a chance of winning the grand final. He didn't think he was a chance of winning the overall series, but just the way that it played out there with Hayden Wild finishing 6th and Alex Yee finishing in 4th, it meant that he moved up to the front. So massive year for Léo. He is here. He was down on trackside supporting his girlfriend, Angie. So, that's a bonus. Unfortunately, he can't race, but to see his girlfriend come across the finish line in first place, I'm sure he'll be over the moon. And, having a supportive role, Angie's been supporting him all year, so great to see the roles reversed.
Yeah, probably will be supporting fellow countrymen. Vincent Luis here, as Vincent runs in the 2nd spot now.
Yeah, and just of note, so people understand, we've got the front 3 here, the leaders of Vincent Luis, Henry Skuman and Seth Ryder up front, but that fourth rider in the yellow helmet, he's actually a lap down. So he's just, because of the timing and because we're on a circle, he's in the mix, and he's obviously a strong rider because he's able to stay with this group, but he is a lap down. So this is actually the front group of 3, and then Matt Sharp is still in 4th, about 40 seconds back, and then Thomas Bishop in 53 seconds. Yes, Thomas is gaining. And, you know, Matt Sharp is not losing too much time. So really, Thomas Bishop is moving towards these front 3 guys.
And how about Jason West right now, just a minute, about 24 seconds back, a very strong runner. We know that if he can stay within striking distance, if he can see those athletes out there that he wants to get by, he is definitely dangerous when they go to the foot.
Yeah, he really is. And he always runs really, really well. And yeah, he's in a good position right now with Kieran Linders and Bockus and Pereira. So it's going to be interesting to see what that deficit is as we come into T2. But on field right now, I have to say most impressive is Tom Bishop at only 52 seconds back. It won't be long before he catches and overtakes Matt Sharp. And I don't know if he'll catch that front group of 3, but he'll definitely be trying to limit that deficit coming into transition.
Again, the top 3 have separated themselves. There's Jason West.
Yeah, I really like seeing Jason here right now. You know, a minute 30 down, and he hasn't been losing much time as of late. So I think Seth Ryder's actually starting to fatigue a little bit, or he's settling into a more
steady rhythm, or reasonable rhythm that he can hold.
Pace, yeah. Yep. So they opened up a gap initially, but you know, and Jason is not an outright cyclist. He tends to kind of stick with the group and wait for the run. So for him,
which is his weapon, so it's understandable.
Yeah, exactly. And so for him to only be a minute 30 down and around some other guys, and he's got guys that could come around him as well, you know, if he needs some help or that group wants to stay near. So Jason in this position, this is fantastic. And we're halfway through, and he is a long course athlete. So halfway through, he's just getting warmed up and getting ready.
Getting warmed up halfway through, an hour into the event. Well, he's a long course athlete, so you can definitely see that.
Well, we did see it in the women's race, didn't we? The long course athletes started coming through that last couple of laps on the bike ride. They started to really increase the pace, while as some of the short course athletes started to falter a little. But it'll be interesting to see now. We're still only on lap 8 of 15. Let's have a look when we get on around lap 12 to 13 if there are any changes to what we're seeing right now on screen.
We mentioned it when the women were out on the course, but you see a person grabbing a drink there. The nutrition and hydration, so important, especially for the short track athletes, the short course athletes, because they're not used to going this little bit longer distance.
Interesting that you say that. Another thing that we haven't spoken about, Rick, for our long distance athletes, you know, they're used to starting a race at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. And what is it now? We started the race at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Right. So that's another thing that they have to think about. Obviously, in normal situation, you get up at 4, you have something to eat for breakfast, and then you start your race at 6 or 7. Here, they've had breakfast hours ago. Do they have lunch? Do they have an early lunch? Do they have brunch? You can't not eat. You can't eat breakfast and then expect to race at 1 and be bursting to go. So it's a really tricky situation to deal with.
Speaking of nutrition and hydration, I've got a question. I'm seeing, it looks like a hydration chest bearing. I've, maybe just been out of the sport just long enough. It's the first time I'm seeing these in person. Brent, Belinda, what do you know about them? The athletes clearly have them shoved down the front of their kits. Just curious what you know and how the athletes are utilizing them and why they're utilizing them.
Yeah, we're starting to see it more often in all the coverage as of late. And the Norwegians, I think, maybe in their science lab have done some testing and come up with some really good information. But there's a number of federations and countries out there that are doing this. And sometimes it is just, it's actually an empty vessel. It's not actually holding anything. So it's to help aerodynamics. Mm-hmm. And I guess in hot conditions, if you're putting something in there, well, why not put some liquid in there because you're carrying it around? The only thing with that, though, is then you have that, it's weighing on your uniform and it might be pulling it out. So I think for the most part, it's made of foam and it's just helping aerodynamics. And on a flat track like this where you're in the wind,
makes a difference.
Yeah, so those aerodynamics are super important.
And we saw that in Kona. We saw quite a few of the top athletes doing that. And I think we see it more and more, particularly the longer the bike ride, or the more important, like flat the bike ride, so where aerodynamics are of significance, of importance, you're going to see this happening.
Yes, great shot of Jason West. Moving a little bit side to side, but again, we know the wind's out there. He's just finding a rhythm. He's got his hands high. He's, you know, just cutting through the wind. And, you know, I'm really excited to see him where he is right now.
Minute 19 back, around minute 20 for Jason West. We saw him get up out of the saddle and really start pumping. I mean, is that something that you get out of your rhythm to maybe say, all right, I'm going to push a little bit?
No, you know, great point. And if I was to race here, you'd see me do it every now and again. I try not to get out of my aero bars, just because every time you get out, you're losing that aerodynamic advantage. But to just get up out of the saddle, sometimes it just gives your hamstrings a little bit of a break, your glutes a little bit of a break, gives you a couple of seconds to reset and then go back down. And because this is a dead flat course and we keep talking about it, you stop pedaling, you stop moving. You cannot stop pedaling. So you are down in this aggressive position for the entire time. You never get to stop. When you're on a normal course out in the open roads, where you get corners, hills, descents, where you get chances to stop pedaling, to get up out of the saddle, it gives your lower back a little bit of a break as well. And coming onto the run, one of the worst things is that when you're in that bent over extreme position, you go to stand up, your hip flexors are absolutely screaming at you, and it's sometimes I've seen people almost fall forward because their hip flexors have just gone, no way, I'm not doing this. So it's actually smart if you can consciously try and just get out of the saddle every now and again, just to give your muscles, your glutes, your hamstrings, your quads, and then your lower back just that little bit of a break. It can make it a lot better coming onto the run.
Yeah, we can see right there, that was just a shot of Henry kind of getting caught up a little bit in those lapped athletes. Hopefully he'll be able to get around there and just stay in touch and stay smooth. And, you know, again, it's just par for the course when you're riding around in circles. But I think just looking now, it almost looks like he has gone around, and so we may have our front three as the true front three. So it's good to see that Henry is now in the right spot, and he's able to be where he needs to be and riding really smoothly.
Seth Ryder, Vincent Luis, Henry Schoeman, and I think the surprise so far early on has been Thomas Bishop, but maybe not a surprise to you.
No,
Alinda.
I picked him from the start.
You may have called him in some of our earliest meetings.
I did. I picked him from the start. Thomas Bishop just started his long course career at the beginning of this year. Solid over all three disciplines. He was 4th earlier this year at Challenge Wales and 3rd at Challenge Mallorca. And each time he races this distance, or the longer distances, he just seems to be getting stronger and stronger and a little more experience each time. And what we're seeing now, I mean, incredible riding. He looks fantastic on the bike. You can see him looking forward, trying to see where that top group, that front group of 3 are. But yeah, doing a really good job so far.
31-year-old up to 4th.
And I think it's hard to see right now, but I think he may be one of those ones with the fairing that's in the chest there. So, you know, he knows he wants to go fast, and he's committed to, you know, doing that. And he's also a guy that knows how to hurt. He's done tons of Olympic distance racing and qualifying all over the world, and he's also done some half distance races as well and been on the podium there. So he's done it all.
Thomas is an athlete too that we have seen. He did 5 races in 7 weeks. So
Madness.
I mean, just put together race after race after race, and you think about what that toll on the body has to be without enough recovery in between events.
Yeah, you know, those short course guys, they are used to it, and so he's doing that, you know, in the middle distance now. But they are used to week on week on week of racing, and you know, so here he is coming down the straight stretch, and he can look up the road, and he can see that front group, and you know, again, that's just so motivating as you're chasing to actually get that visual of, hey, I'm gaining, and they're getting closer and closer and closer.
Got a little information there, I'm sure, from coach or supporters. Oh, and we have
Roberto Sanchez, Mantecon, that's right, from Spain, decided to call it a day. He's down there with Sara Perez Sala and her boyfriend, her partner. You can see he had a smile on his face. Look, as they've said, a lot of these short course athletes, they've come here It's the end of the season. This is like a bonus race. So they want to try it. So that's Sara there beside you in the De Boer hat and her partner from Spain. They're all good friends. They know each other very, very well. And Roberto, this is a long year for him. He's done short course. He's done longer distance racing. And yeah, even though, of course, at the end of the day, athletes want to finish, this was an added bonus for Roberto. So he's just starting to do a few longer distance races. I think he really wants to... he's been a bit sick, obviously. There quite a few after Abu Dhabi have come down with a bit of a cold flu. And so, yeah, I think he's probably not feeling that peachy out there. And it's just not worth it. End of the year. If he was in a position where he was going to make the podium and make some prize money, he probably would have toughed it out. But he was off the pace from the start, so he's just decided to call it a day.
And sit with his friends and watch
sit with
the
his
triathlon.
mates and watch a great race.
What better situation could he have?
And I have to say, sitting here in the booth, where we're situated, great view. We have a bird's eye view of the track. We can see the riders going around. It's a beautiful day outside. The sun is shining.
Yeah, I don't mind sitting in the booth.
In the air conditioning.
A little bit different. Oh,
we
and
have
the mechanic taking place. The athletes were told if they had a mechanical issue, they could go right in.
Rick, I love the outfits.
Yeah.
The mechanic.
You got the pit crew wearing the pit crew outfit.
Right.
This is NASCAR.
Awesome. So here we are trying to do a quick change. You know, as an athlete, you know, your hands are sweaty, your heart's pumping. So to be able to come in off the course and just be like, here, I got a flat. Can you take care of this for me? You know, it's actually an opportunity. He's losing time as it is anyways. So this is actually an opportunity for him to take a moment, take a bit of a rest. Whereas if you're trying to change that flat, you're getting anxious. You're probably going to make a mistake. You know, so it really is a benefit to have someone to be able to do this for you and just take a moment. It's stressful enough as it is, and you know, so he's going to be sitting here, although I'm sure at times he's going to be like, come on, do it faster, just give it to me, let me do it. But you know, of course he's going to do whatever he can as fast as possible. You know, these bikes are super technical. There he is. He's getting some nutrition in. He's
smart, but how smart is that? He knows that he's stopping on the side of the road. He knows he's going to be there for a little while. Why not do the right thing? Get nutrition in now while I'm standing still. It's smart racing.
Yeah, you know, and that's a seasoned athlete that, you know, knows how to take advantage of a bad situation. You know, he's going to get this done, and then he's going to get out and just put the hammer down.
But don't you love I love the idea of this pit stop, this pit crew, because at the end of the day, this is professional athletes doing it for work. It's their job. And to, you know, when you normally see it out on course, and if they get a flat tire and they can't change it or something's happened, I just love the fact that it's not the end of his race. He's able to stand there, have someone do it for him, get the wheel back in the bike, and off he goes. His race is not over.
Yeah, you know, if he was doing this himself, if it all went smoothly, it might be 5, 6, 7 minutes. You know, if it doesn't go smoothly, it could be 10 minutes.
Exactly.
But here we are. You know, it's probably been a minute already. You know, it's going to feel like a long time for him because he's just sitting there watching it. You know, and now they're going to get it pumped up. They'll get it back on, and he'll get back rolling.
Very impressive. Obviously, they were told that at any time, if they had to, they could come right onto this area. The mechanic would be able to help them with anything that went wrong with the bike.
Interesting that they are using a pump to pump this tire up. I would have thought a CO2 canister would have been a little quicker. But anyway, there you go. Done and dusted. Wheel goes back in the bike.
There you go. A little chit chat, a little talk amongst the mechanics in the pit. All right, let's get you lined up. Let's get this in and let's get out of here.
But it is unusual for someone to get a flat tire on this course. Yeah. It's absolutely pristine. It's swept several times before the race. There is nothing on there.
It's amazing. They actually have giant blowers on trucks that drive around and completely blow off. So it's, again, everything is massive here. You know, the track, but even the
blowers and the trucks.
Yeah, giant hair dryers.
Oh, I love it.
We don't like to see those in the sport because that normally means it's
There's
raining.
Oh, right. Oh.
Okay.
Big jet dryers.
No such thing today. The sun is shining. It's absolutely beautiful. And here we go. You can see right on screen now, Tom Bishop has made that move, and he has caught Henry Schoeman and that front group of men. So we've got now a lead group of 4, Ryder, Luis, Schoeman, and Bishop. Fantastic riding from Bishop. I just hope that he hasn't gone too hard too early and that he has saved a bit for the run, because we know Henry Schoeman and Vincent Luis and Seth Ryder are all very, very good runners.
How about Starkey also up to 6 and just a minute behind now?
Wow. That's typical Starkey fashion.
What an effort.
That's fantastic. 20th all the way up to.
He's still putting together the fastest speeds on the bike, along with Bishop.
Well, we said last race, Alicia nailed it when she said Starkey is a race disruptor. Came out of the swim a little down on where we would normally see Starkey come, but he is making his way through the field, and I'm sure causing disruption everywhere he goes.
I don't think we should be surprised if he ends up leading this race.
I know.
We're on lap 11 here, and he's only got another minute to go. He's taking chunks of time out of these guys. So, and as soon as he gets a smell of that, he's just going to keep chomping it up. And, you know, with a minute, he's seeing these guys at the end of that straight stretch. So he's getting that feedback that you're catching. And so I think he's going to keep putting the pedal to the metal.
Here we go. Finally, Nicholas Gilbert, rear tire fixed, and he is back out on the track and on his way.
Got some nutrition in. I saw him put some more water in his front bottle there. So did all the personal mechanic work that he needed to do, and now he's set and he can just get back to it.
Seth Ryder and Vincent Luis. There, Seth on the right side of your screen, Vincent Luis in the white helmet.
This order basically hasn't changed, Rick, for the entire ride so far. Seth Ryder has led pretty much from the beginning, with Vincent Luis sitting behind.
And the pace evidently has worked for Schoeman and Bishop. Bishop just recently joining this pack. Call it a pack. Again, it's non-drafting, so they have to stay 20 meters apart.
Did you see what Vincent Luis just did then? See, he's done it again with the other arm. So you can see from where his arms are, he's got quite an extreme position at that front end. You know, these error bars with his arms up right around his head. And having that extreme angle on the elbow, it gets, you start to cramp. So he's had to let his arms go just to loosen up those elbows. But as soon as he's done so, he's back down in the bars again. But yeah, just having that really severe angle in the elbow. And I never used to ride like that, but obviously back in the day when I rode, you didn't have that angle. It wasn't done. But you know, now we know that they have the arms up, way up right now by the head.
So right here, we're having a pass. So Thomas is moving. He's decided, okay, I got to keep going. I'm not going to rest on where I am. So Thomas may have bridged up to that group and then sat at the back there for a little bit. Just
got his breath back, got his heart rate down a little bit, and now he's decided to go.
Because he knows these guys are fast runners. So he knows, okay, I can't just hang with them and come into transition with them. So I got to commit to keep moving forward. And here we go. We're looking for a change of the lead right now. Thomas Bishop, he's like, I got to go for it.
Thomas Bishop wants to take control here at Daytona as he looks to Ryder as he goes by. New leader. Thomas Bishop, not only did he go by Vincent Luis, but he went by Seth Ryder. And Bishop now out front.
So yeah, now that we get this shot, Thomas Bishop does have a bottle in that fairing in his chest. So there is a hose sticking out of there. A lot of time they have a bottle with a hose between their arms, but just by its hanging, the way it's hanging, I can see that that's a bottle there. So he's taken an aerodynamic advantage and said, hey, what more can I do with it? And why not put some water in there, keep it hydration. It means you can keep another bottle somewhere else. So that's a twofer, as we say. Aero and water.
And really convenient. He doesn't have to reach for anything. He can keep his arms on the aero bars. He can keep down in that aero position the whole time and still able to stay hydrated. You can see he has got one on the back as well. But great riding from Tom Bishop. And he does. You're right. He knows that if he wants any chance of winning this race, he needs to come into transition with a sizable lead over the men behind him.
Look at the gap he's already
Yeah, he's pulling away.
That's crazy.
Already. Bishop ahead of Ryder, Vincent Luis, Henry Schoeman, and Starkey. How about Starkey up to 5th now?
That's impressive. Less than a minute behind, 56 seconds. But these four that we're seeing on screen now, they're all used to racing each other. But as we said, Tom Bishop only just started racing long distance this year. Years before, these four would race each other almost on a weekly basis. So they know each other's strengths, they know each other's weaknesses. Vincent Luis, Henry Schoeman would know that Tom Bishop, his run is not his strength, considered his strength. So it will be interesting to see whether they let him go or whether they do try to keep that deficit down. So look at Bishop here.
Yeah, starting at the back, and he knows he's got that 45 seconds for each one, but he wants to just take momentum and move forward, so he decides to go, I'm going from the back all the way to the front, and I'm just going to tell these guys as I go by, hey, I'm taking the lead here, guys, and you're not going to be able to do anything about it.
Right there, the pass for the lead. We saw him go by Luis. Gives a glance over there to Ryder as he went by.
Do you think he said something?
Of course he
I
did.
think there were a few words said, but
I don't know if anything had to be said. I think it was just a look over that's saying, I'm leaving you guys.
Yeah. Nice
And
job,
he did.
but my turn now.
He has left them already. 7 seconds separating Bishop from Ryder. And you can just tell that pace has picked up for Bishop. Starkey, the only one running about the same pace, but Starkey, quite a deficit to start off with, has made his way up to 5th already.
Yeah, now that Thomas has gone off the front, it'll be interesting to see, if Starkey can close on Thomas now. Obviously, he was closing on him because Thomas was sitting with that group, but so they may start chasing each other around, which again that's great for Starkey, because once he gets that for next group of 3, he's like, okay, I gotta keep going, and I gotta keep motivated, and we're gonna see a good battle right to the end.
So again, it's Thomas Bishop here on screen that has went from 4th to 1st. Very impressive burst of speed. Seth Ryder fell back to 2nd. Vincent Luis 3rd. Should this make Vincent Luis a little nervous?
Look, I don't think so. Not at the moment. We've only got 4 laps to. No, I say only. We've got 4 laps to go. Vincent Luis, he's in great form. He's coming off 2 great races. We know he's in good run form, even though he's had limited training since recovering from his Achilles tear. And he knows that Thomas Bishop, I'm sure he doesn't want him to get too much of a lead off the bike, but he knows that he can afford to let him have at least a minute or more. I'm sure Torsten will come through and tell me exactly what it should be. But it's, it'll be interesting. But, on the other hand, Rick, maybe Tom Bishop's going to have the race of his life here today. Maybe he's going to have the run of his life. So you're right. There would be a part of Vincent Luis and Schoeman saying, we don't want him to get away too far. We need to keep him in our sights. We need to keep this under control.
It's 11 seconds now, the gap back to 2nd. It might be even growing more as you see him pulling away.
There's Starkey, head down, big legs, pedaling. He's got a lot of power in those.
He does.
You always know it's Starkey, don't you? He's a sort of a similar looking rider to Lionel Sanders in this, that they have their knees sticking out. They're not nice and flush and in close to the bike, and not that it affects them. They still, Starkey is fastest on course right now. So,
the family.
Here we go. Waiting for Dad. I love the homemade signs.
Oh yes. They're cheering Dad on. He was had his youngest daughter with him at the pro meeting yesterday. Mom and the kids came down today.
Yeah, Starkey drove out in the trailer with his daughter. I'm sure that was a fun road trip.
Yep.
19 hours.
19 hours.
That's crazy.
From the Chicago area.
There he is, stretching out a little bit. He's been working really hard, pushing hard. So, hey, get out of the saddle for a little bit, stretch things out, and then he's going to get right back down. I'm like, all right, that was a good little break. Now let's get to it.
That's a guy that's got experience on the track and at this style of racing, and we know he's very, very loyal competitor to the Clash Endurance family. Win at Watkins Glen. He comes here year after year. He's in Miami as well. And he knows this course inside out, back to front. He'd have more experience than anyone else on this course. So he knows what he needs to do to make sure that he's in good shape going into that run.
Fastest bike leg ever here. They're watching to see when Dad comes by. Obviously a Chase Elliott fan.
NASCAR hat on, obviously.
That's right. Starkey went an hour 14:43 back in 2019, setting the fastest pace for this bike leg.
There's that red bike you know so well.
Don't blink. You'll miss him.
That's right. He's going to be a blur here in just a moment.
Look at all those fans watching right at the action.
There he goes.
Starkey's about to go by that rider there. There he is.
There he is.
He's just passing him. And what a feeling for your kids to be cheering you on in a competition.
And looking at those time splits now, Rick, you were right. Bishop is riding fastest on course. Starkey was, but you can see that that's a shot out to 1:04 now. It was under the minute mark, but now that Bishop's taken off and is out riding out front on his own, he is putting time into Starkey.
We also had a change in that probably second group with Kieran taking over from Jason. So again, they're still a group of 5 guys, not working together, but just spaced together. And so Jason was setting the pace, and now Kieran's going to take over for probably the final stretch here. And that's going to be a great race for those positions. And Jason, being the phenomenal runner, he's going to be looking to run as many guys as he can.
As he can.
Yeah, minute 49 back from Bishop right now. With just 3 laps to go, under 3 laps now as he's on the backstretch. Bishop out front and has separated himself from that pack that he was able to get by 24 seconds. See a close look there. That water bottle inside the chest.
Great position on the bike for Tom Bishop. Nice and aero. But nothing too extreme. Looks really comfortable. From previous results, we know Vinny could probably run around 4 minutes into Bishop. However, I think Bishop's having one of those days, one of those magic days where he is absolutely flying. And then we haven't spoken too much about Seth Ryder. We know Vincent Luis and Henry Schoeman are class runners. We haven't said too much about Seth Ryder, but we know he can also run.
Yeah, when he's on a day, he's on a day. Like he's had some phenomenal performances on the World Triathlon circuit. So he is not one to count out here. Yes, he was on the front of the bike there for quite a while, so he may pay for that. But if he's having a good day, I think he can challenge Vincent.
And of course, Vincent and Schoeman have been in the box seat. They haven't seen the front of that group once. They've put themselves in a very good position, sitting back at 20 meters, of course, but they don't have to think about the pace. They're just following.
Yeah, and I think, for Henry, that's a good spot for him.
Oh, yes.
He's just sat in the back and just like, I'll just pace off of you guys and sit in a rhythm. And, it's interesting, those 3 guys were in a breakaway last weekend.
Last week.
It's like a carbon
They must
copy.
be thinking, this is deja vu. What's going on here?
Completely different race, completely different format, but,
we're all together.
Let's do it again.
It's crazy. Yeah.
One athlete we've talked a little bit about, wild card athletes, and this one being one of them, and Braxton Bocos. He has been preparing for this event for the past 2.5 months. So focused on this very event and currently running in the 10th position, Alicia.
Braxton is looking wise beyond his years, being born in 2004, which blows my mind. He's, I believe, our youngest competitor in the field. He stunned me personally with having, I believe he was top 5 out of the water, and he's now sitting in 10th place. He just slid into 10th place, but he looks really calm, cool, collected, really relaxed in his aero position. He kind of reminds me of Jan Frodeno right now. Maybe it's the Oakley helmet, maybe it's the position, his height, but he just looks really smooth. And to see this kind of composure and performance out of an 18-year-old, it's just really impressive. Shannon, over to you.
Yeah, Alicia, we could give maybe a little bit of credit to his dad, right? So obviously Braxton's been around the sport forever, going to the expos with his dad, Preston. But I noticed that Braxton, every time he came down pit road, he would look to the left. And so I walked over to see who he was looking at. He's looking at his dad, Preston, who was standing there. So I asked Preston, I said, what do you do, giving him lap times? He said, no, I'm telling him to eat. I'm telling him to drink. I'm telling him to get his nutrition in. So screaming these, these things at him and letting him know and just reminding him, just a little help from old Pops over here on the sideline.
Yeah, you think about it too. It was March when he graduated high school. So earlier this year, that young man graduated high school and then ended up moving to Boulder, Colorado to continue training and to focus more on becoming a professional triathlete.
Well, and yeah, Boulder, Colorado is where there's some of the best triathletes in the world all train there. It's at altitude, so they get the benefit. Matt Sharp in this race lives there now, and you know, so there's a great community to train with, spar against, learn how to race, learn how to train. And as a young athlete at 18, you can only learn, and so he's in the right place to do that in Boulder. And so obviously he's taken some cues and he's figured something out.
Smart boy, 18 years of age and new to move to Boulder. Some of the greatest athletes we've ever had in triathlon reside in Boulder. You've got Marinda Carfrae and Tim O'Donnell. Of course, Tim O'Donnell normally here in your seat, but is in Australia right now. You've got Julie Dibbins, who coaches some of the best athletes in the world. Also there, Holly Lawrence has recently made the move from California to Boulder, Colorado. So it really is, as you can see, don't forget to drink.
10th place, drink.
Love that. Oh.
And as a young athlete, it's easy to forget stuff like that, because you get into the race and you get excited.
And you're
like,
in 10th.
Oh, I'm in 10th. Oh my gosh, I'm in the middle of this race. I'm so excited. I'm riding so hard. And nutrition and drinking just falls by the wayside. So his dad is absolutely correct, and that's what he needs to do. 10th place doesn't matter. How do you keep it going is eating and drinking.
Yeah. But looking really comfortable out there so far.
Just 2 laps remaining on the bike, and then they will go through T2 and transition to the run. Thomas Bishop so strong.
46 seconds now, Rick. 46, yeah, 46, 52, excuse me. It's changing every second.
Yeah.
52 seconds over Seth Ryder. So he is continuing to put time into his pursuers.
And coming out of the water and making that first transition, Vincent Luis, Henry Skuman, both out quickly. Skuman very fast through the transition. Seth Ryder able to get past him once they did get on the bike, and it was Ryder who was setting the pace early. Vincent Luis tucked in behind that 20-meter gap.
Jonas Schomburg getting the effort in on T1 there. You can see the intensity to get that T1. Well done.
Starkey making his way through the field after what you'd call a sub-pass doing for him, but fastest on course, getting the bike, first lap bike bonus.
Yep, so sometimes it's not your day, and you just got to pull the plug, and he's done a lot of traveling, and he decided, hey, I'm going to sit back and watch.
And flat tires, very unusual here at the track in Daytona, but they do happen. But it wasn't long before he was able to get back out on course again.
Fourth to first for Thomas Bishop. Easily the best and strongest move we have seen today. That was for the lead, and now almost a minute he has put between himself and second. Seth Ryder in front of that second pack, but it's been Thomas Bishop that really has been impressive. Starkowitz running about the same pace as Bishop, but Starkey still a minute 8 back.
But look at that difference between third and fourth. I don't think it's going to be too long, or fourth and fifth, I should say. It won't be too long before we see Starkey catch that chase group.
Yeah, into T2, we could easily see it be Thomas Bishop and Andrew Starkowitz coming in 1-2 into that T2.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think we're starting to see the race now group up at the end. You know, they were all kind of scattered in smaller groups. You know, behind roughly 2 minutes back, you're going to have 7 guys all within 20 seconds. So it's stretched out, and now it's coming back. And Thomas Bishop is putting time on everyone. So he's going for it. But man, there's going to be some great racing out there with these groups that come in all close to each other, and they're all really good runners.
That'll be the fight, the heart. We'll see who wants it the most.
Well, look, right now we've already got Starkowitz has overtaken Skuman and is now riding behind Vincent Luis. Look at this now on screen. So he's not even content with sitting there. He's gone straight past Luis as well, and he's about to go past Seth Ryder. This is incredible. Starkowitz now in 2nd place on course. And I don't think he's going to stop there, Brent. I think he's going to keep going.
Yeah, he's going to keep going. He's putting it all out there. It's going to be really interesting to see who ends up with the fastest bike split, because he isn't gaining as much anymore on Thomas Bishop. But then the question for Starkey is, with that ankle, did he just put it all on the bike because he's not sure on the run? And you know, he's just going to do what he can, but he also just wants to put the imprint on the track, on the bike. So yeah, there we have Jackson Laundry. You know, I think he's playing the patient game. I think he's done what he could. He was down out of the water, but now, you know, he's kind of maintained that. He hasn't lost too much more time, so he's limited his losses. And so here he is coming over top of Jason West. So these two guys, they can really run, and they're long course guys. So we know that this ride is fine for them. And so now I'm going to watch them to see how fast they run, and they can spar with each other on the run.
Well, look at this group, though. Look at this group coming through. There's so many good runners in this group. Pereira.
Yeah, this is going to be a battle.
West, Laundry, Pereira, all right there. And maybe we'll work together to get up toward the front. Again, they're sitting back a little over 2 minutes behind race leader Bishop, who is on his last lap. Final time around here at Daytona on the bike before he gets to transition 2.
Here's Jackson still moving up that group. Because there were 7 of them in that group. So Jackson stretching his back a little bit there, just making his way to the front. He's taking that time, you know, so now he's going to be leading this group and just trying to, again, hold that pace and not lose any more time.
But did you see then that he needed to get out and stretch his back? I mean, that's one of the things about this particular course and the Clash Endurance courses, that if you aren't careful and if you don't allow yourself that time to get out of the bars, just have that little bit of a stretch, it can wreak havoc coming onto that run.
Yeah, and sometimes it's not even your back that's tight, it's your hamstrings.
Hamstrings.
And your hamstrings are so tight, they're actually pulling down. And so your hamstrings, when you get off on the bike and try and run, they're all shortened up. So that really affects, if your back's tight, it doesn't bother the run too much. It's really those hamstrings.
Top 13 all within 3 minutes of each other. A very impressive field here once again at Clash Endurance Daytona. Jackson Laundry using that outside line here at Daytona. You can see the banking of the racetrack behind him. Almost looks like a wall out there.
What is the percentage? Do we know?
I called it 32 and Shannon called it 31. It's right there.
So it's somewhere
31,
in that
32
vicinity.
degrees.
That's crazy.
The banking here, yeah, is if you park a car on the banking, it feels like it will roll over. So to go around the banking here, you've got to almost go 100 miles an hour.
Amazing. And you can see now Jackson Laundry really having a superb second half of the ride here. He's just gone past Matt Sharp. So great riding from Jackson Laundry.
Louis looks to get by Ryder, so Louis making sure to push it here at the end of the bike.
This is what happens, Rick. You know, with 1 to 2 laps to go, this is where you start seeing changes, where those athletes that are feeling good are going to start to pick it up, and those that have really pushed it a little bit too hard on a faltering, they're going to start falling back. But here he comes. Tom Bishop coming in. Shoes are off.
And again,
into T2.
We have, it looks like a penalty-free bike for the men, which is a great thing once again. And coming into T2, the shoes are off, And Thomas Bishop's right in front of you, Shannon.
Yeah, as he makes his way getting ready to dismount his bike. Guys, one thing we have to keep our eyes on, you saw all of those mistakes taking place in T1 with the men. Tom Bishop obviously alone right now, the main pack a little bit further back, but expecting about 4 guys to come in all at the same time. We'll see how they handle that. You see Tom Bishop right now. He is looking pretty smooth so far. No socks for him as he's throwing on those sneakers. Moving his legs around, as you guys mentioned, and putting on his sunglasses, a little nutrition, and heading out. But the next group is one we're definitely going to want to watch to see if they got all those mistakes out of the way back in T1.
Maybe a little tight there.
Those adductors did not look like they were happy, but you know what? Not looking like it's a problem right now. But yeah, adductors, there's nothing worse than adductors cramping up. But he looks okay. I mean, he's not flying out of transition. He's running up and down a little bit on the spot. He doesn't have that lovely forward lean that we saw with Angelica Olmo. As we can see now, Starkey also making his way in. Well done to Vincent Luis for not letting him go. So let's have a look and see how that ankle's going of Starkey. We know it was broken, probably not fully recovered. Come on, Shannon, what can you see?
You could see Starkey, Belinda, really taking some deep breaths. We know how hard he pushed it towards the end of that bike out there. You could see him really kind of, his cheeks were puffing up as he ran into transition. I was told maybe a little bit slower for Starkowitz. He might be a little bit longer here in transition. We'll have to see how that goes. We've got Vincent Luis in here. He's throwing on his sneakers right now as well. He's got his glasses in his hands. Want to see how long it does take these guys to get their legs underneath them. You can see Starkey's already limping a little bit, guys. Keep your eyes on that. We've talked so many times about that ankle, his concern. We'll see if he can last this run. Of course, we know he's not going to give up because he's never one to quit.
He is, and he's as tough as nails, he is. And you can see already the distance that Vincent Luis and now Seth Ryder, they have gone straight past him. And look, I mean, let's be honest, Starkey's never been a pretty runner, so, you know, but you can see that he is favouring. He's limping, you can see he's limping, and that ankle's not fully recovered. Henry Schoeman now also in transition. Obviously lost a little bit of time just towards the end of that bike ride as he makes his way out onto the run course, but Vincent Luis looking absolutely superb.
Yeah, he just looks so smooth coming out of there. He just instantly got into a rhythm, and, you know, I think he's going to be charging pretty quickly to the front here.
You've got Jackson Laundry in, you've got Matt Sharp also in, I saw Kieran Linders also in. This is this chase group that we were talking about. This is when it's going to start getting a little fast and furious in transition. Jackson is out already. You've got Pereira also in now, so Zhao, we know that Starkey's bike was very, very close to Zhao's there. Bokos is also off the bike.
That's Matt Hanson.
And Matt Hanson in as well. That's right, it is. Matt Hanson's had a great ride, but we knew he'd come through towards the end. He's a longer distance athlete.
But he's right in it.
Right in the thick of it.
Great to see. Watch Matt Hanson run out here.
Yeah.
He's got the longest stride known to man.
I think I take 3 strides to his one. Look at it. Look, Schomburg he's going for T2 bonus as well. Nice work. You can see Matt Hanson right behind.
You can see the salt on Matt Hanson.
Yep.
You know, so it's hot out there. There's a little bit of humidity. So these guys are sweating and they're pushing that salt out. So again, it's not just an easy, you know, ride out there, you know, because it's short. This is tough conditions.
Look at those strides.
It's insane.
Unbelievable.
It really is. I don't know anyone that's got a stride as long as Matt Hanson.
So again, they will come on to the road course portion for just a while on the front stretch here at Daytona. So that's why they're leaving the racing surface. They'll do a little loop inside and be back out on the 2.5-mile high banks here.
And of course, Vincent Luis doing what he does best. He looks fantastic. Showing no signs of that torn Achilles that has recovered from. Seth Ryder behind. And you won't see Vincent Luis doing anything silly. He won't try and run Tom Bishop down too soon. He'll take his time, but Tom Bishop looks great so far.
Yeah, he's just ticking over a good rhythm there. I think he's just finding his groove. And, you know, yeah, he was a little tight getting off, and we saw those adductors cramp up a little bit. But once you get them moving, you know, the blood eventually gets there, and they do loosen up. So I think, you know, as long as he stays on his hydration, he should be all right, and he's got the strength there.
Could you get two more vastly different athletes if you tried. You've got Henry Schumann, who probably weighs about 60 kilos, and then you've got less than that, yeah. And then you've got Andrew Starkowitz, who's an absolute giant of a man.
Yeah, we mentioned Starkey and the ankle. He is another athlete, like I referenced Lionel Sanders, as far as you could see the pain on his face when he's competing, but there is no give up in these athletes. There is not a chance that Andrew Starkowitz would not finish this race, even if he is in excruciating pain. That's just the type of strength and the will that he has to get out there and run.
And one thing we haven't spoken about much, but from Sara Perez's race and now to Starkey's race, if Starkey can finish up in the top 5, this is the last race where you can earn points for the Challenge Family World Bonus. Because Sara finished in second place today, she moved herself up into second place in the World Bonus. Starkey could do similar. So there's actually a lot more on the line just from winning prize money here. So I would love to see Starkey finish in that top 5. It would be fantastic. Although in saying that, these guys are absolutely flying.
How about Matt Hanson?
Oh, he's flying.
Well, what's interesting, though, is he's flying and he looks like he's flying, but then Jonas in front of him is actually running faster, and it just looks easy. And that's, you know, again, these short course guys, they just make running fast look so easy. The speed just comes off their feet, you know. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next 10 kilometers between those two.
Thomas Bishop out in front, but for how long? Vincent Luis a little over a minute behind. Current pace just over 5-minute mile pace at 5:15, 3:16 minutes per kilometer. And now remembering the hydration, the nutrition. So it's still not quite 3 laps for Thomas Bishop, as he's been through 1 and 2. There's Jackson Laundrie.
So Jackson, he is moving up. He's coming up on Starkey, so he's moving up a spot right now. He's going to be moving into 5th. There's Starkey, you know. There's, you know, just the camaraderie between athletes here. He knows these guys are going to be catching him, so he's in it to get to the finish. He's got his bonus that he wants to cash in on, so Starkey's getting to the finish for sure, and he's just going to help these guys along as well.
And on screen right now, look at Pereira. He is flying through the field. He's about to catch and overtake Jackson Laundrie. So João Pereira also having a great run. Jackson Laundrie looking strong as well.
João Pereira should have said something to Starkey when he went by, because Starkey put his bike up on the rack and it actually went over the top of João Pereira's stuff because João hadn't gotten in yet. So it was all over his shoes, and I'm sure that João will talk to him after the race. But interesting transition too for Starkey and João.
Yeah, it's great to see João here. He was 5th at the Rio Olympics. He is moving. He knows how to run fast, but he's also done some long course. There he is, just looking over at Jackson. Or, you know, maybe it'd be like, hey, thanks for the pull, and I'll see you later.
See you later.
But look at him put that surge in. That's, like I was saying earlier, when you go to pass, you got to pass. You got to do it with commitment so that you break that. But then, yeah, right behind you've got Jason West, obviously moving up. We know he's a fast runner. So it's going to be great to see Jason and João. If they can get together and they can work together,
lethal combination.
Yes,
right
they're
there.
going to move quickly.
And as you said, we do know João has had a little bit of experience over the half distance. He won Challenge Lisboa back in 2017. That's over 21 kilometres. He's only got to do a fraction of that this time. But look at that, Jason West doing what he does best, right up on the heels of Pereira right now. Great running from Jace West.
So, you know, they may be running into a headwind right now, and so Jason actually put in a surge there to get across before they get to the headwind. So now he's just going to sit in, trying to economize a little bit, get his heart rate back down, and just rest and get some rhythm. So again, this course, there's no hills, but there's wind, and so you do tactically have to race it. And when these guys are together, they're going to go back and forth, and they may even take turns, you know, in the front, saying, okay, I just did that last headwind section. How about you do this one?
We talked about Starkey and how tough he needs to be in his transition, and actually the fastest first lap Well, right now we're getting reports that that might not have been the fastest first lap. There's a possibility that Gilbert was about a half a second faster. Think about that. Over 2.5 miles, Gilbert may have been a half a second faster than Starkey. We're making sure to check on the numbers there.
Oh, wow.
Half a second.
Yes.
That's crazy.
Both of them going out very quickly. Again, that was the first lap of the bike. As now we're watching Jason West tuck in behind Pereira. The two working together right around 5-minute mile pace.
It's beautiful to watch. Two beautiful runners.
And West almost looks as though he wants to take over.
See right there, as I
Yep.
said earlier, they're going to look to the other. Okay, well, I've been in the headwind. You take a turn now.
You can take it now.
So yeah, they're definitely in that headwind section because they're going down that back stretch, and the wind is, you know, kind of coming across the track there.
Hey, Rick, I know that Belinda and Brent have seen very fast runners, but I just looked down at Jason West's time, and I'm like, what am I doing with my life? 4:49 is his time. We saw him. He had such a fast run at Watkins Glen and almost caught Starkey in that race, but my goodness, a sub-5 after doing that bike and swim. Incredible, incredible.
Yeah, the athletic performances that we see on a regular basis here.
Oh, look at that, Rick. Look at that sharing water.
Yeah.
So Pereira got the water from the aid station,
Handed
took
it
what he
back to
needed.
Jason.
And that's camaraderie for you. So these two know they need to, if they've got any chance, want any chance of catching the men in front, they need to work together. And we saw that back in Kona. It gets to a stage, you get to a handshake, it's like, no, thank you, but now we race each other.
So this is a good couple, obviously Pereira and West.
Yes.
But Jason actually just got married after Watkins Glen. His wife, Jessica Broderick. Jason newly into the wedded category.
And look at that, they're working together and they are about to catch Henry Schoeman. So that shows you just how well these two men are running.
Pereira and West, 5th and 6th, about to overtake Henry Schoeman, who's running 4th. And again, the numbers that you're seeing on the right side of this pylon there are timing loops across the track. Well, they're far enough apart that they're going to update, and they will continue to update as we see now Schoeman about 2 minutes 4 seconds behind Bishop, and Pereira and West going by.
And the thing here, Rick, is Schoeman's still running well. I mean, maybe not as fast as we've seen him run in the past, but it's not like he's blown up. It just shows you how well these two in front are running. And it's not going to be long before they start running down the likes of Ryder. We know Luis is about 108 back on Bishop. Oh, this is getting close. We're still on the first of 3 laps, so it's going to be a really interesting run come that 3rd lap.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's going to be a lot of developments. You know, obviously Bishop and Luis, they're about the same amount apart they were when they got off the bike. You know, so really the movers are Zhao and Jason, and obviously, you know, Schoeman was kind of watching him leave transition. He didn't rush out. He was, you know, he kind of gathered himself and was like, you know, and I knew talking to him before the race, he's like, yeah, I'm going to go after the transitions, but it clearly he wasn't. So you can kind of just tell, okay, he's not clicking quite as he thought.
So I'm taking a big deep breath right there, and for good reason. He has had a very interesting and difficult past about 3 years. Here's what he had to say about coming from that past.
Yeah, it's been a super emotional journey the last 2 years. Since the Olympics, I ran my foot broken. I tried the conservative route to get it right, but I ended up having surgery 6 months later. Got myself back right, healthy, with the silver lining of having my baby daughter born this year, which has been really amazing to witness and just be that little bit of light in the tunnel. And then just before I was race ready, like I go and break my elbow. So that was probably one of the lowest points in my life. It was super devastating and super hard to accept. But I've got myself here finally and ready to race and confident to hopefully go out there and win.
Henry Schoeman down in the 6th position now as West and Pereira continue to work together. Now West has stepped in front of Pereira, but the two will be working to get by Seth Ryder here.
It's good to see the two Canadians working together.
It is.
Is that the way that works?
They've paired up, Jackson and Matt. You know, they've come together, and you know, I'm sure they're gonna.
Yeah, Brett Saunders up on screen now. He is not looking that comfortable at all. You can see he's got that grimace on the face, even a little bit of a limp. He is definitely not feeling that good out on the run right now. Oh, he's a struggle.
Remember, he took it out in the swim.
Looks like he's actually cramping. You
Yeah.
can see that hamstring on that left leg. It looks like he might be getting a little bit of a hamstring cramp.
Yeah, it seems really short, and you can just see his heels are just not coming up as high, and so his hamstrings are really tight.
They're wrecked.
You know, it's challenging when you're having a tough day, and you know, your body's either shutting down or cramping up or really struggling, and you're trying to decide, okay, is it better for me to keep going, or should I just pull the
Call
pin?
it a gate day. Yeah.
You know, and there's lots of, you know, reasons to do one or the other. You know, this race, it's for most of these guys, it's their last race, so they might just tough it out, and they might just jog it into the finish just to finish it, just because they're here. And
it's not like they've got a race coming up in the near future, so if they do end up hurting themselves a little, most of them are going into off season. They've got time off. There's plenty of time to recover.
Exactly, and you always want to finish what you start, and as an athlete, you just want to get to that finish line. And here we go. We have another pass here. These guys are just flying. So, oh man, it's going to be awesome.
And look at this time. He did just go past Steph, but look at this time. It's now, they are getting closer and closer to Vincent Luis.
Yeah, they've taken another 20 seconds out.
Another 20 seconds with 2 laps to go. It's going to be an interesting race. These two look incredible.
And Thomas is not giving up much time. Thomas is, you know, he's only given up 8 seconds to Vincent, and then, you know, maybe 20 seconds to Zhao and Jason. So, you know, we're I guess 1 lap down, and so there's not a whole lot of time left, but I think there's enough. These guys, I think, will start to take out more. But Thomas, again, he's done long distance, so he knows how to pace it, and he knows how to stay strong to the end. So I'm hoping he's gone out well paced, and maybe 4 guys are all going to come together with, you know, less than 400 meters to go.
Wouldn't that be a treat? I know that's exactly what I would like to see. Oh, but look at this now. It looks like Jason West is starting to struggle with that pace that João Pereira is setting. There's that little bit of a gap, but I don't think Jason's going to give up. It looked like he was just a little bit of a struggle there, but look, he's come back up again. But that was interesting. I thought he was in a bit of trouble there for a little while, but he's come back up onto the heels of Pereira.
Pereira, the 2-time Olympian, very experienced in the short course, trying to make the change to the long course. Good Matt Hanson in that long stride. Coming up on Jackson Laundry.
And then, of course, Matty Hanson, you can pick his run from a mile away. He's got that long loping stride.
Yeah, and it doesn't look sustainable,
but he does.
But he does. He just raced a full distance 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, he just ran a marathon off of a long bike, and here he is outrunning these guys who haven't. Well, two guys ahead of him have never done a full distance, and he's running into them. So that's how good and consistent a runner Matt Hanson is. He used to have the fastest marathon for the full distance, so he's no stranger to running in pain and going fast.
It took a 2:30 from Patrick Langer to beat it, so pretty incredible run.
There's Vincent Luis. He's still 55 seconds behind Thomas Bishop.
Yeah, bit by bit, you know, it was 59 seconds, now it's 55, so they'll just keep chipping away.
And look at that in the background.
Yes.
Imagine seeing that coming at you. So they are flying.
Pereira and West. Looks like they're coming up on Taylor Reed. They'll be going by him. Taylor a lap behind, just off of the bike. Look at how strong these two are together.
Amazing.
Yeah, they're both taking those deep, steady breaths. You know, they're just trying to get the air in. A little grimace there. Pereira just trying to work hard, quick through the corner, quick feet out. This is what short course racing looks like, but you know, Jason has made that move up, but he clearly has not forgotten about it.
And I don't think people can have an understanding on just how difficult just that there is. Going into a little corner like that and out when you've got to slow yourself down to make it round the corner, then you've got to accelerate to get back on pace again. And you know, if you continue doing that time and time again, it really does start to take a toll.
And here's these three guys closing up on Henry. So Henry obviously just not having the run he was hoping today. But these three guys, they're gonna continue to move through the field, and now Matt Hanson has gone over top, and he's gonna keep moving.
Matt Hanson, honestly, I don't know. He's unbelievable. He really is. He's running so well. He can see Seth Ryder just up ahead as well. So he's moved back past Sharp, past Schoeman, past Laundry, and now has his eyes set on Seth Ryder just ahead.
I honestly, I don't know how he's doing it after
don't
doing
either.
the full distance 2 weeks ago. I had more or less written him off. I thought, you know,
He's just not going to have the speed.
Yeah, the swim's too fast. He's going to have a big gap. You know, he's going to be tired from a full distance. And now, oh, here we go. Jason West now taking the lead. You know, I think, again, these guys are going to work together. You know, they're switching off the lead for their group, and just, you know, just, hey, you do a little bit of work, I do a little bit of work, just so the guy in the back can just settle in a little bit, get a breather, because they will run faster if they run together. And, you know, when it gets down to the very end, then, you know, then the gun show happens.
That's right. Then the shootout. Obviously, you know, we talk about it in stock car racing all the time. Sometimes teammates will work together on starts, and they'll work together, but it comes down to when the last lap or the last 2 laps, they're on their own. It's going to be the same situation when we get to the end of this race with West and Pereira. They're working together now, but at some point in time, one of them is going to go, I'm going to outrun you. I'm going to beat you to the finish line, and they will begin to work against each other, trying to outdo the other.
But on the reason they're doing that, though, because they know if they don't work together now, then they're going to be racing for 3rd and 4th place. They want to be racing for 1st place. So they're saying, let's work together now. Let's try and catch Louis. Let's try and catch Bishop. Once that job's done, we do a little bit of an unofficial handshake, and it's each for their own to the finish line. And that's the greatest race you can ask for in triathlon.
Yep.
I referenced earlier that Starkey had the fastest lap as far as the first bike lap. It was Gilbert that ended up having the fastest lap. So he was the fastest first lap.
I remember, because he actually came out with that front pack of guys, and all of a sudden he actually rode past the front guys, and so that's what it was. He was just going all out to get that fast.
But how cool. He's the one that got the flat tire, and now he's won $1,000.
It
so
was 0.6 of a second faster than Starkey.
Wow.
So think about that.
0.6, wow.
Pretty amazing. Just like we're seeing here, Vincent Luis there. He's second. He's 32 seconds back now. That's the gap between race leader Thomas Bishop and Vincent Luis.
Once we get onto this straight, along with Tom Bishop, we're going to have all 4 men on the same straight being able to see each other. You've got Tom Bishop on screen now, Louis right behind, and then you can see West and Pereira just behind. So when we span out now, you will be able to see them all. This is incredible. This is... We've still got, you know, 1.5 laps to go, I think. Is that right?
Yeah, we're halfway through the run. So this is the do the work time.
Well, and now Bishop has to be thinking, okay, when do I try to figure out how to get past, as we see both athletes grabbing some more hydration, a little water. Not sharing this time. Individual.
It's hard to share a cup.
Yeah.
Bottle's a little easier to hand off.
But again, West and Pereira running 3rd and 4th. Louis has that 2nd spot, 32 seconds back from Bishop.
So what a great job these two are doing working together. This wouldn't have been planned. I don't think these two even know each other that well. They haven't done a lot of racing together. Pereira from a short course background. Jason West doing most of his racing in America, but you know, this is what happens. Situations arise during the race, And it's just, this is where they are on the run. They know they are both two very accomplished runners. It's sort of even an unwritten handshake. Let's work together to catch the men up front. Once we get that job done, it's each for their own. This is superb racing. This is tactically perfect racing from both of these men.
Yeah, it's a really
Melinda and Brent, you know what this reminds me of, and Rick could add a little bit more on this. It reminds me of the Daytona 500 or any race here at Daytona. Those race car drivers, those NASCAR drivers, they will get out there. They will work with everyone around them if they have a fast car and they know how to draft, but they will work with everyone around them until when, Rick? Until it's go time. And then they have no more friends. It is all everyone for themselves. And Rick, of course, could add on that, but it's fitting that we saw that happening here at Daytona.
They must have watched a few of the Daytona races before they came. We know that Jason is familiar with this. He's been at numerous Clash events. As the two of them, their first run lap was right at 14 minutes. So over 2.5 miles, about 14 minutes for Jason West and João Pereira. And with them running at that pace, they had gained a minute into Vincent Luis on that first lap. And by doing that, they have shown that they can catch these guys up front if they continue at this pace. And that's about what we're seeing right here in front of us as they enter turns 3 and 4 here at Daytona. So that's first on the right side of your screen. In the middle is Vincent Luis, and behind them it's West and Pereira. Those are the top 4 with a little over a lap to go here at Daytona.
And the question is, will Vincent Luis catch Bishop before West and Pereira catch Luis?
Or will they all?
Or will they all catch at the same time?
You know, and I think I could see Vincent being able to lift the level a little bit to go with those guys and not let them get away. You know, Thomas, I think he's setting his pace. I don't think
he's got much more to give.
Yeah, he doesn't have another gear to go, okay, I'm gonna rally and go with these guys. So, you know, these freshly short course guys and Jason West being one of the best runners in the long course group, it's going to be exciting to see when they do come together, who reacts how, and does someone attack right at that moment. You know, sometimes that's when you make your move, is when it comes together to catch somebody off guard.
And you're right, Vincent Luis, of the 4 here, he is the most experienced, I think, at this particular situation at hand. He's used to being off the front and then having to rally to come home hard. I've seen him do it time and time again in short course racing. And you can see now, you know, Vincent Luis has got his eyes set on Tom Davis. He is going to overtake him. There's no if, buts, or maybes about it.
Bishop just looked over his shoulder and I believe could hear Vincent Luis' footsteps there.
Coming.
So he was hearing him, looked over his shoulder, caught a glimpse of where he was, understands he's about to be overtaken, which this will be for the lead here, as Thomas Bishop has Vincent Luis about 5 strides behind him, but that's about to be eliminated. Current pace for Luis, just over 5:17 per mile. And now Luis looks back. He knows that West and Pereira are back there, and Vincent Luis is going to take the lead here at Clash Endurance Daytona.
Wow, this is incredible. Honestly, I am beside myself. This is brilliant racing. This is exactly what we came here for. It's exactly what we wanted. When Alicia started getting this start list together, she wanted that mix of short course and long course athletes. We wanted them to all come together. Jason West, being our long course athlete here, is really taking it to these short course guys. Hats off to Tom Bishop, though. You know, he is such a gutsy performer, and he's not just letting Vincent go. But Vincent Luis, I agree with you. He's got another gear. I can see it. Let's just see 25, 26 seconds back to West and Pereira. They are coming for these 2 men up front. This is incredible. Look at them there in the background. Honestly, this last lap is going to be an absolute cracker.
Yeah, it's going to be dynamite. I think someone's going to have to throw it down and take a risk to really break this apart. And I don't know who that is. Vincent has clearly, yes, picked up the pace, but I don't know if it's enough because he's still losing time to West and Pereira. So those 2 guys, it's then what are they going to do when they get to Vincent, and what is Vincent going to do? And then once we get to that final stretch, you know, it's going to be fireworks.
It will definitely be interesting. They're coming up on the last lap. When they go into the road course area where they can see each other clearly without having to turn around, that is when you will see probably that drive, that determination, as Pereira has passed West now, and Pereira looks like he's starting a kick already.
Yes,
Pereira has decided it's time to go.
You know, when you're running behind somebody for a certain period of time, you can see their gait, you can even hear their breath, and if he sensed that Jason was just breathing a little bit harder, a little bit more labored, he might have decided, you know what, I'm going to go now before he recovers a little bit, and I'm going to bridge up myself to Vincent. He's definitely putting in an effort here. So now the question is, can Jason respond? Can Jason hang in there and go, just don't let that elastic stretch, just let him pull me away.
Top 4 athletes all separated by 26 seconds. Vincent Luis, Thomas Bishop, Joao Pereira, and Jason West.
And look at that, Rick. He started to pull away. I think Jason West is, not that he's done, but he just doesn't have that extra gear that we know our short course athletes always have. Pereira being one of our short course athletes, he is running after Luis.
The other thing could be Jason West realizes he has experience at this racetrack. It's still 2.5 miles. So maybe Pereira might be kicking a little bit early, and Jason saying, wait a second, I've got to save myself for maybe just that last 1.5 miles.
Yeah, you know, and that's these guys are used to going hard and fast, but maybe it's a little too early. So we got 2 short course guys out front. We got 1 long course guy in third. Who's making the right decision? Who's pacing it?
Well, you know, I'm looking at the face of Jason West, and he looks like he's struggling. I'll be honest. I think they've wound it up. I think Pereira, being a short course athlete, having that top end speed, the same with Vincent Luis. I think he's just put that knife in, and you can see Jason West, I'm not saying he's dying, he just looks like he's hurting a little bit more. Alicia, what does it look like down on ground?
I'm losing my mind. This is so exciting. Yao is going to make this pass probably within 60 seconds on Tom Bishop. Jason's still there, and we can see Vince. Like you could almost throw a blanket over the 4 of them. This is so exciting, and it's just such an incredible mixture of athletes. And I think what we're seeing here is the people that are excelling are short course athletes who've dipped their toe into long course. And that's what this distance has done, is brought these athletes all together, and this is going to be a cracker of a last lap run. I cannot wait to see what happens. I'm too nervous to call it, but I'm going to go with Yao. I think Yao's going to come through with the win here.
Joao Pereira, we just saw, he has picked his pace up just over 5-minute mile pace for Joao Pereira, as Luis out in front, 13 seconds in front of Bishop, 20 in front of Joao Pereira.
And you can see West now at 28, but oh, look, this is where Vincent Luis gets to finally have a really good look and see Zhao coming like a steam train.
He was looking over to the right. That's
there
where those
goes.
other athletes are.
Yep, there he goes, and you can see him coming. And these two have raced each other many, many times.
Just saw Pereira go by Bishop. So now Pereira is second. Bishop falls to third. West is still fourth. Pereira now trying to reel in Vincent Luis.
He's moving, but Vincent is still holding. Like Vincent's at 20 seconds.
I agree.
So it was 24, but he's just losing the tiniest little bit. So Vincent, he knows he's coming, and he's just trying to pace it off.
And look at him. He doesn't look, I mean, yes, he's breathing heavy, but he still looks in control, Brent. He doesn't look like a guy that's at his last peg. He looks like if he has to go a little harder, he will, but I think he's biding his time. He's not going to burn his matches before he absolutely needs to. And Pereira coming, you've got Tom Bishop. Oh,
Jason West is still with a great kick. We saw him just outside of the screen moments ago, and Pereira's picking it up. West is picking it up. There he is.
This is an unbelievable finish. This is exactly what we wanted, and I'm so thankful that we're getting it. This is unreal. For the last race of the year, these men have been racing all year long. To have to put in this sort of work and effort, look at West. He's having a good look. He's still well inside, well within a chance of making his way up to this podium. But look, come on. Look at this guy. He looks amazing.
To dismount his bike. Guys, one thing we have to keep our
out of
eyes on.
T2, Thomas Bishop, so strong on the bike, came out in front, but was it enough? Andrew Starkowitz, he was second off the bike. Vincent Luis was able to get by Starkey in transition. We knew Vincent Luis was just biding his time until he was able to take over this race. Schomburg with the T2 bonus, thanks to Captiva Spine. Matt Hanson coming out strong as well, but it was Thomas Bishop that was out front. But was the gap going to be enough? Two athletes working great together in Jason West and Joao Pereira. Those two coming back from over 2 minutes behind the race leader. Vincent Luis was able to get by Thomas Bishop for the lead here at Daytona. Pereira was able to get by Bishop as well to get into the second spot, and now it has been coming down to this, the final lap. Vincent Luis out in front, Joao Pereira about 60 yards behind him as they go through turns 1 and 2 for the final time here at Daytona. Does Vincent Luis have enough to hang on, to stay in front of Joao Pereira?
It's incredible. Pereira looks fantastic. Luis looks fantastic. Jason West has actually now overtaken Bishop. So he's in the third. So Jason West still hanging in there in third place. And Bishop, our early leader, in fourth. But
okay,
amazing racing from these men here today.
Yeah, I think Pereira, he put that effort in to try and bridge. I think he put a surge in and he closed a big gap, but now I think he's starting to feel it a little bit. I also think Vincent saw that move and put in his own move to counter. To counter. And so the question is now, does Pereira hold something in the reserves? And when it's in that last sort of portion where you can just completely empty the tank and almost sprint for as long as you possibly can, does he take a run at it and try and close 5-10 seconds all at once?
They just came out of turn 2, and so they're going down the backstretch now for the final time. When we see Pereira, he can see Vincent Luis, and hungry Pereira now 17 seconds back.
It's just so tight. He pulled 1 second, but he needs more of those seconds, but there's still a fair bit of road ahead of him. So it's just, is Vincent picking up the pace, or is he just trying to hold on?
Look at how focused he is. They were handing him water. He just went right past him. Doesn't want anything to do with it now. How focused is he on getting to the finish line first?
Well, he knows he can't waste any time, not even a second, taking a drink. So I don't think we'll see him touch any aid stations, do anything except run, looking forward. What I want to ask, if it comes down to a sprint, because at the end of the day, Rick, these guys, they are used to sprinting. These short course athletes, when they race, it comes down to the wire. It comes down to the carpet. Who is the fastest sprinter of the two? That's what I want to know. Who is the fastest sprinter out of Pereira and Luis?
I think it's hard to tell, but I think Vincent's probably got the most experience in sprinting for the major win position. He's 2-time world champion, 3-time Olympian. He's been in the hot seat many times. So he's familiar with this feeling and this, like, I'm being hunted down, but I want the win, and he wants it bad. So I think he's going to start gritting his teeth pretty soon, and we're going to see him just take off.
I think he already has. You look at that lead, it was whittled down to about 18 seconds. It's now pulled back out to 21 seconds. And I think what would be going on through Pereira's mind? He's like, I'm catching him, no I'm not. I'm catching him, no I'm not. It must be so frustrating because he's giving it everything he can here on track. You've got probably 2 kilometers left to run, if that. Oh, and hats off to Tom Bishop. He is hanging on in there behind. Jason West still there, so our top 4 men. He took a drink. I didn't think he'd do that, Rick. He's taken, I think that'll be his last drink.
He grabbed a bottle.
But one thing I have to give Vincent Luis, he is strategically, tactically one of the masters in the world. He is masterclass when it comes to strategy and when in racing. He is unbelievable. I see it time and time again. Every time I see him race, he just seems to nail it, to time it to perfection.
And really, that, to win races, it's about timing. It's about metering out your effort. And these short course guys, they're used to the tactics, and that's what we talked about earlier on the races. The short course guys, are they going to play the right or the wrong tactics? And obviously Vincent is a master with tactics, and so he let these guys kind of come in because he wanted to reserve some for the end, and I think that's what he's done. He does have another gear if he needs it, but I think he's pressing. He is definitely hurting here, and if Pereira can pull something out, who knows, but it's not over yet.
Listen to the breath there of Vincent Luis. The pace, the cadence, the rhythm. Vincent Luis pulling away from Pereira.
And look at that, 26 seconds. So I think he's doing exactly what you said he would do, Brent. He's decided, you know what? Now I give it everything. I give it everything that I have left in the tank, and I commit from here to the finish line. If I pull it off, I pull it off. If I don't, I don't. But I need to commit now. And look at that, it's gone out to 26 seconds.
So now the question is Pereira and West.
Yep.
West is now gaining back on Pereira. So did Pereira take that chance to try and go for the win? And now he's hurting, and now is Jason going to come up and be like, all right, I'll take that second place.
Thank you very much.
In the final turns here at Daytona, Vincent Luis didn't get out of the water first, wasn't off the bike first, but was able to get up front here in the run. He passed Thomas Bishop for the lead, and he's looked back a couple times to see a little bit of a run from Pereira and West. But now Pereira looks like losing a little bit of the gas. As Vincent Luis through 3 and 4. For the final time, Vincent Luis, what a performance we have seen, coming off of an injury before Bermuda, but then that win there at Bermuda. Has the momentum.
Yeah, he had some conviction when we were talking to him earlier. He wanted to win another race this year, and so I think Bermuda felt really good, and he felt, okay, I've still got it, and I still want to end the season. I still have a few more races. So he was confident coming in here, and I think he raced with confidence, but he also raced with smarts here. He's being really smart. He's got his lead. He's feeling comfortable. They're all almost evenly split now. There's 25 seconds between each of them. So I think at this point they're all kind of like, okay, this is where I am. Now let's get to the finish. Let's be economical. Let's not take any more risks. Let's just pace it off. And the hard racing, it happened. Pereira made that move. He tried, and that you gotta love that. You gotta love racing, taking a risk and going for it. And so now it didn't work, but he moved up. He cracked Jason West, and that's what he needed to do, because otherwise he'd be in a foot race and maybe come third. So now he's solidly in second. He did that work. Vincent is just smoothly, solidly here in first, and he knows he's got it. He's got a smile on the inside right now. You can't see it, but he's so smooth. This is going to be fantastic.
19 wins on the short course draft legal circuits for Vincent Luis, and 118 starts. A veteran of the short course, the 3-time Olympian, 2-time world champion, is now going to start hearing the crowd bring him in.
Zipper goes up. Zipper goes up. This is what a professional athlete does. He knows he needs to get all of his sponsors in. Has another little quick look over just to make sure there's no surprises at the end of the day. Realizes now we see the smile as he comes into that finish chute.
And onto the red carpet with the finish line just in front of him. Right by the car, and it will be Vincent Luis. Vincent Luis, hands in the air. Vincent Luis is going to win Clash Endurance Daytona.
That was a perfectly executed race by Vincent Luis. Vincent Luis from France, the winner of our men's race, along with Angie Olmo, another French athlete winning the women's. So the double French for today as Pereira also comes across, Italian Olmo, going out with a Frenchie.
Joao Pereira, second here at Clash Endurance. Great job, you heard from both.
And the next man
coming back into screen will be Jason West.
Yeah, I think Jason was hurting there, and now he's just like, all right, I got to get it home. Pereira brought some time back in the celebration stage there for Vincent, and here's Jason. He's put in such a good effort. What a good job for those long course guys. He was right in the thick of it.
What a day for Jason West. Podium finish for Jason West. Third here at Clash Endurance.
And what I love the most is we've got such a great mix of long course and short course athletes in our top 5, top 10. We saw it in the women's race, and we're seeing it now again in the men's race. Jason West, a long course athlete. We know Matt Hanson is also up there. Matt Sharp. Here he goes. Tom Bishop.
Thomas Bishop.
My pick. That's right. A month ago, I said, watch out for this young man. I think he's going places.
And he seems very happy.
He'll be very happy with that.
He's got a smile. I think he's going to be happy with that.
So home in 4th place. Great race from Tom Bishop. He really changed the race by going to the front, pushing that bike, splitting that group up. And look, big smiles from Tom. He really gave it absolutely everything out there today.
And now he just wants to take a nap.
Yeah, what a great race by him. He took a risk. He went off the front. He challenged the pace. Made the other guys have to make a decision. Kept them out front.
Vincent Luis. Great performance today. See Thomas Bishop taking in some more water.
He doesn't look that tired anymore.
He doesn't. He looks like he could go around and do it all again. He's incredible, but that's the caliber of athlete that he is. He'll go down in history as one of the greatest short course athletes in the world. And I don't think he's done it yet. Once he starts his long distance career post Paris, I think we'll be seeing one of the greatest longer distance athletes as well.
I mean, 2 hours and 23 minutes of continuous competition, of exertion, and he's standing there looking like he could carry on a conversation or drive you to the mall if you need to go. I mean, like, he's fine. He's good to go.
Here we go. Matty Hanson, incredible. He's done his trademark run once again. Every single time he lines up, he has that run. He's amazing. And to come home in 5th place, one of our long distance athletes, he ran himself through the field. 2 weeks post full distance race. Amazing.
That's impressive. He's just the run ability no matter what with that guy. Just did a full distance 2 weeks ago.
Right in the thick of it, Shannon.
We're down here with the guy that crossed that finish line first, Vincent Luis. How confident were you that you could hold them off at the end? Because we saw you didn't crack a smile until you saw the finish line in sight.
Yeah, I don't know. I felt a bit off like at the start of the bike, and I really wanted to help Seth Ryder, but I just did not have the legs. We were already riding above the watts I was planning to do, so I just decided to sit in and just see the race tactic, how it moves. I knew Tom is really aero, so I knew he would be fast in a course like that. And yeah, I was thinking maybe a minute, maybe 50 seconds I could have a gap with him, but yeah, when I start running and I heard like 120 or 115, I was like, wow, that's gonna be a tough one. So I'm happy he blew up a little, and then I had to control the guys at the back. But yeah, Joao is a strong runner. I race with him weekend in, weekend out, and yeah, that was good to have him also on the podium. I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm really happy for all the guys I'm sharing the podium with.
Yeah, let's follow up on that, right? Because I know it's been kind of a season of adversity, right, with the injury, and then of course you had the success at Bermuda, and now to win this. What's this like for you?
Yeah, in 2020 I was in the form of my life, and obviously everyone know now the Olympics were postponed, and in 2021 I got injured just before the Olympics, and yeah, that was a tough season. And then 2022 I got injured again. I tore my Achilles, and yeah, that was as I said in a few interviews, I went to like really dark places, and yeah, winning races again is just
it's just amazing, and holding the tape is just a feeling you can't buy, and I'm just so grateful to live the feeling that you can get when you cross the line. It has no price, and after tasting vinegar, honey is really sweet.
Congratulations and good luck in Bahrain. Okay, guys, back to you.
And what a race. Obviously, Vincent Luis happy to have won here, but a battle for 6th and 7th. Schomburg is in 6th. Sharp is in 7th.
He's good. Look at this. Look at this. He's coming. Here's the kick. Matt Sharp, our long-distance athlete, and he has managed to out-sprint one of our short-course athletes. And look at the look on Schomburg's face, the pain, the agony. And Matt Sharp looks to the sky. Hallelujah, that's over. Incredible race from Matt Sharp. Of course, he comes from a short course background, so we know he's got a kick on him, but we're taking him as a long course athlete this race. So that's one for the long course athletes there. Alicia, down with you with the rest of the podium.
João Pereira from Portugal, 2nd place. Stunning running performance out there. How did it feel?
I'm feeling very happy. It's absolutely amazing. I started the swimming and not feeling great, but it's like long distance and wait a moment and try catch your pace, and it's what I do all race. I try put my pace, and when start the running, I'm feeling better than the last week in Olympic distance because it's not so hard to push. It's more constant, and yeah. I am very happy for this performance. I'm surprised for what I can do, but it's amazing. I train a lot this year and have a very hard injury 2 years ago and need to stop a long time, and now can feel better again. It's amazing. I love the long distance, and yeah, it's the next step.
Excellent. We saw you and Jason working together a little bit on the run today. Was there some team dynamics going on there?
Yeah, I try work together, and at the half of the distance of the running, it's amazing because I'm go back of him and like try breathe and catch the pace again, and yeah, after with the windy come on, help me to can go more hard, and I do the last lap all out. When go in the finish line, I'm feeling I want to like finish.
Well, congratulations on 2nd place. It was awesome to watch you run out there. Congrats. And I'm right next to Jason West, our 2nd place finisher, or 3rd place finisher in the men's race. You nearly had it. Talk to me about what happened in laps 2 and 3 on the run.
Yeah, we were catching, and the backboard, you get to see the split every time around, and I was like, oh, this might be possible. And I was just trying as hard as I can, and just ran out of gas a little bit, and we were working together, and I was thankful for that. I was like, whether he gets me or not, we're getting way further ahead of everybody else, so let's work together, see if we can catch Vince. Came up just short, but that was a real battle, so super happy with the day.
What did you think of the race dynamics, having both a mixture of short and long course athletes, and you were really just seconds behind Vincent Luis, who just recently won a WCTS race, so how was that for you from a confidence perspective?
Yeah, I thought that this distance is really great because the ITU guys can come out and they can race really well. And, I consider those guys probably the best triathletes in the world, the top ITU guys. That's who I think are the best. So to be able to be battling it out with them, maybe making Vince sweat a little bit as we're catching up, that's really special. I think I just kind of made a choice today. I was like, this is going to be the start of me trying to show I can be with the best in the world, and really committed on the bike. Wasn't really giving up any time to some of those guys at the front, and just went for it, and fortunately ran out of gas a little bit, but just special to be competing with these guys, and maybe being the long course guy out here representing, and showing that we still got some speed to us. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on your performance today. Another podium finish in Daytona. Over to you, Shannon.
Alicia, I'm here with Matt Hanson, who finished 5th. I came up to him and I said, how was your day? And he started telling me everything. I'm like, wait, save it for the camera. So How was your day? Because it was a great answer, by the way, Matt. So how was your day?
The first one's always the best, right? Yeah, it was good. I'm happy to end the season out this way. Didn't know what legs were going to show up this close after Ironman Arizona just, 12 days ago. So I had steady power, but, just couldn't find that extra gear of speed to try to compete with Jason. I could see him at the start, and he just ran really well and ran away from me at the beginning. So that was kind of the chance at the podium there. But overall, happy to end the season. It's been a long year, and just thankful to be able to come back to a place that I love to cap it all off.
Yeah, I know you've run a lot of the big events. Kona, one of them, you just mentioned, Arizona. But is it more physically or is it more mentally challenging to kind of regroup and get yourself back out there?
In December, it's a mental struggle and a physical struggle. You're tired, but this year I had a lot of fun. I enjoyed the process, and I stayed healthy. So I haven't done that the last couple of years. So it was great to just cap off a full healthy season of racing, and yeah.
Yeah, you said all of the above. It's all of the above.
Yes.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Rick.
Sorry.
Thank you. It's all right. Congratulations. I guess if you're at the pro party, I'll say hi.
Want to take a look at the top 10 unofficial results here. Vincent Luis grabbing the victory here at Clash Endurance Daytona, 2:23.48. And Joao Pereira with a very valiant effort. Jason West and he working together as they work through the pack to get up there to be podium finishers. Thomas Bishop, we saw a really gutsy performance out of Thomas today.
Fantastic. And, I called him from the start, I think from our very first call over a month ago, our production call, and I said, let's watch out for him. He's going to be great. But Matt Hanson storming home with that traditionally amazing run that he has. Matt Sharp from Canada, also strong, having that incredible finish against Jonas Schomburg. Jackson Laundry in 8th, Seth Ryder in 9th, and Thomas Rodriguez in 10th. What I think is worth mentioning here, of the top 10, 5 were short course, 5 for long course. So we set the stage this morning, short versus long. We could not have predicted a better outcome. 5 out of 5.
Yeah, and also, what an international field. When you put on an excellent event and it's at a high caliber, people are going to come from all over to do it. And, you've got good representation from North America, but you have a lot of Europe. It's, you got Mexico. So it's what a great event and what an international race to bring them here. And everybody gets to watch everybody. It's been fantastic.
Let's hear from 4th, standing by now with Alicia.
Tom Bishop, one of the most aggressive riders on the day, for sure. Tell me how you liked whipping around this speedway.
Oh, it was fun. I quite enjoy going fast. I was on it, testing it out on Wednesday in our first recce, and I was like, I did my research, saw the fastest times from a few years ago, and I was like, oof, it's going to take some speed to kind of get near there. But I was like, if I can stay aero and just comfortable and ride to the kind of effort that I've been doing in training, it's like, why not? Kind of could see the guys in front, so I just wanted to try and pick them off one by one, and I found myself at the front, and I was like, well, I either kind of stay with the group or just go for it. And I was like, these guys are fast runners, so I may as well, just go for it and see what I get at the end.
So tell me a little bit about how your ability as a short course athlete, you're very new into the long course discipline. How did this distance really suit your strengths?
I actually applied a long course strategy to it. The swim went off fast, and I could see the guys around me. I could see Jonas, Kev just in front. So I was like, I'm gonna kind of keep control here. I knew Vince and Henry would be right out in front, but I didn't have the speed to go with that. So I was like, don't go into the red, get onto the bike and just slowly kind of just keep just underneath the red zone. And then again with the run, I was like, normally people go out super hard, but I was like, nah. I got cramped putting my trainers on, so I was like, I need to jog this off for the first 400 meters, and I got into a bit of a cadence. And yeah, it was all about a long course strategy for me, not short course.
Very interesting. Well, 4th place performance, congratulations. Over to you, Shannon.
Matthew Sharp getting that 6th place finish, but it was maybe 200 yards down there where you really kicked it in. The mental process to kind of find that and dig deep is what?
Yeah, I've had a few of those sprint finishes in my day, so, if I'm in that position, I like to back myself. And yeah, Jonas, the guy who I was with, I know him well from short course racing, and I know he knows how to go fast. So I just backed myself, and we got to that kind of 100 meters or less to go, and just kind of cranked down and was able to get a little leg up on him.
I know this is not your first Clash event. You've had success in these events in the past, right? But what was this one like for you?
Yeah, so I've done one before in Miami, and that was world class. And then coming here, again, world class event. Bill, who organizes these events, he does an incredible job for the athletes, and it's crazy. Look at this venue, like this is incredible. I was just like surreal being here. So yeah, an incredible experience. I love these races.
I'm being asked from the truck if you had some hamstring issues coming, or were you just did you have an itch?
Yeah, no, not an itch. It was, things were going quickly, so thankfully I got to the finish line before it really, did me in. But yeah, there was a moment of panic there for sure.
Well, let's get some ibuprofen and maybe massage a little bit of ice. We'll get you ready for the next one, guys.
You saw the look on his face, the hand going down there to grab the hamstring as he was crossing the finish line, and thankfully able to get through to the finish line, as now the athletes will all talk about where I could have been a little bit better or congratulate your competitors. I think that's one of the great things about the triathlon is the respect between athletes, knowing what each athlete has to put in to even finish these events. As we see Braxton crossing the finish line there, and legs cramping up.
Yep,
tight.
hamstrings. You see, I mean, it's typical of this course, these flat courses where you're down in the error bars the entire time. Your hamstrings are they are crying out in pain, and you can see when he crossed then, his hamstrings are very, very tight and very, very sore. 18 years of age, though, his career's only just beginning. Can't wait to see this young man, say in another 2-3 years' time, to see just how far he's progressed.
And I'm sure Bill is enjoying pouring water over Braxton to try to cool him off there.
Yeah, I bet he can't wait to chat to his dad and just tell him about the battle out there. And that's one great thing about having your family there, sharing it with you. They get to watch it and see your kids just work hard and put their self out there and just support them. And it'll be great when they connect after the race.
Another great event, you guys. I mean, this was this one came right down to the finish. We knew that Vincent Luis was going to be the favorite coming in, but I don't think we had any idea that João Pereira could put that kind of a performance and that kind of pressure on Vincent at the end.
And to be brutally honest, Matt Hanson coming in 5th place, one of our long course athletes, I honestly thought he'd be left behind with his swim, and coming off a long distance race not so long ago, I just thought there's no way he's going to be in the money. But Matt Hanson, Matt Sharp, Jackson Laundry, they've all had really strong races against a short course field, and I truly thought, particularly in the men's race, that the short course athletes would dominate. And as I said, 5 long course, 5 short course in the top 10. We couldn't have asked for a better split.
No, it was fantastic. Good showing from both sides of the sport.
I want to take a look at what started this morning with the women's event and look at the top 10 finish. Got underway. We see Jackie Herring, last year's winner, Sara Perez, Sala, looking to get some of the negativity out of the Clash races that she's been a part of out of her mind, and she had a great start.
Yeah, it was great swimming. They formed a group right away. They set the tone for the race. They built a gap. Great to see some great racing right at the beginning of the Aussie exit, checking out where they are, what they need to do.
Of course, entering back in, Sara Perez Sala in the box seat, right on Valerie's feet. This is how it would remain for the rest of the swim as they complete lap 2. And into transition, it was actually Sara Perez Sala that came out of the water in front, going around Valerie into T1. Perez Sala out first, with Valerie very close behind. Sala looking absolutely brilliant on the bike, such a great position on the bike. And of course, Olmo coming through, riding very, very strong. Sif Madsen also riding very, very well today. Their boyfriend Magnus Ditlev giving the thumbs up, letting her know exactly where she was on course. And Jackie Herring, great shot as that plane comes into the Daytona International Airport, but into transition it was Sara Perez Sala in front. Quick transition and she was out of there. First onto the run course, Sif Madsen was able to make her way into transition in 2nd place. Great ride from the 21-year-old. And there, little argy-bargy as we had our chase group come in. You've got Julie Derron, you've got Jackie Herring, Kaidi Kaidi was first out of that group. Haley Chura just making it in as Julie Derron leaves transition.
Sara, Perez, Sala, and we saw Angie Olmo making the pass for second and continuing to reel in. Sara, Perez, Sala, her coach, letting her know the pace.
Yeah, we're seeing the pass here. This was for the lead. It was amazing. She put in a surge. You know, Sara had put in such a great effort, but then Angie really just so emotional at the finish. She'd worked so hard. She's had such a tough time since the Olympics, but she showed she had it, and she just, what a year and what a way to end.
Yeah, the frustration that she went through after Tokyo and being able to bounce back from that's brought out the flow of emotions for Angie Olmo, getting the win here at Clash Endurance Daytona 2022.
And again, a nice spread of short and long course.
Once again, we knew that would be the battle here at this distance, bringing together short course athletes with the long course athletes.
Yeah, I think it's an exact even split, 5 and 5.
Again, with the women as well as the men.
So
that's crazy.
Could you have planned it any better? Men and women split
Alicia
5 and 5, short course, long course.
Alicia Kay, job well done. This is exactly what she wanted.
Remainder of the field. Rach McBride in 11th. Megan Foley, Sonja Catano back there in 15th. Brittany Higgins in 16th.
Great to see Hanne DeVet also finishing. I know it wasn't her day, but she hung in there, finishing in 17th. Laura Mathews in 18th. Rachel Mensch 19th. Oh, sorry, Rachel Mensch started, was unable to finish, and of course Amy Summerman didn't start today, but that's a top 18, so 18 finishes out of 19 starters.
And a fast day, all within 23 minutes. That's good conditions, fast course. You're going to see some fast racing and everybody getting home really quickly.
It's the last of our professional men's. This is Steve Zawalski coming across the finish line. So great to see, you know, even though these men aren't up in the pointy end of the field, the prize money, they still know how important it is to finish. Bill Christie placing finisher's medal around his neck.
Yeah, thanks for
Yeah, again, everybody trains hard. You know, no matter how your day goes, you want to finish, and unless you're going to injure yourself or wreck something, you're always going to find a way to the end. You know, that's what it's about. It's about participating and getting there, and we're going to see more guys come in, and that's, you know, they didn't have their day, but they stuck to it, and it's about seeing your fans and your friends, everybody at the finish line.
Accomplishment, being able to accomplish something as big as this is here with Clash Endurance Daytona. Take a look at the men's highlights for today's event. Vincent Luis, the favorite coming in. Matt Hanson, we knew he would be a factor, as fast of a runner as he is.
Saw some young guns go out fast and hard right at the beginning. But then it was the masters of the sport that came around and set the tone for the rest of the day after the swim.
Of course, Henry Schumann first out in that first lap. Vincent Luis in second, taking a quick look behind before they dive back in for that second lap of the swim here today.
Not easy. Louis Ortiz there slipping on the turf there, getting in for that Aussie exit.
We've got Vincent Luis in the front. You could just see Henry Schumann going onto his back to see just who was around. But it's Luis and Schumann into T1 in first place.
Lots of changing happening at this point from, you know, swim to bike, but also in positions. Seth Ryder gets out there. He's going to make the move to try and get into the lead. Here he goes. He has a quick transition, gets his feet in, and now he heads out leading the bike. And he would stay there for quite a long time.
Yeah, until we saw Thomas Bishop overtake him on the bike. But Schomburg so fast through T1, that earned him $1,000. Andrew Starkowitz so quick on the bike, so strong. valiantly fought all the way up to be in the top 2 at transition 2.
Tommy Bishop absolutely annihilated that bike right here today, going past each and every athlete till he got himself to the front as he finally passes Seth Ryder to take the lead. Continue to put time into the pursuers into T2. Amazing ride by this young man. First year in longer distance racing. As we see those adductors start to cramp. Starkey in second.
Vincent Luis goes by Starkey in T2.
Setting a rhythm really quickly. It's getting going.
How about Jonas Schomburg?
Giving it. He's picking up all the money he can find. Yeah. So, you know, that's $2,000 he's picked up by just working his butt off.
Amazing.
Through transition.
So Bishop leading early in the run, looking comfortable at this stage. He knew he had the fast runners coming from behind, but he held his own. But this is where the race really changed, when Jason West and João Pereira started working together on the run, chasing down all who were in front of him. They got Schoeman first. He was first on the chopping block. They then continued to make their way through the field. Vincent Luis, of course, overtaking Bishop to take the lead. And you've got West and Pierre. So Pereira finally able to drop Jason West and move up towards Vincent Luis, but the question was he going to run out of real estate? At the end of the day, Vincent Luis taking the win here in Daytona in style, doing pretty much a faultless race, but what an incredible top 10.
And once again, a perfect mix of the short course athletes with the long course athletes in this top 10, 5 from each side. But in the end, it was a short course athlete that was able to win both on the women's side and the men's side.
And I think as we said, this distance definitely favored them a little bit more. You know, if the conditions were maybe a little bit different or something like that, and the times ended up being a little bit longer, if it was hotter or windier, that might have made the difference. But it was, you know, short course guys, they got the game today.
Look at the second page finishers here. Henry Schoeman falling back to 14th. Starkowitz also fell back to the 12th position. Again, that run just so difficult for him. Mark Dubrick finishing 16th.
And then we've got Kevin McDowell in 17th, Alberto Casillas in 18th, Elliot back 19th, and rounding out that top 20, the youngest in the field, Braxton Bocos at 18 years of age.
And we have Nicholas Gilbert, who got a bonus himself for the fastest bike, so he went for it, got a flat, and, you know, hung on and, you know, was patient, got the flat fixed, and then carried on so that he could get that money. And then you got Vant Lammers in 22nd, Steven Zawitsky 23rd, Brett Saunders in 24, one of the young kids that went out hard at the beginning. Great to see him just get to the finish line and just he probably enjoyed his whole day. And then in 25th, you got Taylor Reed. Always at all these events, always gets to the finish. Great to see. And then we had a DNF, which, you know, someday it's just not your day, and it's better to make that call and just pull off the field.
Yeah, the DNS there for Léo Bergère. Illness overcoming him. He was here, though, on site, able to watch Angie Olmo win, but he was not able to compete, so he was on the do not start. They're putting together the podium, and when those athletes are ready, we will be right here for that presentation of the awards.
Nice.
alarm's going off. Oh, dude, I sat right in front of the camera. I didn't even see it. Sorry, I think your alarm on your phone is going off. It's time to wake up. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. That's my alarm too. I was like, man, is it time to get up already? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Clash Endurance Daytona. We are a few minutes away from getting our awards ceremony started, so bear with me. Hopefully we'll see some of you folks at our Jingle Jog 5:30 today across the road over at One Daytona. 5K of fun. Although the Grinch is there, so he might not want it to be too much fun. But my daughter Chelsea will be over there getting everyone started, so I'm hoping to join in and at least see the finish and stuff. Got to see this Grinch in action, so should be fun. Then of course, big weekend of racing, our sprint and kids events tomorrow, along with our middle distance event on Sunday. So lots more action to come to us. So bear with me, and in a couple of minutes we will be getting our award ceremony started for our pro men and women, starting with the women, and then we'll get the pro men up here. We'll get that started shortly.
Check, 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 check. Pressure on me over there.
Well, welcome everyone once again to the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, and we are here for the awards ceremony for Clash Endurance Daytona. My name's Kevin McKinnon. I've been your lead announcer through the day, working with a lot of pride and fun with my daughter Chelsea. So it's been a great day of racing, as you will see as we hand out the awards to our pro athletes here today. Before we do that, though, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you all a gentleman for whom we have to thank for all of the craziness that we have here at Clash Endurance. He likes to say we do things differently, and he is 100% right. The one thing that is consistent is we always have fun, and we always put on exciting racing, and especially here at this amazing facility. He walks the talk. I have had to literally push him into a river in Slovakia to do a triathlon himself. He's done full distances, he's done sprints, he's done relays, he's done it all. He is a fan of this sport and so enthusiastic, and we sure appreciate all that he has done. So enough said, let's get up here. Clash Endurance, the man behind it all, Bill Christie.
Kevin's going to tell that story the rest of my life. Every bit of that story is true. I was totally panicked trying to get in the water. It was 51 degrees. Kevin said, Bill, get in, take a couple breaths. It's going to be okay. And he turned off his mic to say that while he was putting hundreds and hundreds of people in the water. So I've gotten to be good friends with Kevin, and I'm lucky to have him in my life, as I'm lucky to have you. One of the things that we've really tried to do, and you're going to see it tomorrow, I will make every sprint athlete turn and introduce themselves to the athletes next to them. We want to bring back the old triathlon days where when you cross the line, you go down the line to bring other people in. We are appreciative for you being here. We hope you had a great day. And at the end of the day, let's bring on the show. Thank you all so much. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Kevin.
Hey, thank you so much, Bill. We sure do appreciate you and all of the amazing crew that Bill Christie has put together, the Clash Endurance crew. I wonder if you guys can just do me a favor. I know there's not a lot of us in here, but if you could put your hands together for the amazing Clash Endurance crew and all the volunteers who have helped make this day so possible. Also want to say a monstrous thanks to the amazing folks at Daytona International Speedway. Unbelievable hosts, starting with the sound team who managed to make even me sound good, which is unheard of.
I'm a bit embarrassed. For my team that is here, Alicia Kay, I know, is here. She's marketing and director of professional development. Alicia, if you're here. Andre Lepar, VP of operations. There's Alicia.
Andre's across the road, dealing with the Grinch.
Right, VP of operations. He handles more things than you can imagine to be able to put these races on. Philip LaHaye was responsible for finding new venues for us. Stacey Melanson's our CFO. Where do we stop? Doug and Kendall run social and linear, which means the TV broadcast is theirs. So Lindsay, last but not least, we could not move functionally without her making sure it was getting from point A to point B. So I just had to throw that out because
Thank you, sir. Awesome. Love it. All right, let's bring up the athletes and start. Well, I'm going to run away from the champagne. You guys can get sprayed from that, but champagne and checks and all that kind of fun stuff. We'll start with 5th place today. Earlier this year, she took a huge win at Ironman Mont Tremblant. She went 2:43.52 for 5th place from the United States, Haley Chura. Sorry, Haley, I'm standing in your spot, aren't I? Nice job, Haley Chura. In fourth place today, she was our champion a year ago and a true champion in every sense of the word. Finishes fourth today from the United States. Her time, 2:42.18. Jackie Herring. I was talking to Jackie after the race. She says, "This is the shortest thing I do." Felt like a sprint out there. All right, let's get our podium up here. From Switzerland, an Olympian, and she's had some success at Ironman racing as well. She swam 22:53, biked 1:28:57, and finished overall in 2:41:55. Julie Derron. In second place today, she's from Spain. And for those of you who might have been at Challenge Miami, you might have seen this. She was leading the women's race and had a horrific bike crash. The next day, she was out putting medals on athletes. This is the class athlete that she is. I got to announce that she won the Challenge Championship in Šamorin, Slovakia just a few months later. She is hoping to represent Spain at the Olympics in 2024. She went 2:40:39 today for second place. Sara Perez Sala. So do you want to, you're going to say these words before I bring her up? Bill has to tell everyone about his helmet that he's giving away.
So this is a championship award. This is Joey Logano's helmet. Joey is the champion of NASCAR this year, 2022. This is the first time we've had a note that says, from one champion to another, congratulations, Joey Logano. So with that.
And it's so nice of you to give that to me, Bill. Thank you. Yeah, I wish. All right, your champion, just getting into long distance racing, and that's not good news for people who are into long distance racing. She's from Italy. She went 2:40:11 today to take the win. Let's hear it for Angelica Olmo. All right, so one more time for our champs up here. Angelica Olmo, Sara Perez Sala, Julie Derron, Jackie Herring, and Haley Chura. There we go. Get everyone on up there for a photo. So Jackie and Haley, you guys and I get to vacate the stage now because it's champagne time. So we'll leave our Angelica, Sara, and Julie up here. All right, your champs there. Doing a good job with the, oh my goodness, Angelica's like, yeah, that's not enough. right, congrats to our champs here. Angelica Olmo, Sara, Perez, Sala, Julie Derron. All right, we're gonna just reset quickly and then we'll bring the men up here momentarily. All right, let's get the men up here now. I'll do my best not to slide in the champagne. What a day of racing we had here. Lead changes and some incredible runs. And you'll see that in these results as we go on through. The first gentleman I get to bring up here, he is from the United States. He's a three-time Ironman North America champion. He has done 5 full-distance races this year. The last one was 12 days ago. He ran a 2:35:39 marathon there and bounced back to run his way to 5th place here at Clash Daytona. Let's hear it from Matt Hanson. And we all get to go and poke Matt's quads after this. It's just painful for me looking at that. That was just unreal. Great job, Matt Hanson. So this is this gentleman's first year of long distance racing. I'd say he's doing pretty well. He's had a few podiums and a 4th place finish here today. He led off the bike and was still in front for so much of the run. Hung on for 4th. 2:25:30 his time, Thomas Bishop. Okay, hey, you didn't do a marathon 12 days ago. What are you complaining about? Nice job, Thomas Bishop. Well, the next 2 folks I'm going to bring up here onto this podium put on an incredible show. Watching these 2 guys run through the first 2 laps was unreal. It looked like they were in a 10K running race, not in a triathlon. This has been a breakout year for this young man from the United States. He went 2:24:58 for 3rd place here today. Let's hear it for Jason West. I don't know, Matt. These guys are moaning and groaning, and you just bounced up there, huh? All right. He was 2nd today, an unreal race. He is also one of these athletes just moving up to long distance racing, 5th at the 2016 Olympic Games representing Portugal. And today he went 2:24:12. At one point, he was just 18 seconds behind our eventual winner and pushed him right to the limit. I'm sure we're going to hear. Let's hear it for Yao Pereira. Now my shadow's in the way. Good grief. Eric Baki giving me the gears. There you go. Well, a year ago, he was hit by a car in a race and got up and still managed to finish second. He is just, I don't know if anyone else saw his amazing performance at the Olympics in Tokyo last year, where he had such a gutsy performance on the bike, brought France right into the mix, and eventually helped his country earn the bronze medal in the Olympic mixed relay. He won in Bermuda a few weeks ago and is definitely on his way back after a bunch of injuries, and an emotional win here for him today. He's from France. He went 2:23:48. Vincent Luis. Yeah, there we go. Bill just saying one champion to another. Vincent gets that helmet. There we go. Let's get these guys all together up on the stage for a photo. Vincent Luis, Léo Bergère, Jason West, Thomas Bishop, and Matt Hanson.
There's the top 5 for the men. We saw the top 5 for the women. A very successful day here for Clash Endurance Daytona. And a huge win for Angie Olmo and Vincent Luis getting to the top of the podium. They're going to enjoy a little fun up there as far as the champagne. We saw it earlier for the women. The men are going to take their turn as well. But a great day for both men and women.
Yeah, and we really did. We set up the short versus long, and it worked out to an absolute T. I was a little unsure at first. I thought the distance was too short and it would favour all of our short course athletes. I was proven wrong, which I'm very, very glad about, but it was even split 5 and 5 out of the top 10 in both the men's and women's. So incredible to think that we had just as many long course athletes as short course athletes in that top 10.
Yeah, and there was a long course athlete on the podium in both the men's and the women's race. So great racing right down to the end by both distance specialists.
So we started this morning, 10 o'clock, Lake Lloyd, the women were the first up. Sara, Perez, Sala out of the water in first and onto the bike in first.
She took the lead and never looked back at the beginning, and then got out on the run, but she could only hold off the charging Olmo for so long.
The men's turn to take to the water at 1 o'clock for their start. Schumann first out of the water with Vincent Luis. A few didn't make it. There was a pit stop in the middle. And then ultimately, it was Vincent Luis who was able to come home with Clash Endurance Daytona. Make sure to enjoy the highlight show December 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC. Thanks for joining us here in Daytona.